Part 3. Walking the Headlights. Vampire by Richard Christian Matheson. Man. Late. Rain. Road. Man. Searching. Starved. Sick. Driving. Radio. News. Scanners. Police. Broadcast. Accident. Town. Near. Speeding. Puddles. Aching. Minutes. Arrive. Park. Watch. Bodies. Blood. Crowd. Sirens. Wait. Hour. Sit. Pain. Cigarette. Thermos. Coffee. Sweat. Nausea. Streetlights. Eyes. Stretchers. Sheets. Flesh. Death. Shaking. Chills. Clock. Wait. More. Wait. Car. Stink. Cigarette. Ambulance. Crying. Tow truck. Bodies. Taken. Crowd. Police. Photographers. Drunks. Leave. Gone. Street. Quiet. Rain. Dark. Humid. Alone. Door. Out. Stand. Walk. Pain. Stare. Closer. Buildings. Silent. Street. Dead. Blood. Chalk. Outlines. Closer. Step. Inside. Outlines. Middle. Inhale. Eyes closed. Think. Inhale. Concentrate. Feel. Breathe. Flow. Death. Collision. Woman. Screaming. Windshield. Expression. Moment. Death. Energy. Concentrate. Images exploding. Moment. Woman. Car. Truck. Explosion. Impact. Moment. Rush. Feeling. Feeding. Metal. Burning. Screams. Blood. Death. Moment. Collision. Images. Faster. Strength. Medicine. Stronger. Concentrate. Better. Images. Collision. Stronger. Seeing. Death. Moment. Healing. Moment. Addiction. Drug. Rush. Body. Warmer. Death. Concentrating. Healing. Addiction. Drug. Warm. Calm. Death. Medicine. Death. Life. Medicine. Addiction. Strong. Leave. Car. Engine. Drive. Rain. Streets. Freeway. Map. Drive. Relax. Safe. Warm. Rush. Good. Radio. Cigarette. Breeze. Night. Searching. Accidents. Death. Life. Dash. Clock. Waiting. Soon. Richard Christian Matheson has published scores of short stories in only a few years, while laboring over hundreds of scripts for shows such as Simon and Simon, Amazing Stories, Three's Company, MacGyver, Magnum, and countless others. He has also worked as head writer for 15 television series, including Quincy, The A-Team, Hardcastle and McCormick, and Hunter, and served as writer-producer on Stingray and Stir Crazy. His latest work includes a movie for Steven Spielberg, several others for United Artists, a collection of 25 short stories titled Scars and Other Distinguishing Marks, and a forthcoming novel described as a thriller set against a show business background. Lapses by Chelsea Quinn Yarbro. Just beyond the Marysville off-ramp, the big Chevy pickup suddenly braked, and something came hurtling out of the back of the truck to crash and splatter into Ruth Donahue's windshield. As she fought for control of her Volvo station wagon, she watched her hands in horror as red seeped through the splintered glass. The steering wheel was sticky with it. Ruth pulled onto the shoulder as much by feel as anything, since her vision was completely blocked by the thing on the hood of the car. She was going little more than 15 miles per hour then, but it felt to her as if she were racing along at 70. There was a whine of tires, and her car rocked as it was struck a glancing blow. Ruth screamed as much from irritation as from fright. It was with difficulty that she forced herself to stay in the car once she had pulled on the brake. "I want out of here," she said in a soft, tense voice as she stared at the blood on her hands and arms and skirt. The thing on the hood, she realized with revulsion, was a dog. She remembered seeing it in the back of the pickup. It had been, good-sized, faintly spotted, with floppy ears, and Ruth had wondered why the driver had neglected to put the tailgate up with an animal loose in the back. When the Chevy had slowed so suddenly, the dog had been thrown out of the truck bed, and she lowered her head and vomited. A sharp rap on the window caught her attention, and she looked up, embarrassed to be seen. A highway patrol officer, where had he come from, indicated that she should roll down the window, and reluctantly she did. "You all right, ma'am?" the officer asked her, concern on his face. "I don't know. Her words faltered, and she began to cry, not soft, gentle tears, but deep sobs that left her trembling and aching. "Hey, Gary, the lady's in shock," the officer called to another unseen person. "She hurt?" called the other. "Scratches and bruises, and she's a mess, but I don't think she's hurt bad. They might want to check her over at the hospital just in case." Ruth tried to get the man to stop talking. She waved a hand at him and saw him wince at the sight. She forgot her gruesome hands until that moment, and now she hid them self-consciously. "Shit, the sucker really landed hard, didn't he?" The officer opened the door and peered inside. "I'm all right, officer, or I will be in a moment." She was finding the air and sunlight heady as wine. "Really?" "If you're certain," he said with doubt. "But you better let me drive you to the hospital." What is he seeing? She asked herself, dreading to inquire for herself. "You don't have to," she began, but he interrupted her. "Look, lady, it's going to take a while to get the animal off your car, and your windshield is broken. You can't drive anywhere in any case. And frankly, you look pretty rocky." He braced his hands on his hips, determined. Ruth cleared her throat. "Okay." "Is there anyone who can pick you up?" the officer went on. I'm from San Luis Obispo. I'm up here for the day." Who did she know back home who would drop everything and drive for over 5 hours to get her? "Well, look, we'll take you to the emergency room in Yuba City. You can call from there." He started to move away from her as if her shock were contagious. She could already imagine Randy Jeffers yelling at his secretary when he learned what had happened. Randy's main response to anything he could not control was to yell about it. He would be outraged at Ruth for her accident, the more so because she was in the Sacramento Valley on business for his company. "You want to get out of the car, lady?" the officer asked. "Oh, yes." She opened the door, the movement making her dizzy. "And my name is Miss Donahue, Ruth Donahue." "Yeah," said the officer. Then grudgingly, "I'm Officer Fairchild. Hal Fairchild." Ruth could think of nothing to say. None of the admonitions she had received as a child covered meetings with law officers after accidents. "I'm 36 years old," she thought, "and I don't know what to say to a cop." "You want to get in the car, Miss Donahue?" Officer Fairchild offered. "Hey, Gary, how's the guy in the pickup?" "I don't think the ambulance is going to get here in time." The answer was flat, so without inflection that he sounded more like a machine than a man. "Hey, Gary, get away from there." It was a friendly suggestion. Fairchild made it while holding the front door of his black and white open for Ruth. "Somebody's got to stay with him. Damn fool bastard." "Don't let Gary bother you," Fairchild said quietly to Ruth. "It's his 5th bad accident in 4 days, and it's getting to him." He closed the door and walked away. "And I guess the SPCA will have something to say about the way the dog was loose in the back of the truck." "I beg your pardon?" Ruth said, startled at finding Officer Fairchild beside her again, and the car in motion. When had that happened? My mind was wandering. "That's okay," said Fairchild. "Shock'll do that to you." "How much longer until we reach the hospital?" She noticed that the farmlands had given way to smaller holdings and the first hint of urban sprawl. 10 minutes at the most. You'll be able to hold out until then?" He glanced at her swiftly. "Your color's a little off." "I'm doing fine." She was alarmed by her wandering thoughts, but she could not tell him so. "Well, you hold on, Miss Donahue. We'll make sure the doctors give you a good going over before they let you out." "Great." Her eyes felt solid and stiff in her head, like marbles, and she did not want to move them unless she had to. "The man in the pickup?" "I don't know. Dispatcher says he was alive when the ambulance got there, but I don't know if he'll make it. He was pretty much of a mess." "What happened?" Ruth asked. "Why did he stop that way?" "Hard to tell. There was nothing on the road. We haven't had time to check the truck out. Maybe a bird came at his window. That happens around here. Ever have that problem down in San Luis Obispo?" "I guess." She watched a school bus lumber out of a wide driveway, loaded down with young children. She followed it, thankful that there had only been a pickup in front of her, and not one of those buses filled with kids. "Just a couple more minutes," said Officer Fairchild. "Good." The doctor was middle-aged and harried. He ran his hand through his rumpled hair and made some hasty notes. "Well, Miss Donahue, I don't know what to tell you. You're suffering from mild shock, and that's not surprising. You could do with some sleep, since there's no sign of a concussion. I'd recommend you get a checkup from your regular doctor." "I don't have one," Ruth murmured. She had been in the hospital now for more than 3 hours and was disoriented. "Then call a clinic or something," he said with asperity. "You've had a rough time of it, and it isn't good to neglect any symptoms." "All right," she said, staring at the clock. She still had not called Randy. As far as the office knew, she was off checking on the County Planning Commission and the Zoning Commission regarding the possibilities for developing the old Standish Ranch. When he learned that she had lost more than half a day, things would not be pleasant. "There's a motel near here. They're not too unreasonable. They can help you rent a car, but I don't think you should plan on driving for at least 24 hours. He cleared his throat. "I'll have to be on the road tomorrow morning," she said. "I'd advise against it," the doctor said with a weary sigh. "Look, isn't there someone we can call for you? You're not married, I noticed, but there must be." "No one," she said, cutting him off. "I'll call my boss from the motel." "If that's the way you want it," the doctor said. I'm going to give you a prescription for something to help you rest and relax. Don't mix it with alcohol or dairy products. And wait at least an hour after a meal to take one."
"I'm not hungry," Ruth said softly.
"You will be," the doctor told her. "I'll call the pharmacy for your prescription. You can pick it up in about 40 minutes.
"Thank you."
Her mind was drifting, and she found herself not wanting to resist. "If you get any sudden headaches or other unusual symptoms, call me." He handed her a card. "My beeper number is the second one, and the answering service is the third. If it's late at night, insist that they wake me. I'll leave your name with them just in case." Ruth could not imagine calling this man, now or ever, but she took the card and put it into her purse.
"I'll call if anything happens."
What a ludicrous thing to say, she thought. Something had already happened. That's what all of this was about. "The pharmacy is opposite the emergency admissions office." He gave her a last quick look, and then he was on his anxious way toward another examining room. Very slowly, Ruth got back into her clothes and gathered up her things. Her hands felt as if she were wearing mittens, and nothing she donned seemed to belong to her. Her eyes ached, her jaw was sore from clenching her teeth, and there was a stiffness in her movements, the legacy of strain. At the pharmacy window they asked her to wait. She found a badly shaped plastic chair, picked up a battered magazine, and thumbed through it. The child at her elbow was screaming, his jacket sleeve soaked in blood. The two paramedics were trying to cut the material away, but the boy avoided them, kicking and yelling. "He's in shock," one of the paramedics panted. "Some shock," the other scoffed. "The little bastard just bit me." How long had they been there? Ruth wondered. The boy gave a yowl of pain and outrage as the paramedics finally lifted him from the floor. His foot glanced off Ruth's cheek, and his flailing left hand caught strands of her hair. "Sorry, lady," said one of the paramedics as he forced the boy to open his fist.
"It's nothing," said Ruth. Her thoughts were still disordered. She could not remember the boy coming in. Certainly he must have been crying and making a fuss, and yet she could not bring this into any focus in her mind. A thin, agitated woman with a tear-streaked face rushed out of the emergency admissions office. Her eyes filled with dismay as she reached for the child. "Jerry!" The boy shrieked, renewed his struggles, and succeeded in hitting one of the paramedics on the nose. "Hey, fella!" said the paramedic, doing his best to ignore the blood that had started to leak down his face. "Let us handle this, ma'am," said the other paramedic to the woman. "We've got to get his jacket off him. We can't do much with his arm until we do." "He wasn't this way in the car," the woman protested. "Jerry, let them help you." Ruth moved 2 chairs away from the commotion, wishing she had not seen it. She was still distraught by what had happened on the highway, and to see the boy with a bloody sleeve was too much like the dog on her windshield. "Ma'am, please tell this kid of yours we only want to help him," said the older paramedic. "Jerry, let them—" his mother began, but her boy lashed out again with his good arm. "I must get away from here," Ruth said to herself. "I must." She moved over 2 more chairs, but it was still not enough. Her breath came raggedly, and she rose, prepared to leave through the first open door. "Miss Donahue," called the clerk at the pharmacist's window, repeating herself twice before Ruth was able to respond. "Thank you,"
Ruth whispered as she scrabbled in her purse for her wallet and her MasterCard. "Don't let the commotion bother you," the clerk advised. "Kids get that way when they're hurt sometimes. It's not as bad as it looks. How much do I owe you?" Behind her, the paramedic succeeded in bringing Jerry under control. His screams turned to miserable sobs. Ruth could not force herself to look around. "It comes to $29.86. The clerk took the plastic card and ran it through the imprinter. "Did Dr. Forbes warn you about alcohol and dairy products?" "Yes," Ruth said. She watched her hands tremble. "Good. Sometimes they forget. Remember that you're likely to sleep for a long time. 12 hours isn't unusual. If you can arrange not to be disturbed, so much the better." She handed back the card and offered the receipt for Ruth's signature. As she scrawled lines that looked nothing like her name, Ruth asked for a good motel nearby, repeating the name twice when the clerk offered her suggestion. "Can I call them from here?" "Payphone in the lobby," said the clerk with a hitch of her shoulders. "I'd let you use the phone here, but those are the rules." It took almost an hour to get a taxi, for there were few of them operating in the city. After the brief drive, Ruth searched out the gifts and sundries shop to purchase a toothbrush and deodorant before she went to her room. The last thing she did was call San Luis Obispo to tell Randy Jeffers what had happened. "Tough," her boss said after an initial show of concern. "Better rent a car tomorrow and head back. I'll tell Stan to take over for you. Hey, and drive carefully, won't you?" At another time, Ruth might have felt touched by this, but now it struck her badly, and she bristled. "If you didn't think I could handle this, why did you—" "Hey, kid, easy," Randy interrupted. "I didn't mean anything like that. Geez, you better get some rest. You sound worn out." "I am worn out," she admitted, feeling tears start at the back of her eyes. "It wasn't very nice." "Shit, no," Randy said with more feeling. "I'll call you tomorrow before I leave. Tell Stan I've already got the material from Sacramento." She realized her papers were still in her car. She would have to phone the police and find out where it had been taken. "And the man to see at County Planning is a Mr. Garrick." "Good work." Randy was clearly trying to help her feel better. "I'll tell him. He might be able to catch a shuttle out of Fresno. It could save us a little time." Ruth wanted to ask him why he had made her drive when he was willing to pay for a shuttle airline for Stan, but the words caught in her throat, and all she could do was sigh, hoping that she could hold off her tears until she was off the phone. "Well, we'll see you soon, okay? If you can rent a compact, do it. I want to keep the costs down if I can. And, Ruth, take your time getting back. You've had quite a time of it, I can tell. So I won't expect you tomorrow or Friday. Take your time and get steady. We'll arrange for this to go on your sick pay." His tone was indulgent, but Ruth did her best to accept the offer gracefully. "Thanks a lot," she said, knowing what was expected of her. By the time she put the receiver down, she could feel wetness on her face. She called the highway patrol and requested that her briefcase be brought to the motel. It was in the trunk of her car, and she said she would need it in the morning. The woman who spoke with her assured her it would be done. Last, Ruth called the front desk and asked that she not be disturbed. Then she took one of the capsules Dr. Forbes had prescribed, and in her pea-green motel room gave herself over to oblivion. The Ford Escort was the cheapest car available from the local rent-a-car, and as she started to drive it, she realized that it did not have the performance she was used to from her Volvo. Driving made her nervous, and she kept to the slow lane as she made her way south toward Sacramento. Her hands were sweating, although the day was cool, and from time to time she had to wipe them on her skirt. Interstate 5 was mesmerizing, stretching out across the San Joaquin Valley. Ruth had driven it before, but this time there seemed to be many extra miles added to the road. She kept her speed at 55 and ignored the huge trucks barreling along at higher speeds. She promised herself that she would not stop for lunch until she reached Coalinga. Then she would take the time to have a good solid meal and collect herself for the last leg of the journey across the hills to 101. 2 highway patrol cars shot by, and Ruth flinched at the sight, hating to look at the road ahead in case there was another accident. She tried singing to herself. The escort had no radio, but her voice sounded thin and cracked, so she fell silent again. She could not recall the last 30 miles before Coalinga. The off-ramp came as a surprise, and she nearly overshot it, blinking at the overpass as if it were a mirage. She decided that she had been driving too long, and gratefully pulled into the parking lot of Harris Ranch, resolving to dawdle over her food, giving herself enough time to calm down. She had heard of highway hypnosis, but until now had not experienced it, and it frightened her. It was less than 10 minutes after she left the restaurant that Ruth saw the animal lying beside the highway, drawn up into a protective half-ball in a last futile attempt to keep its guts in its shattered body. Ruth was assailed by nausea, the excellent meal she had so recently eaten threatening to spill out of her. She stared ahead blindly, her face ashen, her breath fast and shallow. What was the animal? A cat? A raccoon? She had not seen it long enough to glimpse more than the destruction and dark striped fur. The headache, which had retreated to a painful itch behind her eyes, now gripped her skull in its vice. It was all she could do to hold her car on the road. Dust was blowing from the west, reducing visibility with the tenacity of fog. The highway surface was made slippery by the sand, and she could not be certain how far she had come. When had the wind come up? Ruth could not recall. It had to be her headache, or the memory of the dead animal that had distracted her. But for how long? What had happened in the last, how many, miles? She was not at all sure where she was. Had she taken the off-ramp to San Luis Obispo? Was she still on Interstate 5? Where was she? The question echoed in her mind in a shriek. She looked at the clock on the dashboard and saw that it was after 3. She should be almost home by now, but instead she was caught here in the blowing dust. She saw dimly another sign, an off-ramp beyond that, and after a moment of hesitation she took it, hoping that it would bring her quickly to a town where she could make a few phone calls and find out how far she had strayed. Immediately adjacent to the off-ramp there was a service station, but as she drove up, Ruth saw that it was closed. She pulled into the dust-covered parking area, her tires slithering for purchase on the asphalt. She opened the door of the Escort and felt the bite of the storm. There was a telephone booth not more than 30 feet away. She walked toward it, her purse held to shelter her face. The telephone was not connected, and where there had been phone books, the securing chains hung empty. With a cry of vexation, Ruth flung herself out of the phone booth and struggled back to her car. She was moving against the wind now, and there was little protection. Dust made her blink, and when she sneezed, her whole face hurt. Back in the car, she lowered her head against the arch of the steering wheel and sobbed. Within a few minutes, she was on the verge of hysteria. Everything she had endured for the last 2 days caught up with her at last. She was ashamed at her lack of control, but powerless to remedy it. Sometime in the last 48 hours, something crucial had deserted her and left her rudderless. The minutes and hours she could not remember. The panic that welled in her at this admission. Her body was shaking as with palsy. She looked appalled at her hands, which no longer seemed to be part of her. Where am I now? Where? As her high sobs dwindled, she tried to make a sensible decision, but was capable of little more than restarting the car. I have to get back to the freeway, she told herself, her thoughts moving as delicately as an invalid with a walker. I have to find the exit for San Luis Obispo. Once in motion, she managed to feel her way through the blowing dust to the overpass and the on-ramp leading north. She was certain that wherever she was, she had come too far south, but now she was determined to find her way back. Driving was even more difficult than when she had been southbound, but she kept her hands locked on the steering wheel and her attention on the road ahead. She blinked often, as if that might clear the obscured windshield. The street was almost empty, and most of the storefronts were boarded up. Litter blew in the gutters, and trash stood uncollected in overflowing bags at curbside. The stop sign canted at 2 o'clock, token of a mishap long past. Ruth braked, staring around her. It was night, late night by the look of it, and the few operating streetlights revealed that most of the block was deserted. Her dashboard clock said 1:27. She stared at it for some little time, listening to her engine idle, refusing to believe what she saw. On the passenger seat, there was a gasoline receipt from a Union station in Button Willow. She refused to touch it, fearing that it might be real. A quick look at the gas gauge showed that the tank was almost empty. Presumably she had driven more than 200 miles since she left Button Willow, if the tank had been full then. As she peered down the side street, she saw 3 motorcycles drawn up near a small metal-roofed building. The machines were large. Ruth did not recognize the symbols emblazoned on them, but their very strangeness added to her apprehension. "I'd welcome a Hell's Angel," she said aloud, giggling in a way that made the fine hairs on her neck rise. "God, oh God!" A page of newspaper, open as a scudding sail, flew down the street, twisting and moving until it wrapped itself around a lamp-post. Something metal clanged. Perhaps a garbage can. Perhaps a door. Its echo rattled off the buildings. On a billboard angled precariously over the intersection ahead, Ruth saw enormous letters advertising spring cigarettes. The whole thing was faded, and there were slogans and symbols spray-painted over the face of it, but it was still possible to make out 2 faint figures walking in a meadow, long since turned from green to gray-brown. Ruth stared at the billboard for some time, as if she hoped to learn something from it. "I've got to find a phone. Ruthie, you've got to call someone." She said it sternly, but in a girlish voice, the way she used to talk herself into doing her homework a quarter of a century ago. She put her car into gear once more and drove down the wider street. She looked for a lighted storefront or a business open at this time of night, a 7-Eleven or a gas station or a motel, and was dismayed when after several blocks she found nothing like that. True, the decaying brick buildings were behind her, and now there were houses, vintage 1925, with faded paint and weed-grown front yards. Occasionally there were cars parked on the street, but nothing was moving. The houses were dark. She saw no one. She did her best to ignore the wail of panic that was forming between her mind and her throat. When 15 minutes later she reached the outlying small farms beyond the empty city, she noticed a church with a light on, over a discreet and old-fashioned billboard. Lodi Methodist Church, Learning to See Through Others' Eyes. 11 to 12 Sunday morning, Wednesday 8 p.m., discussion and prayer. Lodi? The name came off the sign and hung in the air before her. Lodi was east of Interstate 5, and certainly north of Button Willow. Had she been driving in the wrong direction for most of the night? And why had it taken her so long to reach this place? Where had she been before that? Reluctantly, she pulled into the gravel-paved parking lot and stopped. She sat for some time, not thinking, not permitting herself to speculate. She decided that she needed to rest, to calm down. Obviously, she was still in shock of some sort, and the stress was causing her to do irrational things. "What things?" demanded a treacherous voice within her. "What have you done that you can't remember?" "I won't think about that now," Ruth said aloud in her most sensible tone, the one she usually reserved for business meetings. "The most important thing is to get back to San Luis Obispo and find a doctor, just in case." She could not bring herself to wonder in case what. Then, as she sought to avoid such probing, she drifted into unrestful sleep. "Are you all right?" The knocking on her window was louder, and the voice was raised almost to a shout. Dazed, Ruth opened her eyes and tried to recall where she was. Scraps came back to her, each serving to make her more distressed. Carefully, she rolled down the window. "I'm sorry," she began, not sure what she was sorry for. The man standing by her rented escort was over 50, and appeared to be both benign and ineffective. "Is there something wrong?" Ruth cleared her throat. "I was driving late last night. I got lost." The man nodded. "That's the usual reason strangers show up on this road. Most travelers stick to the freeway and bypass us entirely." He stepped back and made a kindly gesture with his knobby hands. "Would you like a cup of coffee? We don't have much in the way of breakfast, but I can probably scare up a stale donut if you want one." He smiled. "I'm George Howell. I'm the minister to this flock." This was said with a self-deprecating smile that was clearly designed to put her at ease. "I'm Ruth Donahue," she told him automatically. "I'm from San Luis Obispo, and I was trying to find the way home yesterday." She opened the door and stepped out. "These side roads do get confusing," he agreed as he led the way to the side door of the church. "I was here for more than 2 years before I really learned my way around." He slipped a key into the lock, saying as the door swung open, "There was a time we never closed the church, but these days, what with vandals and all, well—" "Is it very bad?" asked Ruth, trying to make conversation with this mild-faced man, while she worked up some explanation that he might accept. "There have been problems. The cops try to hold the worst of them down, but they can't do everything, and you know how difficult it can be to establish some kind of order in a district like this. We're on the edge of things." To her horror, Ruth laughed. If the minister took offense, he made no sign of it. "I've heard that there have been problems in other places, too. I guess you've had your share in San Luis Obispo." He had led her to a pantry adjoining the kitchen, a large, featureless room designed to handle the occasional church dinner or wedding reception. A huge black stove squatted on the other side of the half-open door, 6 burners and a grill showing on its top. "Sometimes," Ruth said. She found that the sight of the kitchen was making her hungry. "God, how many meals have I missed?" she wondered, her thoughts slipping away from the question. "The doughnuts are in here somewhere," George Howell said to her as he opened the old-fashioned cooler. "My secretary is always bringing me things to eat, and I can't convince her that it isn't necessary." He found the bag and pulled it out. "Not much left, but you take all of them if you like. She'll bring me something else at 10:30. He gestured toward the low table under the window. "Sit down, and I'll make some coffee." "Thank you," said Ruth, beginning to hope that her life was at last returning to normal. The minister bustled happily about, clearly delighted to be of help to someone. He chatted about the weather, how strange for this time of year, and cuts in the county budget. "They expect us to provide charity, but how can we? Who has the money to spare?" And the progress his 2 children were making with their music lessons. It was all so wonderfully ordinary, so very predictable and sane, that Ruth felt herself smiling at her own boredom. What could be more normal? She was reassured. "Do you take milk in your coffee?" "No, thank you, just black." As she accepted the mug, Ruth asked herself if she might find the caffeine too much on so little sleep and food, but she was so eager to make herself alert that she overruled her own caution. "I always like a little milk in mine. I guess it reminds me of being a kid, having a cup of chocolate after school." He sat down opposite her. Ruth smiled, recalling her mother and the many stern warnings about indulging in such treats. Her mother had had a dread of fat children, especially her own, and had instilled in Ruth a level of austerity that resulted in the lean angularity she now possessed.
"This tastes very good," she said, though the scalding liquid nearly burned her mouth. "I'm glad you like it. My secretary brings the coffee, too." He sipped at his cup. "You're lucky, I guess," said Ruth, relaxing even more into the commonplace. "Yes, I thank God for her often." He beamed to show that he had not intended for her to take his reference to God as introductory to any spur-of-the-moment sermon. Ruth gazed at the blood on her skirt and blinked twice, as if she expected it to go away. The coppery smell was very strong in the room, along with other, less pleasant odors. Blood festooned the pantry walls and swagged along the floor toward the sanctuary. The coffee in her mug was cold. "What?" Ruth whispered, shaking her head slowly at the carnage she sensed lay beyond the sanctuary doors. Her wrists ached, and she saw with amazement the distinct, raw impression of ropes pressed into her skin. Obscenities were scrawled in spray paint on the walls of the kitchen and pantry, and from the grill of the stove, George Howell's head, gory and canted on one side, stared out at the wreckage of his church. In her fright she fled westward, first to Stockton, and then along the narrow levee roads of Highway 4. She would pick up 580 or 680, whichever it was that would lead her back to Highway 101. All she would have to do then was to drive south. At Oakley, she stopped and endured the sniggers of the high school boys pumping gas when she claimed that her period had started without warning and she had to wash her skirt. She had already got another tank of gas in Stockton, and hoped it would be enough to get her home. She considered calling her office again, but could not bring herself to attempt to explain what had happened. She was afraid that no matter what she said, it would mean her job. Not that she would blame Randy if he did fire her, after what had happened. She asked herself if it might be best for everyone if she simply resigned, but that in itself seemed too trivial a response. She was missing bits and pieces of her life, and had no means of finding out what those losses were. Not that she wished to, for the aftermath was so dreadful that she was certain the events themselves must be hideous beyond her imaginings. At Pittsburgh she pulled off the road, feeling light-headed from tension and hunger. She found a burger place with a drive-through window, and was horrified to discover that she had barely enough cash to pay for a frugal meal. She could not remember what had happened to her money, or even how much she had had. She noticed that she had a Visa card in her wallet, but thought that there should be a MasterCard as well. When had she lost it, if she had had one to begin with? The food was tasteless to her, and she thought for a while that she would not be able to keep it down. But slowly she felt herself grow more calm, more present, less caught in the nightmare. "It was only a nightmare, wasn't it?" she asked the air. "I got carried away after that trouble near Marysville, and I fell asleep in the car, and that disoriented me. The rest was a nightmare, that's all." Somewhere in the treacherous alleys of her mind, the image of the blood on her skirt remained, but she refused to look at it, confident that if there was any explanation needed, it was that the blood had come from the unfortunate dog that had fallen onto her windshield and died there, impaled on shattered glass. There was no minister in Lodi. She had never been in Lodi, and the rest was only the distortion of her memories of that terrible incident. She kept repeating this to herself as she drove toward Concord and the turnoff leading south, away from those dreadful visions. She was southbound in little more than half an hour, and that refreshed her. The simple satisfaction of going in the right direction, of being in control once again, gave her a burst of confidence. It was a pleasure that truly delighted her. It would not be long before the entire ghastly episode was safely behind her. She would never have to endure such a thing again. She felt that her ordeal was finally over.
By 3:30 she had reached Paso Robles, and was so near home that she was willing to get off 101 long enough to have a proper meal on her Visa card. She wanted to be refreshed when she walked back into her apartment. There were so many things to attend to once she was home. The return of her rental car, the arrangement to get her own once again, the whole business of filing necessary reports with the insurance company, they all piled up oppressively in her mind, that she decided a brief respite over an early supper or late lunch would give her the steadying influence she so truly sought. She found a nice restaurant set back from the road, a building in a subdued Spanish style with tall willows growing around it. There were not many cars in the lot, but a discreet sign on the door assured her that the place was open. Service was prompt and pleasant, the waitress taking her order with a smile. When she returned with the salad Ruth had ordered, she also brought a glass of wine. "I didn't ask for this," Ruth said guardedly, afraid that she might have forgotten the request or missed the order. "No, it's on the house," said the waitress, and set it down with the salad. "I very much appreciate it, but since I still have a way to drive, I'd really rather have a cup of coffee, if you don't mind." Ruth said this politely, hoping her good manners would mask the fear that nearly choked her. The waitress shrugged and took up the glass once more. "Suit yourself. Your broiled chicken will be ready in about 10 minutes. She turned away and went back toward the bar. Ruth ate the salad, and when the waitress brought the coffee, made a point of thanking her for it. The man in bed beside her rolled over and touched her arm. Ruth almost screamed. "Hey, did I wake you, Enid?" "Enid?" Ruth repeated in disbelief. "I ought to be leave for work pretty soon. Want me to skip breakfast with you?" He smiled at her in easy familiarity, this stranger whom Ruth had never seen before. You feeling okay, honey? You look a little strange." His concern was genuine, which made it worse than if he were as alien to her as she felt to him. Ruth shook her head slowly, not daring to move too quickly, as if that might upset the precarious balance of this place. Did she dare ask the man who he was, or how she came to be here with him? She gathered the blankets around her, making them tight and heavy, enclosing herself. The man braced himself on his elbow and put his free hand on her shoulder. "Enid?" Ruth turned away, knowing that she was about to cry. She was shaking, as weak as with a sudden fever. Did she have courage enough to look in the mirror? And what would she find there if she did? What place was this? Why did he call her Enid? Why had she lost herself? Or was she lost at all? "Honey?" She flinched as he touched her. "What's the matter?" He sounded genuinely concerned, but then the blood had been genuine, and the dog crashing into the windshield, and the empty, disorienting freeway. "I don't know." He tried to turn her toward him, but she pulled resolutely away, deep in her misery and her doubts. "You're like a stranger again." Why did he say again? "Enid?" At last she met his eyes, finding them completely unfamiliar, their warmth and worry all the more terrible to her because he was so completely unknown to her. The car was hurtling toward the embankment, and she screamed. Chelsea Quinn Yarbro is the author of a series of books about the Count de Saint-Germain, Hotel Transylvania, The Palace, Blood Games, Path of the Eclipse, Tempting Fate, and the Saint-Germain Chronicles, as well as dozens of other books and many short stories. Recent publications include More Messages from Michael, To the High Redoubt, A Baroque Fable, and the collection Signs and Portents. She is currently at work on the first in a trilogy of novels about Olivia, a character from the Count de Saint-Germain series. The Final Stone by William F. Nolan. They were from Indianapolis, newly married. Dave and stirring, flexing muscle, feeling power now, anger, a sudden driving thirst for Alice Williamson, both in their late 20s, both excited about their trip to the West Coast. This would be their last night in Arizona. Tomorrow they planned to be in Palm Springs, to visit Dave's sister, but only one of them would make it to California. Dave, not Alice, with the scalpel glittering. Alice would die before midnight, her throat slashed cleanly across, glittering, raised against the moon. "Wait till you see what's here," Dave told her. "Gonna just be fantastic." They were pulling their used Camaro into the parking lot at a tourist site in Lake Havasu City, Arizona. He wouldn't tell her where they were. It was late. The lot was wide and dark, with only 2 other cars parked there, one a service vehicle. "What is this place?" Alice was tired and hungry. Hungry. "You'll find out. Once you see it, you'll never forget it. That's what they say." "I just want to eat," she said. The blade eating flesh, drinking. "First we'll have a look at it, then we'll eat," said Dave. Them getting out of the car, walking toward the gate, smiling at her, giving her a hug. The tall iron gate, black pebbled iron, led into a picture-perfect Tudor village, a bit of old England, rising up from raw Arizona desert. A winged dragon looked down at them from the top of the gate. "That's ugly," said Alice. "It's historic," Dave told her. "That's the official heraldic dragon from the City of London." "Is that what all this is? Some sort of replica of London?" "Much more than that. Heck, Allie, this was all built around it to give it the proper atmosphere." "I'm in no mood for atmosphere," she said. "We've been driving all day, and I don't feel like playing games. I want to know what you—" Dave cut into the flow of her words. "There it is." They both stared at it. 10,000 tons of fitted stone, over 900 feet of arched granite spanning the dark waters of the Colorado River. Tall and massive and magnificent. "Christ," murmured Dave. "Doesn't it just knock you out? Imagine, all the way from England, from the Thames River. The by-God-for-real London Bridge." "It is amazing," Alice admitted. She smiled, kissed him on the cheek. "And I'm glad you didn't tell me, that you kept it for a surprise." Glittering cold steel. They moved along the concrete walkway beneath the bridge, staring upward at the giant gray-black structure. Dave said, "When the British tore it down, they numbered all the stones, so our people would know where each one went. Thousands of stones, like a jigsaw puzzle. Took 3 years to build it all over again, here in Arizona." He gestured around them. "All this was just open desert when they started. After the bridge was finished, they diverted a section of the Colorado River to run under it, and built the village." "Why did the British give us their bridge?" "They were putting up a better one," said Dave. "But hey, they didn't give this one to us. The guy that had it built here paid nearly $2.5 million for it, plus the cost of shipping all the stones over. Some rich guy named McCulloch. Died since then, I think." Dead, death, dead, dead, death. "Well, we've seen it," said Alice. "Let's eat now. Come on, I'm really starving." "You don't want to walk on it?" "Maybe after we eat," said Alice. "Going inside the restaurant now. We'll wait. She's perfect. White throat, blue vein pulsing under the chin. Long, graceful neck." They ate at the City of London Arms in the village. Late. Last couple in for dinner that evening. Last meal served. "You folks should have come earlier," the waitress told them. "Lots of excitement here today. Putting in the final stone. I mean with the bridge dedication and all." "I thought it was dedicated in 1971, said Dave. "Oh, it was, but there was this one stone missing. Everyone figured it had been lost on the trip over, but they found it last month in London. Had fallen into the water when they were taking the bridge apart. Today it got fitted back where it belonged." She smiled brightly. "So London Bridge is really complete now." Alice set her empty wineglass on the tablecloth. "All this bridge talk is beginning to bore me," she said. "I need another drink." "You've had enough," said Dave. "Hell, I have." To the waitress, "Bring us another bottle of wine." "Sorry, but we're closing. I'm not allowed to—" "I said bring another." "And she said they're closing," snapped Dave. "Let's go." They paid the check, left. The doors were locked behind them. The City of London Arms sign blinked off as they moved down the restaurant steps. "To me, to me." "You'll feel better when we get back to the motel," Dave said. "I feel fine. Let's go walk on London Bridge. That's what you wanted, isn't it?" "Not now, Allie," he said. "We can do that tomorrow before we leave. Drive over from the motel." "You go to the damn motel," she said tightly. "I'm walking on the damn bridge." He stared at her. "You're drunk." She giggled. "So what? Can't drunk people walk on the damn bridge?" "Come on," said Dave, taking her arm. "We're going to the car." "You go to the car," she snapped, pulling away. "I'm gonna walk on the damn bridge." "Fine," said Dave. "Then you can get a taxi to the motel." And, dark-faced with anger, he walked away from her, back to their car, got in, drove off. "Alone now for me. Just for me." Alice Williamson walked toward London Bridge, through the massed tree shadows along the dark river pathway. She reached the foot of the wide gray granite bridge steps, looked up. At a tall figure in black, slouch hat, dark cloak, boots. She was looking at death. She stumbled back, turned, poised to run. But the figure moved, glided, flowed. Mine, now mine. Down the granite steps with horrific speed. And the scalpel glitter-danced against the moon. 2 days later. Evening, with the tour boat empty, heading for its home dock, Angie Shepherd at the wheel. Angie was the boat's owner. She lived beside the river, had all her life, knew its currents, its moods, under moon and sun, knew it intimately. Thompson Bay, Copper Canyon, Cattail Cove, Red Rock, Black Meadow, Toppat Gorge. Knew its eagles and hawks and mallards, its mud turtles and great horned owls. Knew the sound of its waters in calm and in storm. Her home was a tall, weathered wood building that once served as a general store. She lived alone here, made a living with her boat, running scenic tours along the Colorado. Age 28, never married, and no plans in that area. Angie docked the boat, secured it, entered the tall wooden building she called River House. She fussed in the small kitchen, taking some wine, bread, and cheese out to the dock. It was late. The night was ripe with river sounds and the heart pulse of crickets. She sat at the dock's edge, legs dangling in the cool water, nibbled cheese, listened to a night bird crying over the river. Something bumped her foot in the dark water, something heavy, sodden, drifting in the slow night current. Something called Alice Williamson. Dan Gregory had no clues to the murder, The husband was a logical suspect. Most murders are family-connected. But Gregory knew that Dave Williamson was not guilty. You develop an instinct about people, and he knew Williamson was no wife-killer. For one thing, the man's grief was deep and genuine. He seemed totally shattered by the murder, blamed himself bitterly for deserting Alice in the village. Gregory was tipped back in his desk chair, an unlit Marlboro in his mouth. He was trying to give up smoking. Williamson slouched in the office chair in front of him, looking broken and defeated. Your wife was drunk. You had an argument. You got pissed and drove off. Happens to people all the time. Don't blame yourself for this. But if I'd stayed there, been there when— Then you'd probably both be dead, said Gregory. You go back to the motel, take those pills the doc gave you, and get some sleep. Then head for Palm Springs. We'll contact you at your sister's if we come up with anything. Williamson left the office. Gregory talked to Angie Shepherd next about finding the body. She was shaken but cooperative. I've never seen anyone dead before, she told him. No family funerals? Sure, a couple. But I'd never walk past the open caskets. I didn't want to have to see people I'd loved that way. She shrugged. In your business, I guess you see a lot of death. Not actually, said Gregory. Your average highway patrol officer sees more of it in a month than I have in 10 years. You don't get many murders in a town this size. That how long you've been chief of police here? 10 years? Nope. Just over a year. Used to be a police lieutenant in Phoenix. Moved up to this job. He raised an eyebrow at her. How come, you being a local, you don't know how long I've been chief? I never follow politics, especially small-town politics. Sorry about that. And she smiled. Gregory was a square-faced man in his 30s with hard, iced blue eyes, offset by a quick, warm way of grinning. Had never married. Most women bored him. But he liked Angie, and the attraction was mutual. Alice Williamson's death had launched a relationship. In August, 4 months after the first murder, there were 2 more, both women, both with their throats cut, both found along the banks of the Colorado, one at Pilot Rock, the other near Whipple Bay. Dan Gregory had no reason to believe that 2 August River killings, as the local paper had dubbed them, had been committed near London Bridge. He told a reporter that the killer might be a transient, passing through the area, killing at random. The murders lacked motive. The 3 victims had nothing in common beyond being female. Maybe the murderer, suggested Gregory, was just someone who hates women. The press had a field day. Madman on loose. Woman-hating killer haunts area. Chief of police admits no clues to river killings. Reading the stories, Gregory muttered softly, Assholes. Early September. A classroom at Lake Havasu City High School. Senior English. Lynn Esterly was finishing a lecture on William Faulkner's Light in August. Therefore, Joe Christmas became the victim of his own twisted personality. He truly believed he was cursed by an outlaw strain of blood, a white man branded black by a racially bigoted society. Your assignment is to write a 500-word essay on his inner conflicts. After she'd dismissed the class, Lynn phoned her best friend, Angie Shepherd, for lunch. They had met when Lynn had almost drowned swimming near Castle Rock. Angie had saved her life. You're not running the boat today, and I need to talk to you, okay? Sure, okay, agreed Angie. Meet you in town. Tom's all right? Tom's it is. Trader Tom's was a seafood restaurant specializing in fresh shrimp, an improbable business establishment in the middle of the Arizona desert. Angie, the primitive, adored fresh shrimp, which had been introduced to her by Lynn, the city animal, their joke names for one another. Over broiled shrimp and sole almondine, they relaxed into a familiar discussion. "I'll never be able to understand how you can live out there all alone on the river," said Len. "It's positively spooky, especially with a woman-killer running loose. Aren't you afraid?" "No. I keep a gun with me in the house, and I know how to use it." "I'd be terrified." "That's because you are a victim of your own imagination," said Angie, dipping a huge shrimp into Tom's special Cajun sauce. "You and your fascination with murder." "Lots of people are true crime buffs," said Len. "In fact, that's why I wanted to talk to you today. It's about the river killings. You've got a theory about 'em, right?" "This one's pretty wild." "Aren't they all?" Angie smiled, unpeeling another shrimp. "I'm listening." "The first murder, the Williamson woman, that one took place on the 3rd of April. So? The second murder was on the 7th of August, the third on the 31st. All 3 dates are a perfect match." "For what?" "For a series of killings, 7 in all, committed in 1888 by Jack the Ripper. His first 3 were on exact matching dates." Angie paused, a shrimp halfway to her mouth. "Wow. Okay, you did say wild." "And there's more. Alice Williamson, we know, was attacked near London Bridge, which is where the Ripper finally disappeared in 1888. They had him trapped there, but the fog was really thick that night, and when they closed in on him from both ends of the bridge, he just vanished, and he was never seen or heard of again." "Are you telling me that some nut is out there in the dark near London Bridge trying to duplicate the original Ripper murders? Is that your theory?" "That's it." "But why now? What triggered the pattern?" "I'm working on that angle." Len's eyes were intense. "I'm telling you this today for a vitally important reason." "I'm still listening." "You've become very friendly with Chief Gregory. He'll listen to you. He must be told that the 4th murder will take place tonight, the 8th of September, before midnight." "But You've got to warn him to post extra men near the bridge tonight, and he should be there himself." "Because of your theory?" "Of course, because of my theory." Angie slowly shook her head. "Dan would think I was around the bend. He's a realist. He'd laugh at me." "Isn't it worth being laughed at to save a life?" Len's eyes burned at her. "Honest, Angie, if you don't convince Gregory that I'm making sense, that I'm onto a real pattern here, then another woman is going to get her throat slashed open near London Bridge tonight." Angie pushed her plate away. "You sure do know how to spoil a terrific lunch." That afternoon, back at River House, Angie tried to make sense of Len's theory. The fact that these murders had fallen on the same dates as 3 murders a century earlier was interesting and curious, but not enough to set a hard-minded man like Gregory in motion. It was crazy, but still Len might be on to something. At least she could phone Dan and suggest dinner in the village. She could tell him what Len said, and then he would be there in the area just in case something happened. Dan said yes, they'd meet at the City of London Arms. When Angie left for the village that night, she carried a pearl-handled .32 caliber automatic in her purse. Just if. Dan was late. On the phone he'd mentioned a meeting with the city council, so maybe that was it. The village was quiet, nearly empty of tourists. Angie waited, seated on a park bench near the restaurant, nervous in spite of herself, thinking that, alone, her back to the trees, thick shadow trees, vulnerable, maybe she should wait inside at the bar. A tall figure moving toward her, behind her, a thick-fingered hand reaching out for her. She flinched back, eyes wide, fingers closing on the automatic inside her open purse. "Didn't mean to scare you." It was Dan. His grin made her relax. I've been a little nervous today.
Over what?
Something Lynn Esterly told me. She took his arm. I'll tell you all about it at dinner. Lost her. Can't with him. And they went inside. So what do you think? Angie asked. They were having an after-dinner drink. The booths around them were silent, unoccupied. I think your friend's imagination is working overtime. Angie frowned. I knew you'd say something like that. Dan leaned forward, taking her hand. You don't really believe there's going to be another murder in this area tonight just because she says so, do you? No, I guess I don't really believe that. And she guessed she didn't. But there, walking idly on the bridge, looking down at the water, alone, young woman alone, her throat naked, skin naked and long-necked, open to me, blade sharp, sharp, soft throat. A dark, pulsing glide onto the bridge, a swift reaching out, a small, choked cry of shocked horror, a sudden drawn-across half-moon of bright crimson, and the body falling into deep Colorado waters. Although Dan Gregory was a skeptic, he was not a fool. He ordered the entire village area closed to tourists and began a thorough search, which proved rewarding. An object was found on the bridge, wedged into an aperture between two stones below one of the main arches, a surgeon's scalpel with fresh blood on it, and with blackened stains on the handle and blade. It was confirmed that the fresh blood matched that of the latest victim. The dark stains proved to be dried blood, but they did not match the blood types of the other 3 murder victims. It was old blood. Very old. Lab tests revealed that the bloodstains had remained on the scalpel for approximately 100 years, dating back to the 1880s. Are you Angela Shepherd? A quiet Sunday morning along the river. Angie was repairing a water-damaged section of dock, briskly hammering in fresh nails, and had not heard the woman walk up behind her. She put down the claw-hammer, stood pushing back her hair. Yes, I'm Angie Shepherd. Who are you? Lenore Harper. I'm a journalist. What paper? Freelance. Could we talk? Angie gestured toward the house. Lenore was tall, trim-bodied, with penetrating green eyes. Want a Coke? Asked Angie. Afraid it's all I've got. I wasn't expecting company. No, I'm fine, said Lenore, seating herself on the living-room couch and removing a small notepad from her purse. You're doing the story on the river killings, right? Lenore nodded. But I'm going after something different. That's why I came to you. Why me? Well, you discovered the first body. Angie sat down in a chair opposite the couch, ran a hand through her hair. I didn't discover anything. When the body drifted downriver against the dock, I happened to be there. That's all there is to it. Were you shocked? Frightened? Sickened is a better word. I don't enjoy seeing people with their throats cut. Of course, I understand, but... Angie stood up. Look, there's really nothing more I can tell you. If you want facts on the case, talk to Chief Gregory at the police department. I'm more interested in ideas, emotions, in personal reactions to these killings. I'd like to know your ideas, your theories. If you want to talk theory, go see Lynn Esterly. She's got some original ideas on the case. Lynn's a true crime buff. She'll probably be anxious to help you. Sounds like a good lead. Where can I find her? Lake Havasu High. She teaches English there. Great. Lenore put away her notepad, then shook Angie's hand. You've been very kind. Appreciate your talking to me. No problem. Angie looked deeply into Lenore Harper's green eyes. Something about her I like, she thought. Maybe I've made a new friend. Well, good luck with your story, she said. Lenore's talk with Lynn Esterly bore colorful results. The following day's paper carried an exclusive feature interview by Lenore Harper. "Is River Killer another Jack the Ripper?" the headline asked. Then below it, a subheading, "Havasu High Teacher Traces Century-Old Murder Pattern." According to the story, if the killer continued to follow the original Ripper's pattern, he would strike again on the 30th of September, and not once but twice. On the night of September 30th, 1888, Jack the Ripper butchered 2 women in London's Whitechapel district, victims number 5 and number 6. Would these gruesome double murders be repeated here in Lake Havasu? The story ended with a large question mark. Angie on the phone to Lynn. "Maybe I did the wrong thing sending her to see you." "Why? I like her. She really listened to me." "I just get the feeling that her story makes you, well, a kind of target." "I doubt that. The killer knows all about you now. Even your picture was there in the paper. He knows that you're doing all this special research, that you worked out the whole copycat Ripper idea." "So what? I can't catch him. That's up to the police. He's not going to bother with me. Getting my theory into print was important. Now that his sick little game has been exposed, maybe he'll quit. Might not be fun for him anymore. These weirdos are like that. Angie, it could all be over." "So you're not sore at me for sending her to you?" "Are you kidding? For once someone has taken a theory of mine seriously enough to print it. Makes all this work mean something. Hell, I'm a celebrity now." "That's what worries me." And their conversation ended. Angie had been correct in her hunch regarding Lenore Harper. The 2 women did become friends. As a freelance journalist, Lenore had roved the world, while Angie had spent her entire life in Arizona. Europe seemed to her exotic and impossibly far away. She was fascinated with Lenore's tales of global travel and of her childhood and early schooling in London. On the night of September 30th, Lynn Esterly turned down Angie's invitation to spend the evening at River House. "I'm into something new, something really exciting on this Ripper thing," Lynn told her. "But I need to do more research. If what I think is true, then a lot of people are going to be surprised." "God," sighed Angie, "how you love being mysterious." "Guilty as charged," admitted Lynn. "Anyhow, I'll feel a lot safer working at the library in the middle of town than being out there on that desolate river with you." "Dan's taking your ideas seriously," Angie told her. "He's still got the village closed to tourists, and he's bringing in extra men tonight in case you're right about the possibility of a double murder." "I want to be wrong, Angie. Honest to God, I do. Maybe this creep has been scared off by all the publicity. Maybe tonight will prove that. But to be on the safe side, if I were you, I'd spend the night in town, not alone out there in that damn haunted castle of yours." "Okay, you've made your point. I'll take in a movie, then meet Dan later. Ought to be safe enough with the chief of police, eh?" "Absolutely. And by tomorrow I may have a big surprise for you. This is like a puzzle that's finally coming together. It's exciting. Call me in the morning?" "That's a promise." And they rang off. 10 p.m., Lynn working alone in the reference room on the second floor of the city library. The building had been closed to the public for 2 hours. Even the staff had gone. But as a teacher, Lynn had special privileges, and her own key. A heavy night silence. Just the shuffling sound of her books, the faint scratch of her ballpoint pen, her own soft breathing. When the outside door to the parking lot clicked open on the floor below her, Lynn didn't hear it. The Ripper glided upward, a dark spider shape on the stairs. And she's there, waiting to meet me, heart pumping blood for the blade. Reached the second floor, moved down the silent hallway to the reference room, pumping crimson, pushed open the door, pumping. To her. behind her, soundless. Lynn's head was jerked violently back, death in her eyes, and the blade at her throat. A single swift movement. Pumping. And after this one, another before midnight. Sherry, 23, a graduate student from Chicago on vacation, staying with a girlfriend, out for a six-pack of Heineken, a quart of non-fat, and a Hershey's Big Bar. She left the 7-Eleven with her bag of groceries, walked to her car parked behind the building. Somebody was in the back seat, but Sherry didn't know that. She got in, fished for the ignition key in her purse, and heard a sliding, rustling sound behind her. Twisted in sudden, breathless panic. Ripper. Angie did not attend Lynn Esterly's funeral. She refused to see Dan or Lenore, cancelled her tours, stocked her boat with food, and took it far upriver, living like a wounded animal. She allowed the river itself to soothe and comfort her, not speaking to anyone, drifting into tiny coves and inlets, until the wounds began to heal, until she had regained sufficient emotional strength to return to Lake Havasu City. She phoned Dan. "I'm back. I've been trying to trace you. Even ran a copter upriver, but I guess you didn't want to be found." "I was all right." "I know that, Angie. I wasn't worried about you, especially after we caught him. That was what I wanted to find you for, to tell you the news. We got the bastard." "The river killer?" "Yeah. Calls himself Bloody Jack. Says that he's the ghost of the Ripper." "But how did you—" "We spotted this guy prowling near the bridge about a week ago. He'd been living in a shack by the river, up near Mesquite Campground. One of my men followed him there. Walked right in and made the arrest." "And he admitted he was the killer?" "Bragged about it. Couldn't wait to get his picture in the papers." "Dan, are you sure he's the right man?" "Hell, we've got a ton of evidence. We found several weapons in the shack, including surgical knives. 3 scalpels. And he had the newspaper stories on each of his murders tacked to the wall. He'd slashed the faces of all the women, their pictures, I mean. Deep knife cuts in each news photo." "That's sick," said Angie. "And we have a witness who saw him go into that 7-Eleven on the night of the double murder, where the college girl was killed. He's the one, all right. A real psycho." "Can I see you tonight?" "I need to be with you, Dan." "I need you just as much. Meet you soon as I've finished here at the office. And hey." "Yes?" "I've missed you." That night they made love in the moonlight, with the silken whisper of the river as erotic accompaniment. Lying naked in bed, side by side, they listened to the night crickets, and touched each other gently, as if to make certain all of this was real for both of them. "Murder is an awful way to meet somebody," said Angie, leaning close to him, her eyes shining in the darkness. "But I'm glad I met you. I never thought I could." "Could what?" "Find someone to love. To really love." "Well, you've found me," he said quietly. "And I've found you." She giggled. "You're—" "I know," he grinned. "You do that to me." And they made love again. And the Colorado rippled its languorous night waters. And from the dark woods a tall figure watched them. It wasn't over. Another month passed. With the self-confessed killer in jail, the English village and bridge site were once again open to tourists. Angie had not seen Lenore for several weeks, and was anxious to tell her about the marriage plans she and Dan had made. She wanted Lenore to be her maid of honor at the wedding. They met for a celebration dinner at the City of London Arms in the village, but the mood was all wrong. Angie noticed that Lenore's responses were brief, muted. She ate slowly, picking at her food. "You don't seem all that thrilled to see me getting married," said Angie. "Oh, but I am, truly. And I know I've been a wet blanket. I'm sorry." "What's wrong?" "I just don't think it's over." "What are you talking about?" "The Ripper thing. The killings." Angie stared at her. "But they've got him. He's in jail right now. Dan is convinced that he's not the one." Lenore said it flatly, softly. "I just know he's not the one." "You're nuts. All the evidence is circumstantial. Oh, I'm sure this kook thinks he's the Ripper, but where is the real proof? Blood samples, fingerprints, the actual murder weapons. You're paranoid, Lenore. I had some doubts, too, in the beginning, but Dan's a good cop. He's done his job. The killer's locked up." Lenore's green eyes flashed. "Look, I asked you to meet me down here in the village tonight for a reason, and it had nothing to do with your wedding." She drew in her breath. "I just didn't want to face this alone." "Face what?" "The fear. It's November the 9th. Tonight is the 9th. "So?" "The date of the Ripper's 7th murder, back in 1888. Her tone was strained. "If that man in jail really is the Ripper, then nothing will happen here tonight. But if he isn't— My God, you're really scared." And she gripped Lenore's hand, pressing it tightly. "Damn right I'm scared. One of us could become his 7th victim." "Look," said Angie, "it's like they say to pilots after a crash. You've got to go right back up, or you'll never fly again. Well, it's time for you to do some flying tonight." "I don't understand." "You can't let yourself get spooked by what isn't real. And this fear of yours just isn't real, Lenore. There's no killer in the village tonight. And to prove it, I'm going to walk you to that damn bridge." Lenore grew visibly pale. "No, no, No, I won't go." "Yes, you will." Angie nodded. She motioned for the check. Lenore stared at her numbly. Outside, in the late-night darkness, the village was once more empty of tourists. The last of them had gone, and the wide parking lot was quiet and deserted beyond the gate. "We're insane to be doing this," Lenore said. Her mouth was tightly set. "Why should I do this?" "To prove that irrational fear must be faced and overcome. You're my friend now, my best friend, and I won't let you give in to irrationality." Okay. If I agree to walk to the bridge, then can we get the hell out of here?" "Agreed." And they began to walk. "Moving toward the bridge. Mine now, mine." "I've been poking through Lynn's research papers," Lenore said, "and I think I know what her big surprise would have been." "Tell me." "Most scholars now agree on the true identity of the Ripper." "Yes, a London doctor, a surgeon, Jonathan Bascom." "Well, Lynn Esterly didn't believe he was the Ripper. And after what I've seen of her research, neither do I." "Then who was he?" asked Angie. "Jonathan had a twin sister, Jessica. She helped the poor in that area. They practically sainted her, called her the Angel of Whitechapel. I've heard of her. Did you know she was as medically skilled as her brother? That Jonathan allowed her to use his medical books, taught her. Jessica turned out to be a better surgeon than he was. And she used her medical knowledge in Whitechapel." The stimulation of what she was revealing to Angie seemed to quell much of the fear in Lenore. Her voice was animated. "Keep moving. Closer." No licensed doctors would practice among the poor in that area. No money to be made. So she doctored these people. All illegal, of course, and at first it seemed she was a kind of saint, working among the destitute, until her compulsion asserted itself. "Compulsion?" To kill. Between April 3rd and November 9th, 1888, she butchered 7 women, and yet to this day historians claim her brother was responsible for the murders. Angie was amazed. "Are you telling me that the Angel of Whitechapel was really Jack the Ripper?" "That was Len's conclusion," said Lenore. "And when you think of it, why not? It explains how the Ripper always seemed to vanish after a kill. Why was it that no one ever saw him leave Whitechapel? Because he was Jessica Bascom. She could move freely through the area without arousing suspicion. No one ever saw the Ripper's face. No one who lived, that is. To throw off the police, she sent notes to them signed Jack. It was a woman they chased onto the bridge that night in 1888. Lenore seemed unaware that they were approaching the bridge now. It loomed ahead of them, a dark, stretched mass of waiting stone. "Closer." Len had been tracing the Bascom family history, explained Lenore. Jessica gave birth to a daughter in 1888, the same year she vanished on the bridge. The line continued through her granddaughter, born in 1915, and her great-granddaughter, born in 1940. The last Bascom daughter was born in 1960. "Which means she'd be in her mid-20s today," said Angie. "That's right," Lenore nodded. "Like you. You're in your mid-20s, Angie." Angie's eyes flashed. She stopped walking. The line of her jaw tightened. "Bitch." "Suppose she was drawn here," said Lenore, "to London Bridge, where her great-great-grandmother vanished a century ago, and suppose that, with the completion of the bridge, with the placement of that final missing stone in April, Jessica's spirit entered her great-great-granddaughter. Suppose the 6 killings in the Lake Havasu area were done by her, that it was her cosmic destiny to commit them." "Are you saying that you think I am a Bascom?" Angie asked softly. They continued to walk toward the bridge. "I don't think anything. I have the facts." "And just what might those be?" Angie's voice was tense. Len was very close to solving the Ripper case. When she researched the Bascom family history in England, she traced some of the descendants here to America. She knew. "Knew what, Lenore?" Her eyes glittered. "You do believe that I'm a Bascom?" Harshly. "Don't you?" "No." Lenore shook her head. "I know you're not." She looked intently at Angie. "Because I am." They had reached the steps leading up to the main part of the bridge. In numb horror, Angie watched Lenore slide back a panel in one of the large granite blocks and remove the Ripper's hat, greatcoat, and cape, and the medical bag. "This came down to me from the family. It was her surgical bag, the same one she used in Whitechapel. I'd put it away until April, when they placed the final stone." Her eyes sparked. "When I touched the stone, I felt her. Jessica's soul flowed into me, became part of me, and I knew what I had to do." She removed a glittering scalpel, held it up. The blade flashed in the reflected light of the lamps on the bridge. Lenore's smile was satanic. "This is for you." Angie's heart trip-hammered. She was staring trance-like into the eyes of the killer. Suddenly she pivoted, began running. Down the lonely, shadow-haunted, brick and cobblestone streets, under the tall antique lamps, past the clustered Tudor buildings of old London. And the Ripper followed, relentlessly, confident of a 7th kill. "She'll taste the blade." Angie circled the main square, ran between buildings to find a narrow, dimly lit alleyway that led her to the rear section of the City of London Arms. "Phone inside. Call Dan." Picking up a rock from the alley, she smashed a rear window, climbed inside, began running through the dark interior, searching for a phone.
One here somewhere. Somewhere.
The Ripper followed her inside.
Phone.
Angie fumbled in her purse, finding change for the call. She also found the pearl-handled .32 automatic, the weapon she'd been carrying for months, totally forgotten in her panic. Now she could fight back. She knew how to use a gun. She inserted the coins, got Dan's number at headquarters. Ringing. Ringing. Lake Havasu City Police Department.
Dan. Chief Gregory. Emergency.
I'll get him on the line.
Hurry.
A pause. Angie's heart hammering. This is Gregory. Who's...
Dan. She broke in. It's Angie. The Ripper's here, trying to kill me.
Where are you? A dry buzzing. The line was dead. A clean, down-slicing move with the scalpel had severed the phone cord.
Die now. Time to die.
Angie turned to face the killer and triggered the automatic. At close range, a .32 caliber bullet smashed into Lenore Bascom's flesh. She staggered back, falling to one knee on the polished wood floor of the restaurant, blood flowing from the wound. Angie ran back to the smashed window, crawled through it, moved quickly down the alley. A rise of ground led up to the parking lot. Her car was there. She reached it, sobbing to herself, inserted the key. A shadow flowed across the shining car body. Two blood-spattered hands closed around Angie's throat. The Ripper's eyes were coals of green fire, burning into Angie. She tore at the clawed fingers, pounded her right fist into the demented face. But the hands tightened. Darkness swept through Angie's brain. She was blacking out. Die, bitch! She was dying. Did she hear a siren? Was it real or in her mind? A second siren joined the first, filling the night darkness. Bleeding. My blood. Wrong. All wrong. A dozen police cars roared into the lot, tires sliding on the night-damp tarmac.
Dan!
The Ripper's hands dropped away from Angie's throat. The tall figure turned, ran for the bridge, and was trapped there. Police were closing in from both sides of the vast structure. Angie and Dan were at the bridge.
How did you know where to find me?
Silent alarm. Feeds right into headquarters. When you broke the window, the alarm was set off. I figured that's where you were.
She's hit, Angie told him. I shot her. She's dying.
In the middle of the span, the Ripper fell to one knee. Then, a mortally wounded animal, she slipped over the side and plunged into the dark river beneath the bridge. Lights blazed on the water, picking out her body. She was sinking, unable to stay afloat. Blood gouted from her open mouth.
"Damn you!"
she screamed.
"Damn all of you!"
She was gone. The waters rippled over her grave. Angie was convulsively gripping the automatic, the pearl handle cold against her fingers. Cold. William F. Nolan has 45 books and over 600 stories and articles to his credit, many in the fields of science fiction, fantasy, mystery, and horror. Recent books by the co-author of the novel Logan's Run include an anthology, The Black Mask Boys, a horror collection, Things Beyond Midnight, Logan, a trilogy, and Dark Encounters, a compilation of his best verse. The Final Stone is a variant of the story he scripted for a 1985 NBC TV movie, Bridge Across Time. Readers who saw that production will note dramatic departures in this prose version, not the least of which is a new identity for the Ripper. Irrelativity by Nicholas Royle. So what are we going to do for 2 hours?
Don't know. What can we do? I wonder.
Well, you're the one who lives here. You should know.
What's the best pub? You don't want to sit in a pub for 2 hours.
Why not? What's wrong with that?
Nothing wrong with it. It's just that we ought to be able to do better than sit in a pub. What do other people do?
Go to the pub.
Well, why do we have to be like everyone else? I thought you were different. That's one of the things I liked about you. We didn't go to pubs last weekend when I came up to see you.
I go with my friends.
Oh, I see.
They walked on in silence for a while, stepping from black shadow into dead orange light and back into darkness again. Trees and lamp-posts trailed past them on one side, park railings on the other. The lights of the city center receded behind them. He wished she would say something, but knew she was probably waiting for him to speak up. They'd exhausted the shops in the afternoon. Conlon's train had arrived at 2:30, and they'd spent the afternoon looking round the shops. Now at 6 they had time to kill before the film. Always a difficult gap to fill. Not enough time to go home, and too long for just a quick look at the park or cathedral. The situation was helped none by its awkwardness, the sense of the time spent together being an appointment. Arranged on the telephone, turning up at a particular time, hundreds of miles away from home for Conlon. But it wouldn't always be like this. When he and Caroline got to know each other better, they shouldn't mind having awkward time on their hands.
That abbey I told you about, it's just up here on the left. You want to see it?
Well, we've got to do something.
Oh, that's annoying, Caroline said, rattling the gate. It's locked. Never used to be. You could walk round later than this. Anyway, it's a bit eerie, and probably not very safe at this time of day.
I'd like it then, wouldn't I? You know my tastes. It was true, she did, after the afternoon's shopping. She hadn't known there were quite so many second-hand bookshops in her hometown. Crime novels, that's what Conlon had been looking for, and he'd found some as well, things he'd been after for a while. He'd been very pleased with the afternoon's purchases. It had occurred to him that maybe Caroline would want to go somewhere for herself. He'd asked her, but she reminded him that as she lived there she could go any time. It was his afternoon. He'd made the effort of coming down. They should go where he liked. She had seemed quite happy to follow. It pleased him also that she hadn't subjected his choice of reading matter to the usual pious criticism. Only when he'd picked up a case study of one of the recent heaven-sent murderers had she voiced an objection.
It doesn't seem very healthy, she'd said. It's morbid.
The fiction should be enough. Conlon had found this curious, but had let it pass, dropping the book and following her out of the shop. Ahead, colored lights blinked through the trees.
"What's that?"
asked Conlon, pointing.
"It's a pub. The Dog and Swan.
More studenty than most of the others. Shall we pop in and have a drink? Might be nicer than the ones in the town centre."
"Could do. But I thought you only went with the lads."
"I'm with you now."
"You don't have to be, you know."
"Caroline."
"Well, you don't. I'm sorry you had to come all this way. You can go home if you'd rather."
"Look, Caroline,
I didn't mean it that way. I wouldn't be here if I didn't want to be. I want to see you. Anyway, I like long train journeys. You get a whole different perspective on the landscape and things."
The lights were getting closer. The transition from dark to light under the street lamps less marked. Caroline looked at Conlon, but didn't say anything.
2. "What shall I get you, then?" "A black velvet. I'll go and find us somewhere to sit."
"A black velvet," muttered Conlon to himself as he pushed through to the bar, past young people wearing sweaters and spectacles, talking energetically. Caroline had been right. Students. Black velvet, though. It was a long time since he'd bought a black velvet for anyone, if ever. He just caught the barman's eye when suddenly the latter flicked his gaze away across the other drinkers at the bar. Seeing if anyone else should be first, thought Conlon, as he looked down the bar. He saw a television, bracketed to the wall, and tuned to a soap opera. Then a figure caught his attention, light in color, its back to the crowd, moving slowly through the drinkers to the door. Déjà vu. But where? When? He flipped through memories of similar situations, but came up blank. A dream, maybe. But when had he dreamt such a figure? The barman was becoming impatient. "Sorry?" "What do you want?" "A pint of lager and black velvet." "What?" "Black velvet, you know. Guinness and champagne, or sparkling wine in this case." The barman's look said it all. Conlon set the drinks down on the table. "Thanks, Jeff." "Cheers." They drank. "So, have you had a nice week?" she asked. "Same as usual. No one buys clothes in that type of shop anymore. It's all Topshop and Burton's now, but they won't listen. They're just old-fashioned, I suppose." "It can't be very interesting for you." "Interesting?" He laughed. "I'd rather get paid to watch paint dry." "What about the evenings?" "Go out with my friends. Like I said before, we go to the pub." "Oh, yes. What, every night?" "Most nights." "Don't you get a little fed up with it?" "Nothing else to do, is there? Except do a bit of reading. But you can only read so much at a time." "When I'm reading a book I like, I don't put it down until I've finished it. I can read a 300-page novel in 2 days. What did she want, a medal? No, Conlon restrained himself. That was uncalled for. She was trying her hardest. If the conversation was flagging, he was probably to blame. I tend to pick out stories under 10 pages myself. They've got more impact. That's if I'm not reading a novel, of course. But even if I am, I tend to lose concentration after 20 pages or so. There was a pause. Conlon found himself reflecting on the differences between them. Caroline changed the subject. "I wonder why they'd shut the Abbey?" 2 tables away, a girl with her back to them was slowly getting to her feet. Her dark hair disappeared in the dimly lit corner. A red-haired man rose above her, draping a beige cloth jacket around her shoulders. The jacket loomed. There it was again. It must have been in his dream of the night before. Now the man took the arms of the jacket and wrapped them around the body like bandages. The empty sleeves were of an improbable length. The image was absurd. Caroline's voice came out of nowhere. "Why was it locked? I don't understand it. It's never been locked before." The girl had stood up. Her off-white cloth-clad shoulders dominated the dark corner. He, Conlon, was outside, she within. Night was around them, or dusk. His eyelids began to close, and the shape to move. Dread filled him. The déjà vu feeling turned on its head, accentuated. "They probably locked it because of the killer on the loose," he muttered. "What? Jeff, what are you talking about?" She touched his face. He jumped. "What are you talking about?" "I'm sorry. I must be tired." He looked at her. "It was my dream. The dream I had last night." The girl in the jacket brushed past him on her way out. He turned round on his seat and craned his neck, but couldn't see her red-haired companion. He must have imagined him. Often he wouldn't remember anything at all of his dreams until later in the day, when, unannounced, an image sparked off a memory. Or had the dreamed image conjured up the real one? He questioned. There was perhaps a further step he could take this logic? He thought for a moment there might be, but it dissolved before he could isolate it for definition. "You work too hard," Caroline said. "Don't you have a day off in the week?" His mind refocused. "Yes, but I had to swap it for Saturday, so I could come and see you." They both fell silent. Caroline looked down. Conlon followed suit. Then, "I'm sorry." Conlon glanced idly at the television set. The remonstrations of the actors wound themselves audibly into the melee of voices in the room. The harder Conlon tried to unravel the real from the unreal, the more inextricably the strands intertwined. Still, Caroline didn't say anything. The drama limped to the edge of a cliff and left the screen, to be replaced by a local news flash. "The parents of the missing girls," the newscaster began to say, but was interrupted by Caroline, who touched Conlon's arm. "Don't let's ignore each other." "No, I know, it's silly." Conlon smiled. "Shall we go?" 3. "This is the prison," she told him. They had left the pub and walked further up the road. "And over there, on the other side, is my old school." Conlon stood reading the notice outside the prison, while Caroline ran over the road. "Hey, the gate's open," she called. "Come on, let's have a look round the grounds. Then it'll be time for the film." Conlon crossed the road, and they went in. The grounds appeared to be extensive and grassy, rather than restricted to an asphalt yard. "We're all right," she said. "There's no one here. They don't start back for another week or two. It is all right for us to have a walk round, isn't it?" "Yes, of course it is. We're not doing any harm. Anyway, as you say, there's no one here." They had reached the first of the buildings, low, squat blocks connected by covered passageways. Caroline went up to a window and peered in. "It's the main entrance hall," she said. "You go through those doors there, and you get to the canteen. And if you go that way, you get into those corridors over there that lead into the main building." "How long is it since you were here?" 5 years. God, 5 years. It's a long time. And this is the first time I've been back." "Really?" "Yes. I was glad to get out. You know, it's funny, it being opposite the prison. They used to say to us if we did anything wrong, 'You'll be sent over the road if you're not careful.'" "And did you?" "What? Do anything wrong?" "No, I don't suppose I did. Let's go this way." She took his hand and led him round the side of the building. They walked on a paved path bordered by grass. It seemed to lead to a series of long, low huts 50 or 60 yards away. As they neared the first of the huts, Conlon looked up and stopped dead in his tracks. "What's wrong, Jeff?" In the hut he saw a figure. The shape was human, but it lacked a head, or so it seemed. He couldn't trust his eyes, not after the incident in the pub. There was something strange happening. The almost palpable sense of déjà vu was on him again, clinging to his scalp, drawing it tight. Colors blurred in and out of focus. Shades, really. Twilight killed color. He blinked and narrowed his eyes to slits. Coarse linen, fine weave. The details were there. The shape appeared to move. A trick of the failing light. This was so familiar. Dimly, Conlon became aware of Caroline's urgent pleas for his attention. What was wrong? "My dream," he muttered. "What is it?" "It's a dressmaker's dummy, a mannequin. It's all right. You big baby, you're shaking. Come on, come here. Did you think it was someone in there?" He looked at it over her shoulder as she hugged him, its ambiguity destroyed. It was harmless. Just a tailor's dummy, the torso and abdomen wrapped in off-white linen. He broke free of Caroline, muttering thickly about the bad light, about how he was tired. He stepped up to the window and studied the mannequin. Below the linen-bound body, a wooden shaft gently tapered down to its division into 3 curved spindles, like miniature table legs. The head was replaced by a wooden stump of a neck. Conlon blinked and looked down, catching apparent movement inside as he did so. A familiar trick of the angles of vision, but he did look in again. He hadn't noticed before that one of the 3 legs rested in a patch of light. He had thought them to be all in shadow. Then he caught sight of the moon, which he remembered cast light and shadow as it moved across the sky. "I've always found them weird-looking, those things," Conlon said. He knew that he'd been too gruff with Caroline. "It's all right, Jeff," she said, taking his arm as they walked. Their path skirted a series of huts. Conlon saw mannequins standing guard among the desks and chairs, like teachers whose pupils were long dead and become dust. "What are these huts, anyway?" Conlon asked. "They look like those permanent caravan things." "They're called mobiles. See, they're just supported by these struts. They can fix wheels on and move them around." "I don't know if they ever do. They haven't moved since I was here." "They're just classrooms." "Jeff." The subject changed with her tone. "Did you get my letters last week?" "Yes, I did. Thanks." "I don't want to seem like a nagging old woman, but I didn't get any. You've only sent me one letter, and that took 30 seconds to read." "Look, Caroline, we've only known each other for 3 weeks. Don't start getting possessive. I'm busy during the week." Again they were silent for a few minutes. "There's a gate over there," Caroline pointed. "Let's get out. It's getting a bit dark." When they reached the gate, it was locked and too high to climb. "Damn!" Caroline examined the heavy padlock. "There's another one further along. Let's try that." This took them right to the back of the school grounds by the perimeter fence. On the other side of the fence was a public footpath, but the fence was too high. The gate, when they reached it, was locked as well. Conlon took Caroline's hand and led her along the fence past a stand of trees. "What are you doing?" she asked. "Come on," he said. "It's all right." He held her by the shoulders and kissed her. When she didn't respond, he said, "Come on, Caroline. We're alone. It's quite secluded. We've hardly had any privacy at all. Just a kiss. That's probably why we've been getting at each other a bit, you know. It's not good for you. 3 weeks and we've scarcely touched each other." He kissed her again, and this time she relaxed. He cupped her breast through her jumper and squeezed. She lifted her hand to bring his away, but he whispered in her ear, "We won't have a chance to be alone at your house. You said so yourself. Not with your mother there." Her hand fell away, and she let him. Her fingers now stroked the back of his neck as his hand crept inside her jumper. She shivered as his cold hand touched flesh, but she let him slip inside her bra and release her breast. He felt her swell under his hand. Her excitement encouraged him. She didn't feel his other hand move out of the embrace to unbuckle his trousers. With both hands now he fumbled for the catch on her jeans. She broke the kiss, and, realizing, pushed his hands away violently. His prick swung jerkily up at her, shocking him as much as her. "You didn't ask me," she said, the words knife-edged with accusation. "Oh, come on, please, it's all right," was all he said as he took a hold of her again. He'd forced the catch and shoved his hand down inside her briefs before she hit him about the face and brought her knee swiftly up into his groin. He doubled up, squealing with pain. She'd already gone, careering across the grass, readjusting her clothing as she ran toward the main building of the school. 4. Anger was the first response. He observed her flight as he waited for the pain to ease enough to allow him to give chase. She disappeared in the shadow of the building. Wincing at every stride, he ran after her. The moon lit his way, and also was caught in brief dancing reflections in the windows of the building, like sudden appearances, he fancied, of a sickly white-faced sentinel watching his progress. Straining his eyes, he saw Caroline's white shoes disappear around a corner. He raced to the corner and almost fell negotiating it. She had vanished. There was not just one building here, he saw now. There were several low blocks, as well as the main building, which was 4 or 5 stories high. All were joined by connecting corridors. He saw a pair of glass doors and ran to them. To his surprise, the doors swung open. Maybe there were decorators or cleaners at work in the daytime, and they were lax about security. This was surely the way Caroline had gone, but all the same he looked back the way he'd come. He'd been quick enough to have seen her, had she made for the gap between this and the next building. He was about to turn and go through into the corridor when he caught sight of a door in the wall of the smaller block opposite. As it was down a short flight of steps, he hadn't noticed it when he'd run past that building. The door was open. He barged back through the glass doors and ran across the narrow yard, almost taking a fall on the loose gravel. He let his eyes become accustomed to the dim light diffused by the windows. He thought about flicking the light switch on the wall to his left, but decided it was better not to call attention to their trespass. He was in a large classroom. The only other door was between him and the blackboard. It had no lock. He entered a low-ceilinged corridor. There were doors to the right and to the left. He glanced through the glass in each one and saw only tables and chairs silhouetted in the moonlight. As he proceeded, turning corners where required, there was little change. When some time later he turned a corner and saw a group of people standing 50 yards away, his heart leapt into his mouth. He stopped the scream in his throat when he saw what they were. Mannequins. Moonlight, dappled by clouds, played over their bandaged bodies, giving them the illusion of movement. Sweat broke out on his face and neck, and his stomach turned to acid. What was he going to do? They were only mannequins, he knew. But irrationality would have none of that. His fingers crept to his mouth, and his back to the wall, he slumped down until he was crouching. Unease had grown into fear. His predicament came home to him in terms of realization and guilt. He hadn't intended to be violent with Caroline. He'd wanted her. God, how he'd wanted her, all of a sudden. The risk involved of being outside, probably trespassing already, although the front gate had been open, this had added to his excitement. And she had fed his fire as well. She'd allowed him to go so far. Maybe he'd appeared experienced to her, and she'd either feared the dominating aggression of his manhood, or thought him mature enough to know when to stop. But he was a virgin, damn it. He didn't have the first idea what to do with it, other than what he'd seen, read, heard about, and guessed at. She'd let him do what others had only ever denied him, and he'd got carried away. He was, in that sense, still very much a boy. He would see if there was another way he could go. Through the glass in the next door he saw a room with a second door. Through the windows of the room he saw the beginning of a separate wing, to which the door in the far wall should give him access. He tried to visualize the layout in his mind. The mannequins had probably been stuck out of the way down a dead end. There would be a fire exit down there, maybe, but his reason suggested the corridor ended behind them. He was halfway across the room, surrounded by 2 silent sewing machines, when a gnawing fear gripped his stomach, turning it inside out. There was someone behind him in the corner, standing silently watching him. "Please let it be Caroline," he muttered to himself. He wanted to turn and see, but couldn't. It took every ounce of courage he never thought he possessed to finish crossing the room and close the door behind him before turning to look. A flap of linen had been torn from the mannequin's breast at some time. It hung limply, catching a little light, like the end of a bandage. Conlon struck off down the new corridor, with panic threatening to snatch away his self-control. He was searching for Caroline, but didn't want her to feel hunted. She was frightened of him already. He wanted to find her and protect her. From what? From the indefinable menace impregnating the darkened corridors and empty classrooms? From himself? He was the only definite threat to her. In his confusion he had stopped and leant against a door, staring vacantly through the glass. It was a good minute before he saw the girl, although she had been in his field of view for that time. He doubted the reality of what he saw, wanting it to be a mannequin. Fear froze him. The girl was about 14 years old, to judge from her body. She was quite naked. She stood between 2 desks, like an innocent gazing at the moon, which fell full on her face. As Conlon watched, unable to tear his eyes away and run, she turned slowly toward him, so that her body was properly and sufficiently lit for him to see everything. A long scar, crisscrossed with crude stitching, described a backward C on her abdomen, starting beneath the rib cage and finishing just above the pubis. More sickening, and this is what made Conlon retch and overturn his empty stomach, was the general condition of the girl's skin. It appeared to be completely dehydrated. Tight, narrow wrinkles were etched onto her body, but did not change its form. The eyes alone, still vital, stared at Conlon. He wished he could move. A dampness in his trousers distracted him and gave him that power. He sprinted down the corridor, his failed bladder almost a blessing, rounded a corner and crashed into a hard object which fell beneath him as he sprawled across the width of the corridor. It was a mannequin. He squirmed away from it and dragged his body into a crouching position. The corridor, he saw now, was a thoroughfare. There must have been 50 of the things, sickeningly like people standing around in groups. He hallucinated human legs moving in amongst the throng, and beyond them all he thought he caught the flash of white shoes turning a corner. He prayed they hadn't got Caroline. He had seen legs. 5 girls, replicas almost of the one he'd just fled from, were threading their way through the mannequins toward him. Was he back in his dream of the night before, playing in its predicted performance? The dream wanted him to believe in a connection between the girls and the mannequins. They were bound by some unreal metamorphosis and conspiracy against him. But he would not yield to the dream's seduction, for he knew, as surely as a dreamer knows, that there was no connection. It was part of the machinery of the dream, which, if he did not believe, would not exist. Damn the philosophy, he thought. Escape was imperative. Conlon's fingers tugged frantically at a door handle, and he found himself in a high-ceilinged classroom, empty of tables and chairs. Thank God there was another door, however. Over his shoulder he saw a girl enter the room as he left it at the other side. He ran, nearly falling, down concrete steps and reached a lower level. It was a tiled corridor. A faint luminous glimmer shed by a skylight showed the ceiling to be the same as the walls and floor. You could turn it upside down and no one would know, Conlon thought absurdly. Hearing the advance of his pursuers, he searched in the murk for a door. He found one. He slumped down inside his new room, his forehead against the door, praying that his entrance had not been observed. Please let them walk straight past the door, he begged of some imprecise divinity. His scalp crawled. His exhausted brain had not recognized that this room was not in darkness. Slowly he turned round. The light came from 6 fluorescent strips suspended from the ceiling. They shone down with nightmare clarity on benches with gas taps and sinks. It was a chemistry laboratory. In the far left corner was an opening into what seemed to be a similar room. Between the opening and Conlon, a man stood naked. He was heavily built, in his late 40s maybe. Red hair covered much of his body, sweat slick on his chest and brow. His massive erection suggested Conlon had interrupted something, unless it was for his benefit, he thought, feeling his mind going. He fumbled behind his back for the door handle. It turned before he reached it. He spun round. The first desiccated girl stepped into the room, her face a seersucker mask. He backed away and turned again. The man took a step toward him. Conlon retreated to the wall. His only hope, his sanity demanding that he see it as such, was through the opening. There might be another door. He inched along the wall. The man swiveled to face him. As Conlon neared the corner, the man took a step toward him, and another. Conlon played his last card, and darted through the opening into the next room. There was no other door. In the seconds that Conlon knew were all he had left, he took in the scene. The fittings were the same as in the first room, but it was different. On a shelf at the back were several jars marked Natron. Stacked on a bench below this shelf were dozens of rolls of bandage. There was a girl in the room. Unlike the girls he had run from, this girl's skin was white and smooth. She was lying on a workbench, feet toward him. so that he couldn't see her face, but the body seemed younger and slighter than the one he feared to see. The man had obviously been at work. The incision in her stomach was stuffed with white crystals. One of the jars stood open next to her. She appeared to be otherwise unmarked. However, her legs had been forced wide apart, in an effigy of compliance. Conlon heard movement behind him, but did not swing round. He knew the scenario from his dream. The girls were standing in the opening, fingering their stitches. The man had picked up a scalpel from a bench and was coming at him. Suppressing his instinct for self-preservation, Conlon only sought to make sure of one thing before the dream played on. It was more important than comprehension, the knowledge he coveted. He ran to see the girl's face, but knew with the certainty of the dreamer that the truth would elude him as surely as his next breath. Nicholas Royle is an actor as well as a writer. Born in 1963, he has appeared in plays produced in London and Paris, including one, Colossus, that was written by another contributor to this volume, Clive Barker. His first short story saw print in the 26th Pan Book of Horror Stories, 1985. He is presently at work on 2 series of interrelated stories and a novel. The Hands, by Ramsey Campbell. Before long, Trent wished he had stayed in the waiting room, though being stranded for 2 hours on the teetotal platform had seemed the last straw. He'd expected to be in London just as the pubs were opening, but a derailment somewhere had landed him in a town he'd never heard of and couldn't locate on the map, with only his briefcase full of book jackets for company. Were those the Kentish hills in the distance, smudged by the threat of a storm? He might have asked the ticket collector, except that he'd had to lose his temper before the man would let him out for a walk. The town wasn't worth the argument. It was nothing but concrete, off-white tunnels like subways crammed with shops, spiraling walkways where ramps would have saved a great deal of trouble, high, blank, domineering walls where even the graffiti looked like improvements. He'd thought of seeking out the bookshops in the hope of grabbing a subscription or 2 for the books he represented, but it was early closing day. Nothing moved in the concrete maze but midget clones and the television rental shops. By the time he found a pub, embedded in a concrete wall with only an extinguished plastic sign to show what it was closing time. Soon he was lost, for here were the clones again, a pink face and an orange, and even a black and white. Or was this another shop? Did they all leave their televisions running? He was wondering whether to go back to the pub to ask for directions, and had just realized irritably that no doubt it would have closed by now, when he saw the church. At least the notice board said that was what it was. It stood in a circle of flagstones within a ring of lawn. Perhaps the concrete flying buttresses were meant to symbolize wings, but the building was all too reminiscent of a long, thin, iced bun, flanked by 2 wedges of cake, served up on a cracked plate. Still, the church had the first open door he'd seen in the town, and it was starting to rain. He would rather shelter in the church than among the deserted shops. He was crossing the flagstones, which had broken out in dark splotches, when he realized he hadn't entered a church since he was a child. And he wouldn't have dared go in with jackets like the ones in his briefcase, the long-stockinged legs leading up into darkness, the man's head exploding like a melon, the policeman nailing a black girl to a cross. He wouldn't have dared think of a church just as a place to shelter from the rain. What would he have dared, for heaven's sake? Thank God he had grown out of being scared. He shoved the door open with his briefcase. As he stepped into the porch, a nun came out of the church. The porch was dark and fluttery with notices and pamphlets, so that he hardly glanced at her. Perhaps that was why he had the impression that she was chewing. The munching nun, he thought, and couldn't help giggling out loud. He hushed at once, for he'd seen the great luminous figure at the far end of the church. It was a stained-glass window, As a burst of sunlight reached it, it seemed that the figure was catching the light in its flaming outstretched hands. Was it the angle of the light that made its fingertips glitter? As he stepped into the aisle for a better view, memories came crowding out of the dimness. Genuflecting boys in long white robes, distant priests chanting incomprehensibly. Once, when he'd asked where God was, his father had told him God lived up there, pointing at the altar. Trent had imagined pulling aside the curtains behind the altar to see God, and he'd been terrified in case God heard him thinking. He was smiling at himself, swinging his briefcase and striding up the aisle between the dim pews, when the figure with the flaming hands went out. All at once the church was very dark, though surely there ought to have been a light on the altar. He thought churches meant nothing to him any more, but no church should feel as cold and empty as this. Certainly he had never been in a church before which smelled of dust. The fluttering in the porch grew louder, loud as a cave full of bats. Come to think of it, hadn't some of the notices looked torn? And then the outer door slammed. He was near to panic, though he couldn't have said why. When he saw the faint vertical line beyond the darkness to his left, there was a side door. When he groped into the side aisle, his briefcase hit a pew. The noise was so loud that it made him afraid the door would be locked. But it opened easily, opposite a narrow passage which led back into the shopping precinct. Beyond the passage he saw a signpost for the railway station. He was into the passage so quickly that he didn't even feel the rain. Nevertheless, it was growing worse. At the far end, the pavement looked as if it was turning into tar. The signpost dripped like a nose. The signpost pointed down a wide, straight road, which suggested that he had plenty of time after all, so that he didn't sidle past when the lady with the clipboard stepped in front of him. He felt sorry for her at once. Her dark suit was too big, and there was something wrong with her mouth. When she spoke, her lips barely parted. "Can you spare—" she began, and he deduced that she was asking him for a few minutes. "It's a test of your perceptions. It oughtn't to take long." She must open her mouth when nobody was looking. Her clipboard pencil was gnawed to the core, and weren't the insides of her lips gray with lead? No doubt he was the first passer-by for hours. If he refused, she would get nobody. Presumably she was connected with the religious bookshop whose window loomed beside her doorway. Well, this would teach him not to laugh at nuns. "All right," he said. She led him into the building so swiftly that he would have had no chance to change his mind. He could only follow her down the dull green corridor into a second, and then a third. Once he encountered a glass-fronted bookcase which contained only a few brownish pages. Once he had to squeeze past a filing cabinet, crumbly with rust. Otherwise there was nothing but closed doors, painted the same prison green as the walls. Except for the slam of a door somewhere behind him, there was no sign of life. He was beginning to wish that he hadn't been so agreeable. If he tired of the examination, he wouldn't be able simply to leave. He would have to ask the way. She turned a corner, and there was an open door. Sunlight lay outside it like a welcome mat, though he could hear rain scuttling on a window. He followed her into the stark green room and halted, surprised, for he wasn't alone after all. Several clipboard ladies were watching people at schoolroom desks too small for them. Perhaps there was a pub nearby. His guide had stopped beside the single empty desk, on which a pamphlet lay. Her fingers were interwoven as if she was praying, yet they seemed restless. Eventually he said, "Shall we start?" Perhaps her blank expression was the fault of her impediment, for her face hadn't changed since he'd met her. "You already have," she said. He'd taken pity on her, and now she had tricked him. He was tempted to demand to be shown the way out, except that he would feel foolish. As he squeezed into the vacant seat, he was hot with resentment. He wished he was dressed as loosely as everyone else in the room seemed to be. It must be the closeness that was making him nervous, the closeness and not having had a drink all day, and the morning wasted with a bookseller who'd kept him waiting for an hour beyond their appointment, only to order single copies of 2 of the books Trent was offering. And, of course, his nervousness was why he felt that everyone was waiting for him to open the pamphlet on his desk, for why should it be different from those the others at the desks were reading? Irritably, he flicked the pamphlet open at the most appalling image of violence he had ever seen. The room flooded with darkness so quickly he thought he had passed out from shock. But it was a storm cloud putting out the sun. There was no other light in the room. Perhaps he hadn't really seen the picture. He would rather believe it had been one of the things he saw sometimes when he drank too much, and sometimes when he drank too little. Why were they taking so long to switch on the lights? When he glanced up, the clipboard lady said, "Take it to the window." He'd heard of needy religious groups, but surely they were overdoing it, though he couldn't say why he still felt they had something to do with religion. Despite his doubts, he made for the window, for then he could tell them he couldn't see, and use that excuse to make his escape. Outside the window he could just distinguish a gloomy yard, its streaming walls so close he couldn't see the sky. Drain pipes, black as slugs, trailed down the walls. Between grubby windows and what seemed to be the back door of the religious bookshop, he could see himself dimly in the window, himself and the others, who'd put their hands together as though it was a prayer meeting. The figures at the desks were rising to their feet. The clipboard ladies were converging on him. As he dropped his briefcase and glanced back nervously, he couldn't tell if they had moved at all. But the picture in the pamphlet was quite as vile as it had seemed. He turned the page, only to find that the next was worse. They made the covers in his briefcase seem contrived and superficial, just pictures. And why did he feel he should recognize them? Suddenly he knew. Yes, the dead baby being forced into the womb was in the Bible. The skewered man came from a painting of hell, and so did the man with an arrow up his rectum. That must be what he was meant to see, what was expected of him. No doubt he was supposed to think that these things were somehow necessary to a religion. Perhaps if he said that, he could leave, and in any case he was blocking the meager light from the window. Why weren't the other subjects impatient to stand where he was standing? Was he the only person in the room who needed light in order to see? Though the rain on the window was harsh as gravel, the silence behind him seemed louder. He turned clumsily, knocking his briefcase over, and saw why. He was alone in the room. He controlled his panic at once. So this was the kind of test they'd set up for him, was it? The hell with them and their test. He wouldn't have followed the mumbling woman if he hadn't felt guilty, but why should he have felt guilty at all? As he made for the door, the pamphlet crumpled in one hand as a souvenir of his foolishness. He glanced at the pamphlets on the other desks. They were blank. He had to stop on the threshold and close his eyes. The corridor was darker than the room. There had been nothing but sunlight there, either. The building must be even more disused than it had seemed. Perhaps the shopping precinct had been built around it. None of this mattered, for now that he opened his eyes he could see dimly, and he'd remembered which way he had to go. He turned right, then left at once. A corridor led into darkness, in which there would be a left turn. The greenish tinge of the oppressive dimness made him feel as if he was in an aquarium, except for the muffled scurrying of rain and the rumbling of his footsteps on the bare floorboards. He turned the corner at last into another stretch of dimness, more doors sketched on the lightless walls, doors that changed the sound of his footsteps as he passed. Too many doors to count. There was a turn, and almost at once there should be another. He couldn't recall which way. If he wasn't mistaken, the stretch beyond that was close to the exit. He was walking confidently now, so that when his briefcase collided with the dark, he cried out. He had walked into a door. It wouldn't budge. He might as well have put his shoulder to the wall.
His groping fingers found neither a handle nor a hole where one ought to be. He must have taken a wrong turning. Somewhere he'd been unable to see that he had a choice. Perhaps he should retrace his steps to the room with the desks. He groped his way back to the corridor, which had seemed full of doors. He wished he could remember how many doors it contained. It seemed longer now. No doubt his annoyance was making it seem so. 8 doors, 9. But why should the hollowness they gave to his footsteps make him feel hollow too? He must be nearly at the corner, and once he turned left, the room with the desks would be just beyond the end of the corridor. Yes, here was the turn. He could hear his footsteps flattening as they approached the wall. But there was no way to the left after all. He'd stumbled to the right, for that was where the dimness led, before his memory brought him up short. He'd turned right here on his way out. He was sure he had. The corridor couldn't just disappear. No, but it could be closed off. And when he reached out to where he'd thought it was, he felt the panels of the door at once, and bruised his shoulder against it before he gave up. So the test hadn't finished. That must be what was going on. That was why someone was closing doors against him in the dark. He was too angry to panic. He stormed along the right-hand corridor, past more doors and their muffled, hollow echoes. His mouth felt coated with dust, and that made him even angrier. By God, he'd make someone show him the way out, however he had to do so. Then his fists clenched, the handle of his briefcase dug into his palm, the pamphlet crumpled loudly. For there was someone ahead, unlocking a door. A faint grayish light seeped out of the doorway, and showed Trent the glimmering collar, stiff as a fetter. No wonder the priest was having trouble opening the door, for he was trying to don a pair of gloves. "Excuse me, Father," Trent called. "Can you tell me how I get out of here?" The priest seemed not to hear him. Just before the door closed, Trent saw that he wasn't wearing gloves at all. It must be the dimness which made his hands look flattened and limp. A moment later he had vanished into the room, and Trent heard a key turn in the lock. Trent knocked on the door rather timidly, until he remembered how, as a child, he would have been scared to disturb a priest at all. He knocked as loudly as he could, even when his knuckles were aching. If there was a corridor beyond the door, perhaps the priest was out of earshot. The presence of the priest somewhere made Trent feel both safer and a good deal angrier. Eventually he stormed away, thumping on all the doors. His anger seemed to have cracked a barrier in his mind, for he could remember a great deal he hadn't thought of for years. He'd been most frightened in his adolescence, when he had begun to suspect it wasn't all true, and had fought to suppress his thoughts in case God heard them. God had been watching him everywhere, even in the toilet, like a voyeur. Everywhere he had felt caged. He'd grown resentful eventually. He'd dared God to spy on him while he was in the toilet, and that was where he'd pondered his suspicions, such as— Yes, he remembered now. The idea that just as marriage was supposed to sanctify sex, so religion sanctified all manner of torture and inhumanity. Of course, that was the thought the pamphlet had almost recalled. He faltered, for his memories had muffled his senses more than the dimness had. Somewhere ahead of him, voices were singing. Perhaps it was a hymn. He couldn't tell, for they sounded as if they had their mouths full. It must be the wall that was blurring them. As he advanced through the greenish dimness, he tried to make no noise. Now he thought he could see the glint of the door, glossier than the walls, but he had to reach out and touch the panels before he could be sure. Why on earth was he hesitating? He pounded on the door, more loudly than he had intended, and the voices fell silent at once. He waited for someone to come to the door, but there was no sound at all. Were they standing quite still and gazing toward him, or was one of them creeping to the door? Perhaps they were all doing so. Suddenly the dark seemed much larger, and he realized fully that he had no idea where he was. They must know he was alone in the dark. He felt like a child, except that in a situation like this, as a child, he would have been able to wake up. By God, they couldn't frighten him, not any longer. Certainly his hands were shaking. He could hear the covers rustling in his briefcase, but with rage, not fear. The people in the room must be waiting for him to go away so that they could continue their hymn, waiting for him to trudge into the outer darkness, the unbeliever, gnashing his teeth. They couldn't get rid of him so easily. Maybe by their standards he was wasting his life, drinking it away, but by God he was doing less harm than many religious people he'd heard of. He was satisfied with his life. That was the important thing. He'd wanted to write books, but even if he'd found he couldn't, he'd proved to himself that not everything in books was true. At least selling books had given him a disrespect for them, and perhaps that was just what he'd needed. He laughed uneasily at himself, a thin sound in the dark. Where were all these thoughts coming from? It was like the old story that you saw your whole life at the moment of your death, as if anyone could know. He needed a drink. That was why his thoughts were uncontrollable. He'd had enough of waiting. He grabbed the handle and wrenched at the door. But it was no use. The door wouldn't budge. He should be searching for the way out, not wasting his time here. That was why he hurried away, not because he was afraid someone would snatch the door open. He yanked at handles as he came abreast of them, though he could barely see the doors. Perhaps the storm was worsening, although he couldn't hear the rain, for he was less able to see now than he had been a few minutes ago. The dark was so soft and hot and dreamlike that he could almost imagine that he was a child again, lying in bed at that moment when the dark of the room merged with the dark of sleep. But it was dangerous to imagine that, though he couldn't think why. In any case, this was clearly not a dream, for the next door he tried slammed deafeningly open against the wall of the room. It took him a long time to step forward, for he was afraid he'd awakened the figures that were huddled in the farthest corner of the room. When his eyes adjusted to the meager light that filtered down from a grubby skylight, he saw that the shapes were too tangled and flat to be people. Of course, the huddle was just a heap of old clothes. But then why was it stirring? As he stepped forward involuntarily, a rat darted out, dragging a long brownish object that seemed to be trailing strings. Before the rat vanished under the floorboards, Trent was back outside the door and shutting it as quickly as he could. He stood panting in the dark. Whatever he'd seen, it was nothing to do with him. Perhaps the limbs of the clothes had been bound together. But what did it mean if they were? Once he escaped, he could begin to think. He was afraid to do so now. If he began to panic, he wouldn't dare to try the doors. He had to keep trying. One of them might let him escape. He ought to be able to hear which was the outer corridor, if it was still raining. He forced himself to tiptoe onward. He could distinguish the doors only by touch, and he turned the handles timidly, even though it slowed him down. He was by no means ready when one of the doors gave an inch. The way his hand flinched, he wondered if he would be able to open the door at all. Of course he had to, and at last he did, as stealthily as possible. He wasn't stealthy enough, for as he peered around the door, the figures at the table turned toward him. Perhaps they were standing up to eat, because the room was so dim, and it must be the dimness that made the large piece of meat on the table appear to struggle. But why were they eating in such meager light at all? Before his vision had a chance to adjust, they left the table all at once and came at him. He slammed the door and ran blindly down the corridor, grabbing at handles. What exactly had he seen? They had been eating with their bare hands, but somehow the only thought he could hold on to was a kind of sickened gratitude that he had been unable to see their faces. The dimness was virtually darkness now. His running footsteps deafened him to any sound but theirs. The doors seemed farther and farther apart, locked doors separated by minutes of stumbling through the dark. 3 locked doors, 4, and the 5th opened so easily that he barely saved himself from falling into the cellar.
If it had been darker, he might have been able to turn away before he saw what was squealing. As he peered down, desperate to close the door, but compelled to try to distinguish the source of the thin, irregular sound, he made out the dim shapes of 4 figures standing wide apart on the cellar floor. They were moving farther apart now, without letting go of what they were holding. The elongated figure of a man, which they were pulling in 4 directions by its limbs. It must be inflatable. It must be a leak that was squealing. But the figure wasn't only squealing, it was sobbing. Trent fled, for the place was not a cellar at all. It was a vast darkness, in whose distance he'd begun to glimpse worse things. He wished he could believe he was dreaming, the way they comforted themselves in books. But not only did he know he wasn't dreaming, he was afraid to think that he was. He'd had nightmares like this when he was young, when he was scared that he'd lost his one chance. He'd rejected the truth, and so now there was only hell to look forward to. Even if he didn't believe, hell would get him, perhaps for not believing. It had taken him a while to convince himself that because he didn't believe in it, hell couldn't touch him. Perhaps he had never really convinced himself at all. He managed to suppress his thoughts, but they had disoriented him. Even when he forced himself to stop and listen, he wasn't convinced where he was. He had to touch the cold, slick wall before the sounds became present to him. Footsteps. The footsteps of several people creeping after him. He hadn't time to determine what was wrong with the footsteps, for there was another sound, ahead of him, the sound of rain on glass. He began to run, fumbling with door handles as he reached them. The first door was locked, and so was the second. The rain was still in front of him, somewhere in the dark. Or was it behind him now, with his pursuers? He scrabbled at the next handle, and almost fell headlong into the room. He must keep going, for there was a door on the far side of the room, a door beyond which he could hear the rain. It didn't matter that the room smelled like a butcher's. He didn't have to look at the torn objects that were strewn over the floor. He could dodge among them, even though he was in danger of slipping on the wet boards. He held his breath until he reached the far door, and could already feel how the air would burst out of his mouth when he escaped. But the door was locked, and the doorway to the corridor was full of his pursuers, who came padding leisurely into the room. He was on the point of withering into himself. In a moment he would have to see the things that lay about the floor, when he noticed that beside the door there was a window, so grubby that he'd taken it for a pale patch on the wall. Though he couldn't see what lay beyond, he smashed the glass with his briefcase and hurled splinters back into the room as he scrambled through. He landed in a cramped courtyard. High walls, scaled by drain pipes, closed in on all 4 sides. Opposite him was a door with a glass panel, beyond which he could see heaps of religious books. It was the back door of the bookshop he had noticed in the passage. He heard glass gnashing in the window frame, and didn't dare look behind him. Though the courtyard was only a few feet wide, it seemed he would never reach the door. Rain was already dripping from his brows into his eyes. He was praying incoherently. Yes, he believed. He believed in anything that could save him, anything that could hear. The pamphlet was still crumpled in the hand he raised to try the door. Yes, he thought desperately, he believed in those things too, if they had to exist before he could be saved. He was pounding on the door with his briefcase as he twisted the handle, but the handle turned easily and let him in. He slammed the door behind him and wished that were enough. Why couldn't there have been a key? Perhaps there was something almost as good. The cartons of books piled high in the corridor that led to the shop. As soon as he'd struggled past, he began to overbalance them. He had toppled 3 cartons, creating a barrier which looked surprisingly insurmountable, when he stopped, feeling both guilty and limp with relief. Someone was moving about in the shop. He was out of the corridor, and sneezing away the dust he had raised from the cartons before he realized that he hadn't the least idea what to say. Could he simply ask for refuge? Perhaps, for the woman in the shop was a nun. She was checking the street door, which was locked, thank God.
The dimness made the windows and the contents of the shop look thick with dust. Perhaps he should begin by asking her to switch on the lights. He was venturing toward her when he touched a shelf of books, and he realized that the gray deposit was dust, after all. He faltered as she turned toward him. It was the nun he had seen in the church, but now her mouth was smeared with crimson lipstick. Except that as she advanced on him, he saw that it wasn't lipstick at all. He heard the barricade in the corridor give way just as she pulled off her flesh-colored gloves by their nails. "You failed," she said. Ramsey Campbell's books include the novels The Doll Who Ate His Mother, The Face That Must Die, The Nameless, The Parasite, UK, To Wake the Dead, and Incarnate, as well as the collections Dark Companions, Demons by Daylight, The Height of the Scream, and Cold Print. He is also the editor of the anthologies Super Horror, New Terrors, The Gruesome Book, and New Tales of the Thulu Mythos. His most recent books are Scared Stiff, a collection, and the novels Obsession and The Hungry Moon. The Bell by Ray Russell. Ding-dang-dong, ding-dang-dong, ding-dang-dong. The damned, he thought. The forgotten souls in hell. Do they suffer more than this? Can they possibly scream louder, sweat more? Do they feel more excruciating pain? Then he told himself, "Don't be a fool. You don't believe in all that." She showed up once wearing a small cross around her neck. Got it through the mail, she said, from one of the charities she contributed to. It was a bit gaudy, mock gold, the basic shape swollen here and there by rococo digressions, studded with imitation diamonds and pearls, suspended on a slender chain. But its appeal, apart from the religious significance it had for her, was the stone located at the intersection of the crossing bar and vertical beam. This was not really a stone at all, not even a false one, but a drop of clear glass, a tiny convex lens, in fact, and when you closed one eye and looked through it, holding the talisman up to a strong light, you saw a simple line drawing of a kneeling figure, and under this the Lord's Prayer, the one with trespasses instead of debts, and without the symphonic "For Thine is the Kingdom" finale. In magnification it seemed the size of a billboard. Squinting through the lens at the prayer, he asked, "Are you a Christian?" She shrugged. "I'm thinking about it." Her voice was a soft contralto mist. "But it's hard to be a Christian, a good Christian." He uttered a favorite phrase of his father's. "It's hard to be a good anything." The first time she came to his place, he asked her what she'd like to drink, and she said, "It's not what I like, it's what my ulcer likes, and she likes Scotch cows." "Coming right up." He got out the milk and whiskey, saying, "I like them too, and I don't even have an ulcer. They taste sweet somehow. I wonder why. Scotch isn't sweet, milk isn't sweet, but put them together." He handed her a glass. They drank. The mixture was thick and silky. "You really have an ulcer? You don't seem the type. You stay cool, unhassled." "Maybe that's the problem. Maybe I hold in too much." "We'll have to fix that." "Will we?" "2 or 3 of these cows ought to help. Doctor's orders." "Yes, doctor." He had just made Ph.D. He taught an extension course in music appreciation 1 night a week, and she was one of his pupils. She had maybe half a dozen years on him. He clocked her at 35 or thereabout. During Lent she denied herself Scotch cows, sweets, and all forms of bread except for kosher Passover matzahs, although she wasn't Jewish, explaining that the Last Supper of our Lord, she always called him that, was after all a Passover feast, at which unleavened bread had been served,
the first Eucharist. The singing bread he contributed from his private fund of lore. In bed with him one day, smooth and subtly fragrant, wearing nothing but the cross, she reached behind her neck and unfastened the clasp, her breasts lifting so beautifully. She slipped the holy bauble off her neck and fastened it around his. He expected the metal to feel cold, but it was warm from her flesh. "Now we're married," she said. He almost replied, "You're already married," but it wasn't necessary. Her face furrowed at the unspoken thought. He was often tempted to ask her how she reconciled her infidelity with her obviously genuine religious convictions. What kind of deal or bargain had she made with God? This time he did ask her. "Don't be silly," she snapped. "You can't make deals with God." "People do it all the time, don't they? Dear God, please help me pass my exams, and I'll never take your name in vain again. That sort of thing. You scratch my back, and I'll scratch yours." She frowned. "You sound like my husband." "Heaven forbid." To distract her, he said, "Let's have some music. I bought a new record yesterday for the class. Old Blue Eyes." "Sinatra?" "Bach." He climbed naked out of bed into the late afternoon chill and put the record on the machine. Quickly he returned to her warmth. She wasn't really musical, but she liked the record, and asked a little later if it was religious. "No," he said. "Bach wrote a lot of stuff to liturgical texts, of course, but this is pure music. It's called The Art of Fugue. The last thing he wrote. Summed up his whole life's work, so in a way maybe you could call it religious. Hear those 4 notes? That's his name. B-A-C-H. I didn't know there was a note H. There is in German. It's B natural. Their B is our B flat. Listen now. Hear that?" The music had come to an abrupt, unresolved end, and the machine turned itself off with a click. "That's where Bach died," he said. A moment later he added, "In 1750. But the Art of Fugue wasn't performed publicly until 1927. Can you believe that? That's when Lindbergh crossed the Atlantic, wasn't it? A good year. But for the Art of Fugue to be premiered so late—" "Speaking of late," she said, glancing at the bedside clock, "I'd better get home and start dinner." She was always alert to the priorities of duty. She was the mother of 2 children, a boy and a girl. Her husband, he had learned a bit at a time, was unsympathetic to her religious feelings, making them the butt of his wit, sometimes in the presence of others. It was this, she said, that had turned her against him. "You're different," she told him. "You understand. You're interested." His interest was unfeigned, but he also liked the way her eyes looked when she talked about it. She said he was a religious man. He denied it. "I'm moved by the B minor Mass," he said, "and the Missa Solemnis, and the Verdi Requiem, and all that. But I'm moved by the sound, and maybe a little bit by the language. It's an aesthetic response, not a religious one." "Are you sure there's a difference?" "Of course there is." She said, "You're devoted to music, dedicated, almost like a priest. I read somewhere that the word religion really means bound, being bound to something." He smiled and kissed her. "Come on. I don't go in for that bondage stuff." With the small bright snap of the clasp behind his neck, lust became love. Deliver us from evil. When she said they were married, he knew it was true. The night of that day he had a dream about the little cross. In the dream he wondered what the prayer would look like if he peered at it from the other side. Would it be reversed, as in a mirror? He turned the cross around and put his eye to it. Foam-topped waves under a robin's egg sky, and clouds like drifting cotton balls. A color slide, he thought at first. But the waves were moving, rolling in and shattering on the rocky shore.
He marveled at the wizard work of miniaturization that had packed microscopic motion picture equipment into so small an object. Sound equipment, too. Breakers crashing, music soaring. When he awoke in the morning, the cross was still around his neck. He removed it and looked eagerly into the wrong side. Nothing. A gray blur. He got out of bed, smiling at the sudden recollection of an old friend who had owned a novelty fountain pen with a similar peephole at one end. When you looked into it, you saw a pair of pink young people coupling. But why should the devil have all the best tunes? After showering, he slipped the cross around his neck again. As he was stepping into his slacks, the bedside phone rang. It was his father. "Oh, good, you're home." The voice was weak. "Called a few minutes ago." "I was in the shower. Anything wrong, Dad?" "Well, I started to get these pains." "Did you call the doctor? Where are the pains?" "In the gut." "Yeah, he said he'd meet me at the hospital." "I'll pick you up right away." "I could get a cab." No, I'll be right over." His father was folded in two by agony. At the hospital, an injection dulled the pain and made him drowsy. His face was gray, and without dentures, collapsed in upon itself. Hours after sunset, standing in the drab alcove called a solarium, the doctor explained the situation to the son. Both men were dim with fatigue. The intestinal disorder, something with a Greek or Latin name, often could be controlled by special diet, but with an attack as severe as this one, immediate surgery was usually the only answer. An operation? 2 operations, actually, weeks or months apart. At his age? I know. And I won't kid you. It will be hell on earth for him. The convalescence will be awful. Both convalescences. He'll wish he were dead. The doctor went on to explain the operations in detail. If my mother were alive, she'd know what to do. The decision is yours. That's what it comes down to. He's in no condition to make it. What if he doesn't have the surgery? The doctor shrugged. He might recover without it. But he'll probably die. Not peacefully. Do I have to make up my mind right now? Go home and sleep on it. A fly landed on a dusty plastic plant, wrung its hands, and flew away. He couldn't eat dinner. He chewed absent-mindedly on a shard of stale matzo from an old box she had left in his kitchen some weeks before. "How can you eat this stuff?" he once had asked her. "It tastes like the Dead Sea Scrolls." He drank a glass of milk. He turned on the TV and looked at it for an hour without seeing it. Curled feetally in his bed, sweating, he muttered into the pillow. He'd never survive all that cutting, he said. He couldn't take it. All that pain on his back for weeks, then the whole thing all over again. The old guy never hurt anyone in his life. I can't do it to him. His muttering had merged into unvoiced thought. Tightly he clutched the cross that still hung from his neck. "Listen," he said silently. "Can we make a trade? I'll give you something if you give me something. You scratch my back, I'll scratch yours. I want you to spare my father. Tell me what you want. What have I got that you could possibly want?" The sharp points of the metal and the facets of the glass gems bit into his palm. "All right," he said aloud. "You've got a deal." Seconds later he was sound asleep, peering through the dream lens of the dream cross at the pink young couple in motion, going at it hell for leather, under a flaming sky. That was all 3 years in the past. She hadn't understood his reasons for the breakup, and he couldn't explain. He'd said sanctimonious things like, "It's the only right way," and "It's better for your family," that rang false as lead coins. She'd dropped out of the class as well. He'd given her the art of fugue as a parting gift. The morning after making the deal, he had gone to the hospital, where he'd found his father sitting up and complaining about the food. The color had returned to his face, and he was wearing his dentures. He had greeted his son by growling, "When can I get the hell out of this joint?" He'd got out the following week, waving and winking at the nurses. The doctor hadn't tried to explain it. I said he might recover. Well, he did. Now the son, 3 years older and beginning to bald prematurely, sat in the same bleak solarium and listened to the same doctor. "No, there's no point in surgery this time," the medical man was saying. "It's gone too far, and he's too weak now, too old. You've got to do something." "We are. We're trying to keep him comfortable." "Until what?" "There's only one way it can end." 2 weeks later, his father was still hanging on, but the drugs had begun to lose their efficacy. "Hurts like the devil," the old man said, trying to smile. Another 2 weeks, and the doctor said, "I don't understand what's keeping him alive. He's so old and frail. I've never seen anything like it. Can't you do anything about the pain?" "He's doped to the eyeballs. The stuff just doesn't work anymore." His father looked like a brown, shriveled mummy, small in the broad whiteness of the bed. His lips were dry and caked. After some minutes his eyes opened and focused on his son. They were fogged by suffering. When his son leaned over to kiss his forehead, the sick man asked him something, but it was inaudible. "What's that, Dad?" The old man licked his lips and repeated the question. The voice, once so strong and virile, was like a puppy's whimper. "Why can't I die?" The question followed him home, repeating itself in endless playback like a loop of tape. The thought of death, his father's longing for it, made him slowly gravitate to a dresser drawer where he kept a black necktie. He had last worn it years before at his mother's burial. There was a dot of grease still on it from the post-interment meal. The funeral baked meats. Next to it was a small leather case containing old cufflinks, tie pins, gifts. He never wore them. And the cross. He held it up to the light and looked into the center stone. But the lens had become cracked, and the only word of the Lord's Prayer that still could be seen was evil. He gripped the cross, remembering the bargain muttered into his sweaty pillow 3 years before. Turning decisively, he walked over to the bedside phone and punched out the old number. He hadn't forgotten it. He hoped it hadn't been changed. Hoped she hadn't moved. Divorced and married again. Died. The phone was answered by an adolescent boy whose voice had deepened in the 3-year interval. "Is your mother there?" he asked the boy. "Hold on. Hey, Mom!" In a moment she was speaking. She sounded the same. He identified himself and added, "Can you talk?" "It depends." "Right. The thing is, I'd like to see you. Is it possible?" She didn't answer. "Are you still there?" "I was just thinking about it. I mean, why? I really do want to see you. I need you." "All right. When?" "Whenever you can, as soon as possible." "Yes, Reverend." "What?" "I'll be glad to take over the Bible class tonight. I'll be there at 8. "Wonderful. I'm still at the same place." Twice before she arrived, he phoned the hospital, only to hear the expected immutable report, "No change." She looked no older. She wore the same delicate perfume. His dormant feeling for her returned in a flash of warmth. He embraced her, and they kissed. She tasted the same, too. "What's in the package?" he asked. "Got to be either a pizza or a record." "Old Blue Eyes," she said, slipping the Art of Fugue out of the wrapping. "You still have that?" "I've grown fond of it." "And you still have that?" The cross dangling from his neck.
he said. "So you made the plunge." "Plunge?"
"Became a Christian."
"Why do you say that?"
"All that reverend business on the phone."
"Oh, no, I'm still on the brink, but I do attend a Bible history class in the neighborhood, and sometimes I stand in for Reverend Hubing if he's called away. He says I'm his star pupil. We have all kinds in the class, a Jewish lady, a Catholic, a couple of Methodists, even an atheist."
"Your husband?"
"No." "How about a Scotch cow?" "Fine. I'll whip 'em up. Put on the record, why don't you?"
Only token sips were taken of the drinks, for they were both impatient to make up for 3 years' lost time, and as the glowing spiral of music spun near its unconcluded end, he probed her, deeply, surely, trustful that his flesh was a blade of mercy, severing the bargain, delivering the good old man from pain, from life. While she was still in his arms, the phone rang. He reached out from the bed and answered it. The doctor announced the sad, welcome news. "Thank you," he said quietly, and hung up. When he turned back to her, he saw that her face was suddenly contorted. She gasped and desperately clutched her naked belly. Later, in the same hospital, the same doctor was saying, "The injection we gave her will start working right away." She was screaming piteously in the bed, sweat streaming from every pore of her flesh, eyes rolling in terror and disbelief. "I didn't bargain for this," he whispered. The doctor looked at him blankly. She once had said, "You can't make deals with God." The damned, he thought, the forgotten souls in hell, did they suffer more than this? Can they possibly scream louder, sweat more? Do they feel more excruciating pain? Then he told himself, "Don't be a fool. You don't believe in all that." A hospital functionary was asking him the name of her next of kin. He gave the husband's name, address, phone number. Meanwhile, the doctor was muttering, "No, I think it's a little bit more complicated than an ulcer. Looks like it may be the same sort of thing your father had, but we can't be sure without tests. Has she been sick very long, do you know? Any medical treatment at all, other than those damned Scotch cows? I wish I knew her doctor's name, because the condition appears to be pretty far progressed. I guess the husband will be able to give us that information when he gets here." She sank finally into drugged torpor and soft moans, so he let himself stagger out into the corridor and into the solarium. Somebody had left a newspaper on one of the chairs, folded to a garish advertisement for a sale. "Bargains, bargains, bargains," were promised in a bold headline across the top of the page. Bargains, he thought. There are all kinds of bargains. Another fly hovered over the same plastic plant. Or was it the same fly, another plastic plant? He wondered dully. It touched down briefly. As it buzzed off, he said silently, indignantly, "Damn it, I thought we had a deal." The fly buzzed past his head. He brushed it away as he felt a cold response from deep inside himself. "You did have a deal," the dark, unspoken voice assured him. "But with whom?" The 3 syllables clanged in his mind over and over, like a triplet of notes struck on an underground bell. Ding-dang-dong, sour and hollow, a fearsome fugue, eternally entwining, endlessly repeated. Ding-dang-dong, ding-dang-dong. But with whom? Ding-dang-dong. He left the hospital quickly, to escape the husband and anyone else. He knew there would be no escaping the bell. That he would hear forever. Ray Russell's books include the novels The Case Against Satan, The Colony, Incubus, Princess Pamela, and The Bishop's Daughter, and the collections Sardonicus and Other Stories, The Book of Hell, and The Devil's Mirror.
His latest book is Haunted Castles. At present, the former executive editor of Playboy is occupied with the writing of another novel, a long poem, and, of course, short stories. Always short stories. Lost Souls by Clive Barker. Everything the blind woman had told Harry she'd seen was undeniably real. Whatever inner eye Norma Payne possessed, that extraordinary skill that allowed her to scan the island of Manhattan from the Broadway Bridge to Battery Park and yet not move an inch from her tiny room on 75th, that eye was as sharp as any knife juggler's. Here was the derelict house on Ridge Street, with the smoke stains besmirching the brick. Here was the dead dog that she'd described, lying on the sidewalk as though asleep, but that it lacked half its head. Here, too, if Norma was to be believed, was the demon that Harry had come in search of, the shy and sublimely malignant Sha-Sha. The house was hot, Harry thought, a likely place for a desperado of Sha-Sha's elevation to be in residence. Though the infernal brethren could be a loutish lot, to be certain, it was Christian propaganda which sold them as dwellers in excrement and ice. The escaped demon was more likely to be downing fly eggs and vodka at the Waldorf Astoria than concealing itself amongst such wretchedness. But Harry had gone to the blind clairvoyant in desperation, having failed to locate Sha-Sha by any means conventionally available to a private eye such as himself. He was, he had admitted to her, responsible for the fact that the demon was loose at all. It seemed he'd never learned, in his all-too-frequent encounters with the Gulf and its progeny, that hell possessed a genius for deceit. Why else had he believed in the child that had tottered into view, just as he'd leveled his gun at Sha-Sha? A child, of course, which had evaporated into a cloud of tainted air as soon as the diversion was redundant and the demon had made its escape. Now, after almost 3 weeks of vain pursuit, it was almost Christmas in New York. Season of goodwill and suicide. Streets thronged, the air like salt in wounds. Mammon and glory. A more perfect playground for Sha-Sha's despite could scarcely be imagined. Harry had to find the demon quickly, before it did serious damage. Find it and return it to the pit from which it had come. In extremis, he would even use the binding syllables which the late Father Hesse had vouchsafed to him once, accompanying them with such dire warnings that Harry had never even written them down. Whatever it took. Just as long as Sha-Sha didn't see Christmas Day this side of the schism. It seemed to be colder inside the house on Ridge Street than out. Harry could feel the chill creep through both pairs of socks and start to numb his feet. He was making his way along the second landing when he heard the sigh. He turned, fully expecting to see Sha-Sha standing there, its eye cluster looking a dozen ways at once, its cropped fur rippling. But no. Instead, a young woman stood at the end of the corridor. Her undernourished features suggested Puerto Rican extraction, but that, and the fact that she was heavily pregnant, was all Harry had time to grasp before she hurried away down the stairs. Listening to the girl descend, Harry knew that Norma had been wrong. If Sha-Sha had been here, such a perfect victim would not have been allowed to escape with her eyes in her head. The demon wasn't here. Which left the rest of Manhattan to search. The night before, something very peculiar had happened to Eddie Axel. It had begun with his staggering out of his favorite bar, which was 6 blocks from the grocery store he owned on 3rd Avenue. He was drunk and happy, and with reason. Today he had reached the age of 55. He had married 3 times in those years. He had sired 4 legitimate children and a handful of bastards, and, perhaps most significantly, he'd made Axel's superette a highly lucrative business. All was well with the world. But Jesus, it was chilly. No chance, on a night threatening a second ice age, of finding a cab. He would have to walk home.
He'd gotten maybe half a block, however, when, miracle of miracles, a cab did indeed cruise by. He'd flagged it down, eased himself in, and the weird times had begun. For one, the driver knew his name. "Home, Mr. Axel?" he'd said. Eddie hadn't questioned the godsend, merely mumbled, "Yes," and assumed this was a birthday treat, courtesy of someone back at the bar. Perhaps his eyes had flickered closed. Perhaps he'd even slept. Whatever, the next thing he knew, the cab was driving at some speed through streets he didn't recognize. He stirred himself from his doze. This was the village, surely, an area Eddie kept clear of. His neighborhood was the high 90s, close to the store. Not for him the decadence of the village, where a shop sign offered ear-piercing, with or without pain, and young men with suspicious hips lingered in doorways. "This isn't the right direction," he said, rapping on the perspex between him and the driver. There was no word of apology or explanation forthcoming, however, until the cab made a turn toward the river, drawing up in the street of warehouses, and the ride was over. "This is your stop," said the chauffeur. Eddie didn't need a more explicit invitation to disembark. As he hauled himself out, the cabby pointed to the murk of an empty lot between two benighted warehouses. "She's been waiting for you," he said, and drove away. Eddie was left alone on the sidewalk. Common sense counseled a swift retreat, but what now caught his eye glued him to the spot. There she stood, the woman of whom the cabby had spoken, and she was the most obese creature Eddie had ever set his sight upon. She had more chins than fingers, and her fat, which threatened at every place to spill from the light summer dress she wore, gleamed with either oil or sweat. "Eddie?" she said. Everybody seemed to know his name tonight. As she moved toward him, tides moved in the fat of her torso and along her limbs. "Who are you?" Eddie was about to inquire, but the words died when he realized the obesity's feet weren't touching the ground. She was floating. Had Eddie been sober, he might well have taken his cue then and fled, but the drink in his system mellowed his trepidation. He stayed put. "Eddie," she said, "dear Eddie, I have some good news and some bad news. Which would you like first?" Eddie pondered this one for a moment. "The good," he concluded. "You're going to die tomorrow," came the reply, accompanied by the tiniest of smiles. "That's good," he said. "Paradise awaits your immortal soul," she murmured. "Isn't that a joy?" "So what's the bad news?" She plunged her stubby-fingered hand into the crevasse between her gleaming tits. There came a little squeal of complaint, and she drew something out of hiding. It was a cross between a runty gecko and a sick rat, possessing the least fetching qualities of both. Its pitiful limbs pedaled at the air as she held it up for Eddie's perusal. "This," she said, "is your immortal soul." She was right, thought Eddie. The news was not good. "Yes," she said, "it's a pathetic sight, isn't it?" The soul drooled and squirmed as she went on. "It's undernourished. It's weak to the point of expiring altogether. And why?" She didn't give Eddie a chance to reply. "A paucity of good works." Eddie's teeth had begun to chatter. "What am I supposed to do about it?" he asked. "You've got a little breath left. You must compensate for a lifetime of rampant profiteering. I don't follow. Tomorrow, turn Axel's superette into a temple of charity, and you may yet put some meat on your soul's bones." She had begun to ascend, Eddie noticed. In the darkness above her, there was sad, sad music, which now wrapped her up in minor chords
until she was entirely eclipsed. The girl had gone by the time Harry reached the street, so had the dead dog. At a loss for options, he trudged back to Norma Payne's apartment, more for the company than the satisfaction of telling her she had been wrong. "I'm never wrong," she told him over the din of the 5 televisions and as many radios that she played perpetually. The cacophony was, she claimed, the only sure way to keep those of the spirit world from incessantly intruding upon her privacy. The babble distressed them. "I saw power in that house on Ridge Street," she told Harry. "Sure as shit." Harry was about to argue when an image on one of the screens caught his eye. An outside news broadcast pictured a reporter standing on a sidewalk across the street from a store. Axel's Superette, the sign read, from which bodies were being removed. "What is it?" Norma demanded. "Looks like a bomb went off," Harry replied, trying to trace the reporter's voice through the din of the various stations. "Turn up the sound," said Norma. "I like a disaster." It was not a bomb that had wrought such destruction, it emerged, but a riot. In the middle of the morning, a fight had begun in the packed grocery store. Nobody quite knew why. It had rapidly escalated into a bloodbath. A conservative estimate put the death toll at 30, with twice as many injured. The report, with its talk of a spontaneous eruption of violence, gave fuel to a terrible suspicion in Harry. "Sha-sha," he murmured. Despite the noise in the little room, Norma heard him speak. "What makes you so sure?" she said. Harry didn't reply. He was listening to the reporter's recapitulation of the events, hoping to catch the location of Axel's Superette. And there it was, 3rd Avenue, between 94th and 95th. "Keep smiling," he said to Norma, and left her to her brandy and the dead gossiping in the bathroom. Linda had gone back to the house on Ridge Street as a last resort, hoping against hope that she'd find Bolo there. He was, she vaguely calculated, the likeliest candidate for father of the child she carried. But there'd been some strange men in her life at that time, men with eyes that seemed golden in certain lights, men with sudden, joyless smiles. Anyway, Bolo hadn't been at the house, and here she was, as she'd known she'd be all along, alone. All she could hope to do was lie down and die. But there was death and death. There was that extinction she prayed for nightly, to fall asleep and have the cold claim her by degrees, and there was that other death, the one she saw whenever fatigue drew her lids down, a death that had neither dignity in the going nor hope of a hereafter, a death brought by a man in a gray suit, whose face sometimes resembled a half-familiar saint, and sometimes a wall of rotting plaster. Begging as she went, she made her way uptown toward Times Square. Here, amongst the traffic of consumers, she felt safe for a while. Finding a little deli, she ordered eggs and coffee, calculating the meal so that it just fell within the begged sum. The food stirred the baby. She felt it turn in its slumber, close now to waking. Maybe she should fight on a while longer, she thought, if not for her sake, for that of the child. She lingered at the table, turning the problem over, until the mutterings of the proprietor shamed her out onto the street again. It was late afternoon, and the weather was worsening. A woman was singing nearby, an Italian, some tragic aria. Tears close, Linda turned from the pain the song carried and set off again in no particular direction. As the crowd consumed her, a man in a gray suit slipped away from the audience that had gathered around the street-corner diva, sending the youth he was with ahead through the throng, to be certain they didn't lose their quarry. Marchetti regretted having to forsake the show. The singing much amused him. Her voice, long ago drowned in alcohol, was repeatedly that vital semitone shy of its intended target, a perfect testament to imperfectibility, rendering Verdi's high art laughable, even as it came within sight of transcendence. He would have to come back here when the beast had been dispatched. Listening to that spoiled ecstasy brought him closer to tears than he'd been for months, and he liked to weep. Harry stood across 3rd Avenue from Axel's superette and watched the watchers. They had gathered in their hundreds in the chill of the deepening night to see what could be seen, nor were they disappointed. The bodies kept coming out, in bags and bundles. There was even something in a bucket. "Does anybody know exactly what happened?" Harry asked his fellow spectators. A man turned, his face ruddy with the cold. "The guy who ran the place decided to give the stuff away," he said, grinning at this absurdity. "And the store was fucking swamped. Someone got killed in the crush." "I heard the trouble started over a can of meat," another offered. "Somebody got beaten to death with a can of meat." This rumor was contested by a number of others. All had versions of events. Harry was about to try and sort fact from fiction when an exchange to his right diverted him. A boy of 9 or 10 had buttonholed a companion. "Did you smell her?" he wanted to know. The other nodded vigorously. "Gross, huh?" the first ventured. "Smelled better shit," came the reply, and the two dissolved into conspiratorial laughter. Harry looked across at the object of their mirth. A hugely overweight woman, underdressed for the season, stood on the periphery of the crowd and watched the disaster scene with tiny, glittering eyes. Harry had forgotten the questions he was going to ask the watchers. What he remembered, clear as yesterday, was the way his dreams conjured the infernal brethren. It wasn't their curses he recalled, nor even the deformities they paraded. It was the smell off them, of burning hair and halitosis, of veal left to rot in the sun. Ignoring the debate around him, he started in the direction of the woman. She saw him coming, the rolls of fat at her neck furrowing as she glanced across at him. It was Shasha. Of that Harry had no doubt. And to prove the point, the demon took off at a run. The limbs and prodigious buttocks stirred to a fandango with every step. By the time Harry had cleared his way through the crowd, the demon was already turning the corner into 95th Street. But its stolen body was not designed for speed, and Harry rapidly made up the distance between them. The lamps were out in several places along the street, and when he finally snatched at the demon and heard the sound of tearing, the gloom disguised the vile truth for fully 5 seconds, until he realized that Shasha had somehow sloughed off its usurped flesh, leaving Harry holding a great coat of ectoplasm, which was already melting like overripe cheese. The demon, its burden shed, was away, slim as hope and twice as slippery. Harry dropped the coat of filth and gave chase, shouting Hesse's syllables as he did so. Surprisingly, Shasha stopped in its tracks and turned to Harry. The eyes looked all ways but heavenward. The mouth was wide and attempting laughter. It sounded like someone vomiting down an elevator shaft. "Words, d'amour," it said, mocking Hesse's syllables. "You think I can be stopped with words?" "No," said Harry, and blew a hole in Shasha's abdomen before the demon's many eyes had even found the gun. "Bastard!" it wailed. "Cocksucker!" and fell to the ground, blood the color of piss throbbing from the hole. Harry sauntered down the street to where it lay. It was almost impossible to slay a demon of Shasha's elevation with bullets, but a scar was shame enough amongst their clan. 2 almost unbearable. "Don't!" it begged when he pointed the gun at its head. "Not the face." "Give me one good reason why not." "You'll need the bullets," came the reply. Harry had expected bargains and threats. This answer silenced him. "There's something going to get loose tonight, d'amour," Shasha said. The blood that was pooling around it had begun to thicken and grow milky, like melted wax. "Something wilder than me." "Name it," said Harry,
The demon grinned. "Who knows?" it said. "It's a strange season, isn't it? Long nights, clear skies. Things get born on nights like this, don't you find?" "Where?" said Harry, pressing the gun to Shasha's nose. "You're a bully, D'Amour," it said reprovingly. "You know that? Tell me." The thing's eyes grew darker. Its face seemed to blur. "South of here, I'd say," it replied. "A hotel." The tone of its voice was changing subtly, the features losing their solidity. Harry's trigger finger itched to give the damn thing a wound that would keep it from a mirror for life. But it was still talking, and he couldn't afford to interrupt its flow. "On 44th, it said, "between 6th and Broadway." The voice was indisputably feminine now. "Blue blinds," it murmured. "I can see blue blinds." As it spoke, the last vestiges of its true features fled, and suddenly it was Norma who was bleeding on the sidewalk at Harry's feet. "You wouldn't shoot an old lady, would you?" she piped up. The trick lasted seconds only, but Harry's hesitation was all that Shasha needed to fold itself between one plane and the next, and flit. He'd lost the creature for the second time in a month, and to add discomfort to distress, it had begun to snow. The small hotel that Shasha had described had seen better years. Even the light that burned in the lobby seemed to tremble on the brink of expiring. There was nobody at the desk. Harry was about to start up the stairs when a young man whose pate was shaved as bald as an egg, but for a single kiss-curl that was oiled to his scalp, stepped out of the gloom and took hold of his arm. "There's nobody here," he informed Harry. In better days, Harry might have cracked the egg open with his bare fists, and enjoyed doing so. Tonight he guessed he would come off the worse, so he simply said, "Well, I'll find another hotel then, eh?" Kiss-curl seemed placated. The grip relaxed. In the next instant, Harry's hand found his gun, and the gun found Kiss-curl's chin. An expression of bewilderment crossed the boy's face as he fell back against the wall, spitting blood. As Harry started up the stairs, he heard the youth yell, "Darieux!" from below. Neither the shout nor the sound of the struggle had roused any response from the rooms. The place was empty. It had been elected, Harry began to comprehend, for some purpose other than hostelry. As he started along the landing, a woman's cry, begun but never finished, came to meet him. He stopped dead. Kiss-curl was coming up the stairs behind him, 2 or 3 at a time. Ahead, someone was dying. This couldn't end well, Harry suspected. Then the door at the end of the corridor opened, and suspicion became plain fact. A man in a gray suit was standing on the threshold, skinning off a pair of bloodied surgical gloves. Harry knew him vaguely. Indeed, had begun to sense a terrible pattern in all of this from the moment he'd heard Kiss-curl call his employer's name. This was Darieux Marchetti, also called the Cankerist, one of that whispered order of theological assassins whose directives came from Rome or hell, or both. "D'Amour," he said. Harry had to fight the urge to be flattered that he had been remembered. "What happened here?" he demanded to know, taking a step toward the open door. "Private business," the Cankerist insisted. "Please, no closer." Candles burned in the little room, and by their generous light Harry could see the bodies laid out on the bare bed. The woman from the house on Ridge Street, and her child. Both had been dispatched with Roman efficiency. "She protested," said Marchetti, not overly concerned that Harry was viewing the results of his handiwork. "All I needed was the child." "What was it?" Harry demanded. "A demon?" Marchetti shrugged. "We'll never know," he said. "But at this time of year there's usually something that tries to get in under the wire. We like to be safe
rather than sorry. Besides, there are those, I number myself amongst them, that believe there is such a thing as a surfeit of messiahs. Messiahs? Said Harry. He looked again at the tiny body. There was power there, I suspect, said Marchetti. But it could have gone either way. Be thankful, Damour. Your world isn't ready for revelation. He looked past Harry to the youth, who was at the top of the stairs. Patrice, be an angel, will you? Bring the car over. I'm late for Mass. He threw the gloves back onto the bed. You're not above the law, said Harry. Oh, please, the cankerist protested. Let's have no nonsense. It's too late at night. Harry felt a sharp pain at the base of his skull, and a trace of heat where blood was running. Patrice thinks you should go home, Damour, and so do I. The knife point was pressed a little deeper. Yes? Said Marchetti. Yes, said Harry. He was here, said Norma, when Harry called back at the house. Who? Eddie Axel, of Axel's Superette. He came through clear as daylight. Dead? Of course dead. He killed himself in his cell. Asked me if I'd seen his soul. And what did you say? I'm a telephonist, Harry. I just make the connections. I don't pretend to understand the metaphysics. She picked up the bottle of brandy Harry had set on the table beside her chair. How sweet of you, she said. Sit down. Drink. Another time, Norma, when I'm not so tired. He went to the door. By the way, he said, you are right. There was something on Ridge Street. Where is it now? Gone home. And Shasha? Still out there somewhere, in a foul temper. Manhattan's seen worse, Harry. It was little consolation, but Harry muttered his agreement as he closed the door. The snow was coming on more heavily all the time. He stood on the step and watched the way the flakes spiraled in the lamplight. No two, he had read somewhere, were ever alike. When such variety was available to the humble snowflake, could he be surprised that events had such unpredictable faces? Each moment was its own master, he mused, as he put his head between the blizzard's teeth, and he would have to take whatever comfort he could find in the knowledge that between this chilly hour and dawn there were innumerable such moments, blind, maybe, and wild and hungry, but all, at least, eager to be born. Clive Barker was already known as a playwright, Frankenstein in Love, The History of the Devil, etc., when his books of blood 1 to 3 were published in 1984. Only a year later, 3 more volumes of the Books of Blood appeared, as did a novel, The Damnation Game. That same year he saw a feature film, Underworld, made from his original screenplay, and he won both the British Fantasy Award and the World Fantasy Award. Upcoming, more films, a children's book, a fantasy novel, and further short stories. Part 4. Dying All the Time. Reaper, by Robert Bloch. After the kids have grown up and moved away, a new child comes into your house. His name is Death. He comes quietly, without the wail of an infant, and he won't keep you up at night or make daily demands on your attention, but somehow you'll know he's there to stay. As he keeps growing, getting bigger and stronger with each passing day, you become smaller and weaker. Sooner or later there'll be the inevitable confrontation, and when it comes, you're the one who'll have to go. Ross wrote these lines on the morning of his 65th birthday, then put them aside. He was tired of writing about death with a capital D. As an author of dark fantasy, he'd done more than his share of dramatizing man's mortality, and it was difficult to find a fresh approach. Too many writers had exhausted the idea. Death as an angel, death setting an appointment in Samara. Death taking a holiday, death trapped up a tree, death forestalled, death deceived. And it was all wishful thinking. There's nothing angelic about the Grim Reaper. He takes no holidays. He won't be fooled or forestalled. Death is an impersonal force, not an articulate and articulated skeleton swinging a scythe. Ross shrugged and left his desk. After all, a man is entitled to take time off and celebrate his birthday, even if nobody else cares whether he lives or dies. His parents and relatives were long gone, and he'd never married. During the years he spent here in an old house on the peninsula of Upper Michigan, Ross formed no friendships. He corresponded with his agent and editors, but his only personal contact with other people came when he drove into town for groceries. Ross was a loner, but he never felt lonely. Newspapers, magazines, and books came from his mailbox, and his children kept him company. His children stood on the bookshelves of his workroom, row on row, the novels with their stiff spines and sturdy skins, the short stories secure within the pages of magazines and anthologies. Some of them, transformed by translation, spoke in foreign tongues. Others appeared only in original editions, their voices weakened to a whisper by the passing years. But here and abroad, in or out of print, they still lived, still possessed the power to speak to new readers in time to come. Ross regarded them with parental pride, for even the least of the lot contained something of himself. He loved his children, and envied them, because they would outlive him. Eventually, of course, they too must die. Their spines would sag, their bindings fall apart, their pages crumble. But long before that happened, his own spine would cease its support. The skin binding his body would wrinkle and wither until what was within disintegrated. It was already beginning to happen now. Now, as the years took their relentless toll, as eyes blurred, teeth decayed, aches and pains proliferated, memory dimmed, and thought strayed from his control to focus on fear. Ross sought the sunlight outside his house, and went for a walk in the woods. But there were shadows lurking among the trees, and fear walked with him. Try as he would, he couldn't shake off the thought of death. Death with a capital D. Sooner or later it would come, bringing eternal sleep. To sleep, perchance to dream. This was what he really feared. The mind continues to function when you sleep. Suppose it continues to function when you die? Suppose consciousness lives on, even in the grave, in the deep, damp darkness where the brain lies buried within a rotting corpse, imprisoned yet aware, unable to escape from the ultimate eternity of hopeless horror. Does pain still register? If you avoid the terrors of entombment, will cremation bring a torment like the fires of hell? His mind dwelt on the ways the end might come, the sudden violence of accident, or even murder, or the slow agonies of terminal illness. As Ross walked on, the sunlight faded and the shadows deepened. There was no solace to be found here in the woods. Back at the house he prepared a solitary meal, and had a few drinks, but it was hardly a birthday celebration. The thought obsessed him. How would he meet death? And that night, after sinking into troubled slumber, he met death in a dream. There he was, the king of terrors himself, a gleaming skeleton, standing at the foot of Ross's bed. The bony fingers dangling from his left wrist were curled around an old-fashioned hourglass. The fleshless talons below the right wrist grasped the handle of a scythe. Ross stared at the cruel curve of the scythe blade, the blade of the Grim Reaper. Death, he realized, was not a child. The apparition before him embodied all the attributes of legend, the skeletal symbol of tradition and the tarot. Ross also realized he was dreaming. Wrong. There was no sound, but Ross heard the word, even as he saw the movement of the jutting jaw. No! Ross was talking in his sleep. You can't be real.
You're just a figment of my imagination." Death laughed soundlessly, but Ross heard him, heard the unspoken words that followed. "What about those books and stories you've written? All of them are figments of your imagination, too, but they're real enough. They exist because you created them." "I didn't create you," Ross murmured. "That's because there was no need," said Death. "Imagination possesses a power of its own, and the imagination of millions of men before you gave me semblance and substance. Believe me, I'm as real as you are, even more so, since you will die and I'll go on forever." Once more the soundless chuckle came. "Why are you here?" Ross whispered. Death motioned with his scythe, and the sound of the swishing blade was audible enough. "Your hour has come." Ross's head stirred on the pillow. "But I don't want to die." "Few men do, unless prompted by unbearable agony. Consider yourself lucky to be spared such suffering." Ross shuddered. "Please, I beg of you." "Beggars die, and so do kings. That's true democracy." Suddenly Ross became conscious of the creeping chill. His body was invaded by a numbing cold that turned blood into ice. "No," he gasped. "There's got to be some way." Slowly the skull nodded atop its bony perch. "You want to make a bargain, I take it." "Can that be possible?" Ross murmured. "Of course." Skeleton fingers stroked the scythe blade with a rattling sound. "Once I walked the world with this weapon and wielded it upon each man, woman, or child at the appointed time." Death shifted the hourglass cradled against his rib-cage. "But the world changed. Instead of a few thousands, there are millions of mortals, far too many to fall beneath a single scythe. At first I had help. Famines and pestilence, epidemics of cholera, bubonic plague, a score of other fatal diseases. But medicine advanced, and the numbers of survivors grew again. For a while wars solved my problem. Genghis Khan, Attila, Tamerlane, and 100 others in the past. Men like Napoleon, Hitler, Stalin gave me battles where 50,000 fell in a single day. I still have wars, even new drugs and bugs, but it's never enough. Not in this era of population explosion. That's why I'm prepared to make an offer." Ross scowled in sleep. "I'm not a ruler or a general, just an ordinary man." "I don't expect anything extraordinary," said the voice that was not a voice. "But every little bit helps. What do you say to dealing with me on a one-to-one basis? 1 extra year of life for each death?" "Immortality?" "I don't promise that. You may grow weary and decide to end our bargain. Meanwhile, let's call it a stay of execution." The jawbone of the skull quivered in silent mirth. Again Ross frowned. "But you're asking me to become a murderer." "You've already committed murder many times in your mind, and described the deeds on paper." "That's different. I couldn't actually kill another human being." "Why not? Life is meaningless. Everyone dies sooner or later." The skull's grin gleamed. "And you can choose whoever you wish. Think of the power I'm giving you." "I don't want such power." "Not even if it's power to do good?" Once more the bony fingers caressed the scythe. "Look around you. The world is filled with those who deserve to die. Make the proper choices, and you won't be dealing death. You'll be dealing justice." "It's still murder," Ross whispered. "Consider yourself an avenging angel," Death murmured. "Isn't there someone you know of who has forfeited the right to live?" Ross hesitated, then nodded in slumber. "You're right. There is someone. A man named Wade. The one who butchered all those women and got off with a life sentence, which means he'll be out again in a few years. I wouldn't mind killing a mass murderer." "Sorry," Death told him. "Wade happens to be one of my emissaries. We made a deal long ago, and he still has years to live, in or out of prison." Ross sighed. "Then I'll settle for the people who permitted such a miscarriage of justice. His scumbag lawyer, the nitpicking judge, the stupid jury." The Skull's grin seemed to broaden. "Don't forget the parole officer, who was supposed to keep an eye on him after a previous conviction, or the juvenile authorities, who turned him loose before that. If you expect to do away with everyone connected with the case, you'll be quite a mass murderer yourself." "But there must be somebody who's ultimately responsible." "You decide. The power to slay or spare will be yours alone. I'll never force you to act if you don't want to. That's part of our contract." "I still don't like the idea." Death swung his scythe. "Do you like this better?" He leaned forward over the foot of the bed. "Think of what I'm offering. 1 whole year in return for 1 little life. Choose your own time, your own candidate, your own method." "Suppose I get caught?" "You won't. Your whole career has been devoted to devising fictional fatalities, putting perfect crimes on paper. Use the same ingenuity in your own behalf, and there's no danger." The bony arm raised the scythe, and a blast of freezing air fanned Ross's face. "So what will it be? Do or die?" Ross stirred restlessly. "And if I accept your offer, what then?"
Skeleton shoulders shrugged. "Nothing. No contract signed in blood, no hocus-pocus. Just a verbal agreement. 1 life, 1 year.
Call it a birthday present." The Skull's eye sockets fixed on Ross's face. "Well?" "Done," Ross whispered.
Death raised the hourglass and reversed it. Slowly the sand began sifting down into the lower half, grain by grain.
1 year, Death murmured, and vanished. If, indeed, he had ever been there. In the light of the morning sun, Ross wasn't sure. The mind plays tricks. So does the body. By mid-afternoon he was back in bed, shivering in the sudden onslaught of chills and fever. Dreams can herald illness, he told himself. But as darkness deepened, the fever flamed, bringing visions. Death with his fleshless face and soundless voice, his scythe and hourglass. How soon would the sand run out? When it did, the scythe would swing, and he feared that scythe. Isn't there someone you know of who has forfeited the right to live? Ross tried to think. The mind is a computer, and in delirium the computer was down. Those rich writers with their fancy word processors, did their expensive equipment ever go down too? His mind was blank, blank as a computer screen. But now something flickered into view. A face was forming. He'd seen it many times before, and close up on television talk shows, peering out at him from newspaper pages, smiling smugly on the backs of book jackets. Kevin Colfax. He knew the name. Thanks to the media, everyone knew Kevin Colfax, famous author, owner of a villa on the Riviera, a fleet of classic cars, a 6th wife, and a dozen mistresses.
Romans à clef, that's what they called his books. He cannibalized from the pages of the National Enquirer and People magazine, took the lives of celebrities and turned them into pornography, grossly explicit sex and vulgar violence to feed the fantasies of mindless millions bent on mental masturbation. His steamy sleaze boosted him to bestseller lists, and the A-lists of parties where lines of coke were snorted by upwardly mobile arrivistes, who no longer had any place to go except where tripping might take them. But now he was where he really belonged,
on Ross's hit list. The face faded in the flush of fever, and Ross murmured through dry, cracked lips, "Kill Kevin Colfax." Perspiration bathed his body as he sank into slumber. When he awoke the following morning, the fever was gone, but resolution remained. Kevin Colfax deserved to die. The only question was how. There must be a way that left no clue. Poison? Over the years, Ross had researched toxicology and amassed an imposing number of reference works. Amazing how many lethal compounds existed that were easy to procure, or concoct from simple substances found in almost every household. Fast-acting, fatal, and almost undetectable if proper precautions were taken. Once he knew what to look for, Ross lost no time in finding it. The insecticide had been outlawed years ago, but he'd never bothered to throw it away, and still had half the contents in a spray can. A bit of boiling on the stove, and the stuff condensed, leaving a deadly distillate that would kill on contact. But how to make that contact? He didn't know Kevin Colfax, or anyone in the privileged circles which he orbited. There was no way of introducing a pinch of the poisonous substance into his food or drink, or the powder he inhaled through his nasal passages. Colfax was surrounded by personal security, designed to protect him from friends, foes, and fans alike. Fans. Ross sat down at the typewriter and wrote a letter. A fan letter to Kevin Colfax, asking for an autographed photo. He typed it quickly. The rubber gloves he'd donned didn't interfere with his speed, nor did they interfere as he added a drop of water to a smidge of the poisonous powder, turning it to a paste, which he carefully smeared on the gummed flap of the stamped, self-addressed return envelope enclosed in his letter. The name and address on the envelope were faked, of course, but the poison was real. Real and reliable. One lick and the tongue would absorb the fatal dosage, bringing death in a matter of minutes. Ross found Colfax's address in Who's Who, copied it on the outer envelope, affixed a stamp. Then he drove to a town 30 miles away from his own zip code area, and his gloved hand dropped death into the mailbox. After that, all he had to do was wait. 4 days later, he read the item in his morning paper. Police probe mystery death. New York, UPI. Authorities here are investigating possibilities of foul play in the sudden death of Florence Rimpau, 23, personal secretary of best-selling novelist Kevin Colfax. According to her employer, Miss Rimpau appeared to be in perfect health at the time of her collapse while working on correspondence. Paramedics were unable to revive her, and an autopsy has been ordered after medical reports indicated poison as a possible cause. Ross let the paper slip from trembling fingers, and several anxious days followed before a follow-up story appeared. Florence Rimpau was more than a secretary. She had ambitions of pursuing a writing career herself, and according to grieving family members, she was eagerly awaiting the publication of her first novel when death came. There was more. Results of the autopsy confirmed the poison theory, but investigation uncovered no clues. Kevin Colfax himself was quickly exonerated of any connection with the case. Apparently the source of the poison and the method used to employ it were not discovered by police or pathologists. Ross could congratulate himself. He'd never be caught. It was indeed a perfect crime. The perfect crime, but the wrong victim. Ross read and shuddered. He was responsible for the death of an innocent girl, blighting a bright future and bringing sorrow to her family and friends. Why hadn't he anticipated such a possibility? He knew the answer, of course. His eager act had been prompted by envy. It was jealousy, not justice, that motivated him to murder. And to what end? His self-appointed enemy, Kevin Colfax, was still alive. If anything, the publicity surrounding the mysterious tragedy actually boosted the sales of his books. The following months passed quickly.
but to Ross each day seemed an eternity, and the nights were endless agonies of guilt-haunted dreams. But time has a way of healing trauma and mending memories. As his next birthday neared, Ross realized that he had indeed survived another year. Of course, it really had nothing to do with his bargain, he told himself. That was only a dream. He would have lived on even without the nightmare about dealing with death. And once the pangs of guilt lessened, he found life sweet again. Just as he'd wished, there was time to read, relax, and enjoy comforts and diversions. And then time ran out. Time ran out one night as Ross lay in bed, tossing and turning, and cursing himself for a fool. Diversion had been his downfall. Diversion in the shapely form of one Janice Coy. Coy, he reflected bitterly, was hardly an appropriate surname for the young lady he'd casually picked up a month ago during an impromptu visit to a bar in a town nearby. At his age, sex was hardly an imperative. At least, he'd thought so until his encounter with Janice. He'd gone to the bar just for a drink, and it came as something of a surprise to find himself engaged in byplay with an attractive female. Byplay turned to foreplay, then fulfillment. When he discovered that his pleasure was Janice's business, Ross merely shrugged and paid. Goodbye, Janice. 2 weeks later, it was hello, doctor. Herpes. That's what the slut had given him. Dirty little tramp. No, he was suffering, but the sores would heal. There would be periods of remission. It could have been worse, he told himself. At least his condition wasn't fatal. Only the scythe was fatal. The scythe, swinging in a silver arc through the darkness of his dreams. Death stood beside his bed. The scythe swung idly, but he knew its purpose. Death held up the hourglass, and Ross saw that the last grains of sand were dwindling down into the lower half. And now, as the sand descended, the scythe rose. Suddenly the darkened room was very cold. Death grinned. No, Ross shook his head. Not now. Give me another chance. Death's grin was fixed, but the scythe wavered. You wish to renew our bargain? The voice that was not a voice echoed in Ross's ears, and he nodded quickly. Please. The grinning jaws moved. As I recall, you meant to kill someone who deserved to die, but it didn't turn out that way, did it? That was an accident, Ross quavered. I made a mistake. A mistake which you still regret. Death paused, and then the question came. Are you willing to take such a risk again? Trust me, Ross whispered. It's your conscience I don't trust, said Death. Are you really sure you can go through with this? Ross stared at the emptying hourglass as the final grains fell. Then he stared at the scythe as it rose, stared at the bright, broad blade. If that blade descended, its brightness would blur, bathed with his blood. I'm certain, Ross cried. I promise you. Agreed. The scythe withdrew, the hourglass reversed, and once again the filled half of the double globe was uppermost. It would take a year for the sands to run out. The sands of time. Happy birthday! Death turned, still grinning, and disappeared. It proved to be a happy birthday for Ross, after all, because this time he knew what he must do. This time he already had decided who deserved to die. Janice, the whore who'd infected him, who was still spreading disease among the innocent victims of her corrupt charms. Once again, it was merely a matter of method. Ross knew nothing of Janice, aside from his brief encounter, but in order to be successful, the hunter must first learn the nature of the beast. Only when familiar with its habits and habitat can he stalk his prey. So Ross hunted Janice out, hunted her down. Finding her at the bar again was no problem.
To pretend to be pleased at his second meeting was more difficult, and carrying the encounter through to its lustful conclusion was almost impossible, in view of what he knew. But Ross managed. To Janice, in the weeks that followed, Ross was just one of her regular tricks, an elderly John who made few demands on her professional skills, and could always be counted on for a fast buck. Wham, bam, thank you, ma'am. She never realized he was a hunter studying his intended quarry, seeking a method to bring it down. Ross already knew he possessed the means to ensure a foolproof fatality. His poison would leave no clue. But how to use it? Janice's fans, if they could be called such, didn't write letters. It wasn't her autograph they were after. The poor fools never realized she was leaving them with a signature of another sort, the kind she'd left him. The filthy disease-spreader deserved to die, and die she must. The good hunter is patient, and Ross's patience paid off. By the time of their third assignation, he'd become familiar enough with Janice's habits to find his solution. It was in the bathroom that he discovered it, the liquid solution of the bath oil she used, and the little plastic container which held it was almost empty. During the course of their fourth encounter, he excused himself and checked again. There was, he noted, just about enough oil left for one more lull in the tub. She'd probably bathe after he left, and neither she nor anyone else would detect the tiny amount of odorless, colorless liquid he added to it from the vial he carried. With any luck, the poison wouldn't take effect for a few minutes. By then she would have left the tub and prepared for bed. Of course, there was the problem of the bath oil container, which she'd probably empty and toss into the trash, but chances were that no one would notice. In any case, he must be prepared to take that risk, and he did. Once again he suffered the torments of waiting, but Janice didn't suffer at all. The following week, when he went back to the bar, the bartender gave him the sad news. Only yesterday Janice's body had been discovered, sprawled across the bed in her crummy little apartment up the street. There wasn't a mark on her, outside of a few telltale herpes blisters. Apparently she'd had a heart attack, and there was no talk of an autopsy. That was the bad news, and Ross took it calmly enough. It was the sad news that really shook him. Janice hadn't died alone. What nobody knew, and what Janice never mentioned, was that the second bedroom of the shabby apartment was occupied by her child. The 6-month-old baby boy had lain untended during the days following her death, and succumbed to starvation. Ross left the bar in a daze. He went home, but found no peace there. Even though the bartender had been right, and there was no investigation, even though the police never knocked on his door, Ross took no comfort in his safety. His mission was successful, but it hadn't stopped there. He was no avenging angel. He was the killer of an innocent child. Inner torment turned to outer agony. It wasn't a herpes flare-up, but psyche tormented soma. Ross couldn't work, couldn't read or relax. Worse still, he couldn't eat or sleep. When at last he summoned a doctor, he was too weak to walk. He ended up in the hospital with an IV in his arm and 24-hour nursing care. They force-fed him, pumped him full of medication until eventually he came around. But the doctor was profoundly and professionally puzzled. "Frankly, I don't know what to tell you," he admitted. "EKG, CAT scan, all those lab tests, and I still can't come up with a damned thing. Except the herpes, of course, and that's in remission. If I had to make a guess, I'd say the problem is geriatric." "Meaning what?" Ross said. "You're 66, going on 67. According to actuarial tables, you should be good for quite a while yet. Trouble is, the human body doesn't always go by statistics. I've seen cases a damn sight younger than you get a clean bill of health, and 2 days after the examination, bingo.
The doctor tried to soften his statement with a smile. "I guess it all comes down to the old saying, when you gotta go, you gotta go." "But I don't feel old," Ross murmured. "Just weak." The doctor shrugged. "That will pass. Once you get your strength back, chances are you'll be okay. Your vital signs check out. But from now on you'd better settle down and take things easy. I'm sending you home on a strict diet. No more alcohol, no smoking. Aside from that, the only thing I can tell you is to watch yourself." Ross watched himself when he got home, but he didn't like what he saw. Whether the result of his crime or the ravages of illness, the face staring back at him in the mirror was that of an old man. When you gotta go, you gotta go. If his appearance startled him, he was even more shocked by other physical changes. Although he gradually gained weight, he still hadn't the strength to cope with daily routine. Cooking and housekeeping chores drained him to a point where leisure pursuits became pointless. Running errands became a burden. Going up the stairs was like climbing Mount Everest. Ever rest? Not here, not any longer. When you gotta go. Finally, he went. Though his mind balked and his body rebelled, Ross forced himself to make the rounds of local facilities. Rest homes, retirement homes, convalescent homes. None were really home-like, and most were mere warehouses for weary wretches on their last legs, wheelchairs, or deathbeds. But Ross wasn't afraid of dying. Even though he'd taken a life by mistake, his debt to death was paid up for months to come, and though his search was depressing, he continued until he found a place which seemed comparatively comfortable. It was by far the most expensive of the lot, but he could afford the extra outlay once his house was sold. Putting it on the market and making the sale took longer than he'd expected, and so did the escrow period which followed. Even with the extra time, Ross had his hands full. Emptying them was the real problem. Emptying them of all he'd accumulated over the years. The hardest part was saying farewell to his children, disposing of them to a book dealer who carried them off in cartons that looked like miniature coffins. Ross wondered what kind of a coffin Janice's child had been buried in, then thrust the thought away. Forget the past. Let the dead bury the dead. His job was to run the ads, confer with buyers of second-hand furniture and appliances, strip the house until only a bare box remained for him to rattle around in while waiting for the end. Not the end, Ross reminded himself. This is a new beginning. The Sunset Crest Rest Home proved to be a better choice than he'd hoped. Located in the suburbs of a nearby city, the building was modern and well-equipped. There was laundry and cleaning service, a bus line nearby for shopping excursions into town. Meals were decently prepared, with special diets for those in need of them. His room was large, with plenty of closet space, a private bath, a comfortable bed, and a view overlooking the grounds. Best of all, there was Sheila. Sheila was one of the 3 RNs living in their own quarters on the premises. Tall, slender, brown-haired, and blue-eyed, she might be close to 50, but didn't look her age. Since she was assigned to his floor, Ross came to see quite a bit of her, and what he saw he liked. To his surprise, she had identified him as a writer, even claimed to have read some of his work. True or false, he was flattered by her recognition and pleased with her presence. Gradually, Sheila's professional reticence relaxed, and he found out more about her. As a young woman, she'd worked in a major hospital, then left it for an apparently happy marriage. 3 years ago, after her husband died, she returned to nursing. She bore widowhood well, but as acquaintance ripened, Sheila confided that she sometimes missed the daily domesticity and privacy of her own home. This Ross could easily understand, for he missed his home too.
The thing that bothered him the most was his daily contact with fellow residents at mealtime, in the recreation room, the corridors, or the outer grounds. Ross couldn't make friends with his fellow residents. He didn't like the way their minds dwelt on the past, or how their bodies dealt with the present. He was irritated by the click of false teeth, the tremor and twitching of aging limbs, the continual counterpoint of coughing and throat-clearing. It disturbed him to see walkers and wheelchairs, depressed him when some familiar faces disappeared into darkened rooms equipped with oxygen tanks and hospital beds. He did his best not to think about such things: cancer, strokes, heart attacks, Alzheimer's disease. No matter what the mirror told him, Ross didn't feel old. In fact, since getting to know Sheila, it seemed he was both looking and feeling younger. Hadn't the doctor said that if he took care of himself, he could live for many years? There was a future ahead for him, and he needn't spend it here. Perhaps he couldn't manage living in another house, but there were apartments in the area, and Sheila had said she missed having a place of her own. She could make a home for herself, a home for him. He thought about it one night as he lay in bed and stared up at the ceiling in the dark. His life wasn't over. After all, he was still in his 60s. Come to think of it, he'd turn 68 tomorrow. Will there be a tomorrow? The question came with chilling clarity. Only it wasn't his question, and the chill fastening him in freezing fingers was really present in the room. His eyes darted to the foot of the bed and the phosphorescent figure standing there. Death grinned a greeting, raising the hourglass as the sand in the upper half emptied out. But it was the scythe Ross watched, the scythe swinging up in an inexorable arc, then swooping down swiftly, surely, bare blade moving to menace his bare throat. "Stop!" he cried. The scythe wavered. "Another year?" Death whispered. "Yes," Ross nodded eagerly. "Another year." But the scythe did not withdraw. It remained poised, sharp and shimmering, ready to complete its relentless swing. "You know the price," Death murmured. "I'll pay it. You can be sure of that." "Can I?" The scythe hung there, so close that even in shadow Ross could see the dark stains along its edges, the dried droplets encrusting the surface of the blade. Death fixed him in an eyeless stare. "How do you know? Have you already selected your next victim?" "Don't use that word. This time there'll be no mistake. No innocent will suffer." Death shrugged. "But who is innocent? All must die sooner or later." The scythe began to move forward again. "I can't trust you to be judge and jury any longer. There is only one law, a life for a life." The blade swung down. "Please!" Ross gasped. "You'll have your life, I swear it." The blade drew back, but Ross didn't stop trembling until Death's bony claw grasped the hourglass and turned it over again. "Quickly," Death muttered. "It must be done quickly." His voice was audible only to Ross's inner ear. Outwardly it was as soundless as the shifting sands, and now voice and vision blurred, fading into the depths of sudden slumber. That night Ross slept like the dead, but in the morning sunlight he was alive, basking in the bright promise of days to come. Death had vanished for another year, leaving only a faint phantasmal echo of a parting word. "Quickly." But how could he obey? Ross pondered the problem as he shaved and dressed. Memories of his previous errors returned and stayed with him as he fled to the outer grounds. Sitting in the garden, he stared out at the street beyond, filled with a yearning to be a part of the life there once again. A car sped by, its driver oblivious to his presence. Somehow cars always seemed to pick up speed when passing hospitals, sanatoriums, or places like this. No one wanted to be reminded of what lay within. Life is for the living. Have a good day. Ross's day didn't improve until he returned to his room that afternoon. To his surprise, he found mail awaiting him. A single envelope, but an unusual one. Generally, he received nothing but his monthly pension check and a few junk prize contest items destined for the wastebasket. Ross was puzzled. Outside of the mail-order advertisers, who cared about him? Sheila. Somehow she'd made it her business to learn his birthday and sent him a card. Sheila cared. Sunlight faded, but to Ross the world was bright again. Sheila cared, and he cared too. That night when she looked in on him, he told her how he felt, what he hoped for the future. "Our future," he said. "Together." Ross awaited her reply, hoping for acceptance and steeling himself against rejection, but Sheila remained silent, and there was no answer in her eyes. "Don't you understand?" he murmured. "I'm asking you to marry me." She sighed. "Of course, the last nurse syndrome." Ross stared at her, and Sheila nodded. "That's what the lawyers call it. An older man, bachelor or widower, falls ill, and a nurse attends him. When he recovers, he proposes to her out of gratitude." "It's not just gratitude." Ross reached for her hand, capturing warmth and softness. Warmth kindled into heat, softness firmed in response. Then she was in his arms, and it was easy to speak, to pour out his plans. Sheila listened, her smile broadening, eyes brightening. "Not so fast," she said. "It sounds wonderful, really it does, but you've got to give me a chance to think. We can't walk out of here tomorrow, you know. We must be practical. Make sure there's enough for us to live on. Find an apartment, furnish it. There's 1,000,001 things to take care of, and I'd have to give notice." "Then do it," Ross said. "Now, quickly." When at last she left him, his glow remained, dimmed only by a single shadow. Or was it an echo again? Quickly. Death's word. It must be done quickly. That night he forced himself to consider the meaning behind the phrase, to think about the unthinkable. And for the first time since his arrival here, he sought his suitcase in the closet. To all appearances it was unpacked and empty. Only he knew about the little pouch concealed in a zippered pocket at its base. Inside the pouch was the tiny glass vial, and in the vial was the final potion of poison. At least he'd thought of it as the final potion when he packed it, a potion reserved for himself in case life here became unbearable. But life was unbearable no longer, and he needn't be spending it here, which meant that now the potion would be final for somebody else. Ross stared at the colorless contents, swirling silently. Then he put the vial away, and the swirling ceased. Now it was only his thoughts that swirled. Poisonous thoughts, which could not be put away any longer. Tossing and turning through the night, he pondered. It must be done quickly. But to whom? He had no enemies here, and bitter experience had taught him revenge was a meaningless motive. Ross remembered his resolve. No innocent would suffer. But who is innocent? Death's words again. All must die, sooner or later, a life for a life. Questions in the dark, awaiting an answer. Then, just before dawn, Ross heard his own voice whispering a name. Mrs. Endicott. There was his answer. Mrs. Endicott, the oldest resident here at the home, 93 years old, blind and bedridden. She never ventured from her room down the hall, but everyone knew about her. Sheer longevity made her an institution in the institution. Imagine that. Been here over 20 years, and she still hangs on. Got to hand it to the old girl, having such a will to live. Ross grimaced at the thought. Didn't the fools realize the truth? Couldn't they at least imagine what it must be like to lay sightless and helpless, year after year, without hope? Nobody had a will to live under such conditions. It was just that the poor blind body refused to obey the will to die. Got to hand it to the old girl, they said. Well, he would hand it to her. Hand her the release she longed for. It wouldn't be murder. This was euthanasia, an act of mercy. Ross rose on Saturday morning, strangely refreshed, despite his lack of sleep. Now he knew what to do. Better still, he knew he wanted to do it. The rest was just a matter of ways and means. This was Sheila's day off, which made things even easier. She stopped by his room before leaving and told him she was going into town to consult with some rental agencies. "Don't worry, I'm going to stick to it until I find the right place for us. In case I get back late, I'll see you first thing in the morning. Oh, darling, I'm so excited." Her smile and embrace told him even more than her words, and Ross rejoiced as she went on her way. As for him, he went to work. He asked questions, careful, casual, unobtrusive questions. Mrs. Endicott's room was 409, halfway down the corridor to the left on this floor. Meals were brought to her at regular serving times. Staff members looked in at intervals during the day. At 9 the lights went off. Not that it made any difference to the poor old lady. Bed checks came at 3-hour intervals during the night, routine inspections by whoever was on floor duty at the opposite end of the hall. Tonight the orderly in charge was Bill Hawthorne, a nice enough young man, but a bit on the lazy side. He tended to spend much of his time at the desk reading comic books between his appointed rounds. So much the better for all concerned, Ross thought. Be patient, Mrs. Endicott. Help is on the way. It was he who had to be patient as the day dragged on. By evening he was really uptight. Sheila hadn't returned, and the final hours seemed endless. The first bed check came at midnight. When Hawthorne looked in on him, Ross was under the covers, apparently fast asleep. But moments later, after Hawthorne closed the door, Ross rose and groped his way through darkness to the closet. Once he procured the vial, he carried it back to bed and waited. In half an hour Bill Hawthorne would be back at his desk in the alcove at the far end of the hall. From there the orderly had no view of the corridor itself, and only sounds would summon him forth to investigate their source. But there would be no sounds. Ross's door swung open silently at 12:30. Ross's footsteps were noiseless as he started off slowly to the left. Hawthorne couldn't hear the pounding of his heart. Quietly he made his way to room 409. Quietly he opened the door. Quietly he entered, closed the door behind him, then tiptoed to the bed. At first he saw only a blurred outline of the form nestled beneath the blankets. Gradually his eyes grew accustomed to the deep darkness. The room was cold, smelling faintly of disinfectant, mingled with a sour scent, the odor of age. It emanated from the half-open mouth of the old woman as Ross gazed down at the wrinkled ruin of her face, the white wisps of hair which framed it. She wasn't sleeping, for the blind eyes were open in a sightless stare. In a way, the milky whiteness of the cataracts covering her pupils confirmed his conclusions. Surely there was someone who would welcome the promise of relief, even though she'd never know how it came. Ross knew what to do now. He would identify himself as Dr. Morgan, the new resident physician, come to bring her a sedative. All he need do was to pour the contents of the vial into the half-filled water-glass on the nightstand, and help guide it to her shriveled lips. Softly he spoke. "Mrs. Endicott?" No response. Hearing isn't keen at 93, Ross reminded himself, and he bent closer. "Mrs. Endicott?" Still no answer. Gently he reached down and placed his hand on the bony brow. The cold brow, the icy brow that turned at his touch as the face pivoted on the pillow and the mouth yawned wide. No breath issued from it, only a telltale stench, and then he knew. Mrs. Endicott was dead. Somehow he managed to turn, leave, retrace his way along the corridor to the safety of his room, but there control ceased, and he sank down upon the bed, still holding the useless vial he'd carried on a useless mission. Ross lay shuddering in silence as the vial slipped from trembling fingers, and he closed his eyes in despair. When he opened them again, he had a visitor. Despair gave way to horror, for this time Ross knew he wasn't dreaming. The fleshless figure beyond the end of his bed was quite real. Either that or he'd gone mad. He shut his eyes once more, willing mind and vision to clear. But when he blinked, the figure was still there. It had moved closer, standing now at the side of his bed. "You," he whispered. The skull bobbed slightly. "What are you doing here?" Ross said. "I had a call to pay down the hall." Ross read mockery in the reply, read it in the ghastly grin. "You knew what I was going to do," he muttered. "You could have waited." "Her hour had come." "You cheated me." "I do not cheat," Death said. "Remember, I warned you to act quickly." "But what's done is done." "Then why are you here?" Death shrugged. "I think you already know the answer." The skull was coming closer. Now Ross could see the greenish splotches of mold rotting in the yellowed cranial ridges. He could see the blood-stained edge of the scythe blade directly above him, see the hourglass clutched closely to the hollow rib-cage, its upper half still packed with sand. He shook his head. "It isn't time." "That's for me to decide," Death told him. "Your time is up." "But we made a bargain." "A bargain you couldn't keep. I'll take no risk of further failure." "I won't fail." Ross's words came in a rush. "Give me a chance and I'll prove it. You make the choice. I don't care who's the victim, as long as I stay alive." "You really mean that?" "I promise. Tell me who to kill. Just give me the name." "Very well." Death nodded. "The name is Sheila." "Oh, no," Ross gasped. "Not Sheila. I can't—" The grinning skull bent closer. "You see? Your promise is worthless." Death raised his scythe. "And so are you." Suddenly the blade came down, slashing at Ross's throat. Frantic with fear, Ross jerked his head aside as the scythe descended, ripping into the pillow only an inch away from his neck. Blind instinct sent his hands forward, grasping the bony wrist, as Death tugged to free the blade. In desperation, Ross tightened his hold, twisting with all his might, until the wrist bones crunched under the squeezing pressure. Then Death's grip loosened, and the scythe fell free. As it dropped, Ross released his hold, and his fingers closed around the handle of the weapon. Clutching it, he felt the sudden surge of strength coursing up his arm. The power was in the scythe, and he possessed it now. Death's soundless voice rose in a wail. "Give it back!" Ross shook his head. "No, it's mine now." "But you have no right." "This is my right." Ross waved the scythe. The skeletal figure retreated, and a wordless whisper came. "You fool! Do you really think you can trick me so easily?" "But I have tricked you!" Ross cried. Rising from the bed, he swirled the weapon, and Death fell back. Death's jaws opened and closed convulsively. "Give me my scythe!" The power Ross held infused his arm and his voice. He lunged forward, shouting, "No! Get out!" The skeleton shape shrank to one side. Hourglass clutched tightly to its bony breast. Once more Ross struck out, but the blade missed its mark. For a moment there was silence. Then the skull bobbed, and its rotted teeth parted in a rustling reply. "I warn you, no one cheats Death." Ross shook his head. "I am Death now." Ross raised the scythe, slashing at empty air, then blinked. The figure was gone. He blinked again, eyes widening. Or was he merely opening them for the first time? Had he been talking and walking in his sleep again? Was it another dream? Then he glanced down at what he held in his hand. Death had disappeared, but the scythe remained, and it was real. Death's weapon was here, its power pulsing from the blood-stained blade. His power now. As he stared at it, elation gave way to apprehension. Ross didn't want such power. All he'd meant to do was save himself, but he could never play the role of the Reaper, never wield the scythe. His power was useless. Or was it? As long as he possessed the weapon, death couldn't strike down his victims. He was vanquished. For an instant Ross warmed to the thought, but then warmth gave way to a wave of cold fear. He stared at the blade again as the questions came. Suppose death returned to claim the scythe while Ross slept? He couldn't stay awake forever, couldn't guard it night and day from now on. And what would happen if others saw the weapon? How could he explain its presence? There was only one answer. He had to hide it. Hide it from others, hide it from death. Ross glanced at the bedside clock. 10 after 2. In less than an hour the orderly would be making his rounds again. Whatever must be done had to be done quickly. Gripping the handle of the scythe, he moved to the door, opened it, peered down the deserted hall. The orderly would be at his desk in the alcove at the far right, and there was no way of passing him unnoticed. But to the left the hall ended in a back stairway. It was to that stairway Ross tiptoed now, then descended silently to the first floor and the rear door leading to the grounds outside. At the far end of the grounds was the garden, and in the garden roses bloomed, petals closed in protection against the night. Ross inhaled their scent in darkness as he neared, knelt, then scraped away moist earth with the blade of the scythe. He dug deeply until the opening yawned clear. Taking a deep breath, he smashed the handle of the weapon down across his bended knee. The worn wood splintered and broke under the impact. His groping fingers found a rock. Raising it, he hammered at the scythe blade, hammered again and again until the metal twisted and bent, then sheared into shards. Gathering up the fragments, he thrust them into the depths of the hole. Covering it with loose dirt, he patted the soil flat, so that no disturbance was detectable. Panting, Ross rose to his feet. It was finished now. Not even death would know where his weapon had been buried, and even if he found the hiding place, it didn't matter, for the scythe was destroyed. As he walked back across the garden, relief returned. Mounting the stairs, gliding silently down the hall to his room, Ross felt the possession of a power even greater than that of the scythe he'd stolen. No one could stop him now. Tomorrow, when he saw Sheila, they'd carry out their plans, find their future. Tired but triumphant, Ross sank back across his bed. He stared into the darkness, but he no longer feared it. No need to fear, for the Grim Reaper was no longer grim. The King of Terrors had been toppled from his throne. Ross realized he'd erred in imagining death as a child. Perhaps the real truth was that death was old. Wrenching away his scythe had been unexpectedly easy, for the old lacked strength to resist. Hiding the weapon had been easy, too, for wits are dimmed with age. No one cheats death. Ross smiled at the memory of the threat, for it was feeble, too. The passage of countless centuries had taken its toll. Death's only remaining power lay in his scythe, and now that power was broken and buried. There was still another possibility which Ross, thinking clearly now, did not totally discount. Perhaps his vision of death had been a dream after all, a recurrent dream, born of vivid imagination. Maybe everything was part of nocturnal illusion. Even his trip to the garden could be the product of a somnambulistic fugue in which he broke and buried something which didn't exist. But whatever the truth, he was free of it forever. Whether in nightmare or reality, the scythe would never strike him down, and he was safe at last. Still smiling, Ross drifted into sleep. It was some time later that the orderly made his rounds and entered the room. He was smiling too, but not for long. What he saw there sent him stumbling out into the hall, summoning others with his screams. Others came to stare and search. but discovered no evidence of forced entry or any intruder. What they did find, and could never explain, were the broken fragments of an empty hourglass on the floor at the bedside, and Ross lying dead in the bed above, with his mouth wide open, and the sand stuffed down his throat. Robert Bloch's many novels include The Scarf, The Kidnapper, Spider Web, The Deadbeat, Firebug, The Couch, American Gothic, and the classic Psycho and Psycho II. Collections include The Opener of the Way, Pleasant Dreams, Yours Truly, Jack the Ripper, Bogeymen, The Skull of the Marquis de Sade, Tales in a Jugular Vein, Chamber of Horrors, Dragons and Nightmares, and Such Stuff as Screams Are Made Of. His latest novel is The Night of the Ripper. He is currently assembling 3 new collections and writing a new novel. Meanwhile, his stories continue to be dramatized on such television programs as Alfred Hitchcock Presents and Tales from the Dark Side. The Transfer by Edward Bryant. Something is not right. My name is Doris Ruth Mackenzie, and I am 43 years old. When I was a little girl, everyone around me called me Dory. I hated that. Nowadays, only a few friends remember, and they still call me that, but it's all right. And then there's Jim. It's fine for Jim to call me Dory. I haven't loved many people, but those I have loved, they can do anything. Jim? Jim, where are you? James Gordon Mackenzie has been my husband for 22 years. We've known each other only slightly longer than that. He's a tall man, slightly stooped, and kind, always very kind, and he's wearing a red mask. Something's not right at all. Jim, my wrists are numb. There is so much I can't touch. Behind my eyes, the pain zigzags madly. It feels like there are shards of broken glass grinding in there. I can't see anything, except what I can think of. Jim, where are you? Talk to me, love. Won't anyone speak to me? I'm talking to myself. But I'm not going crazy. I'm not. He wears a scarlet mask. It shines, glistens like— What is it I'm not seeing? I can still feel. People always said I had empathy. Even at the beginning, when I first could frame ideas in words, I knew I could feel for others, actually feel others. Equalizing potentials, my high school physics teacher said, even though he never knew what those 2 words actually meant to me. He was speaking of something else entirely. It was a metaphor I couldn't phrase, but I knew it fit. A high-pressure area is generated to the west of the Quad Cities. That's the practical application of my teacher's words. Reading from the wire copy. The low-pressure system in central Illinois is holding steady. I'd smile again and use my breathy little girl voice. The storm's coming in fast, folks. Bring in your doggies and kitty cats. The Weather Bureau says— We still called it the Weather Bureau back then. It was 1963. I was 23, and I was working at WWHO-TV in Aurora. I hadn't made it into Chicago yet, at least professionally. But finally I was past Peoria. I had thought the forecast was still variable. Oh, God, the weather report. The patterns with their smooth whirls, the transfer of energy, sometimes violently, the shapes from the contour maps swirling around me, humming monotonously, distorting all the clear, sharp angles. At WWHO, they hired me because I was cute. The station manager let me know that right away. I didn't want to go out to dinner with him, but he was very insistent, and I was hungry. Over his medium-rare liver and onions, he said, "We'll get you the numbers. You'll be the sexiest, most watched weather girl in the Midwest. You'll be able to write your own ticket in New York or L.A., wherever you want. But first, of course, he'd have to punch my ticket in Aurora. The smell of liver and onions and sex made me want to throw up. I said no, but it was close, dangerously so. The compulsion to touch his soul, satisfy his need, to draw near and meld with him, actually be him, perhaps to become even worse than he, that frightened me so much that I drew back. I wouldn't have phrased it this way back then, but I wanted to remain my own person. The next night there were messages scrawled on my weatherboard. They were terrible, obscene things. The chroma key didn't pick them up, so only the crew and I could see them. I finished the evening news block, and then I quit. I didn't have many choices, but at least that one I could make. So that's why I ended up in Chicago sooner than I'd expected, on the streets looking for another job. Maybe I could be a weather girl again. I don't think there are many weather girls now. Every station has its own staff meteorologist, and they usually are men. But back then, looks counted. At least for more than they do now, I think. I haven't tried to trade on looks for a long, long time, and that's all to the good. When I finally got a job, it was at an advertising agency on North Michigan. The company was called Martin, Metzger, and Mulcahy, and appearances certainly counted there. The men who worked the agency had a crystalline vision of how we should all look and act, whether we were at the office or not. You always represent the agency, they said. All of us had to measure up to their expectations. It's not easy defining yourself that way, but I tried. I worked hard and did what they wanted for 6 months, until nearly my 24th birthday. I was a pretty good secretary. It seemed to work. I was in line for a promotion. Then I met Cody. That's blood, isn't it? Blood, all liquid and running down. Stop it, Dory. Think. Remember. My parents, my father especially, used to tell me, don't be so impressionable, Dory. Use your own head. But how could I do that when I used the heads of others? When I saw through their eyes and felt what they felt, and... What, Dory? I looked back, confronted the child I was then, the person I am now. I became like... No, I became... Please. Damn it, please, no, I'm me. Me, Doris Mackenzie. I am 43 years old, though I overheard one of my neighbors at the market talking to a woman from across the street and guessing that I was in my 50s. That's as old as Jim, my husband. They didn't know I'd overheard, because there was a pyramid of paper towel rolls between us. It's not that I mind being that old. No, it's being reminded of him. We were so much alike. My dearest, dearest. His face is so red, and it drips. Oh, Jim. I met Cody Anderson on my lunch break while I was walking slowly along the lakefront. At first I thought he was just another hippie. There weren't many hippies downstate in Macomb, at least none I'd ever been aware of, and certainly I'd never met one, much less talked to any. If my mother had been along, I'm sure she would have turned and walked twice as fast the other way, maybe shrieking for police at the same time. I was braver. When the freakish-looking man said hi, I just kept on walking in the same measured pace. He followed in step beside me. You look awful nice, he said. Will you just stop a minute and talk? My step faltered, and I really looked at him. He was young, perhaps even younger than I. Blue eyes. I remember those well. They were the same deep blue I sometimes saw in the winter sky above the lake. He wore a broad-brimmed leather hat and a fringed leather jacket that looked like it had been sewn at home. His goatee and long hair were blonde. The hair made me feel uneasy,
but the clean shine of it somehow triggered me to speak. "You look like Buffalo Bob." "Bill," he said, correcting me, apparently unamused. I laughed. After a moment, so did he. He told me his name and then spelled Anderson. It's not so remarkable where I come from, northern Minnesota, but at least down here the S's and the E make me something different. It's groovy. I blinked. I wanted to ask if Cody really was his first name, but felt too shy. At first, Cody made all the conversation. He told me about leaving Minnesota and coming here, of living on the streets for months before finding a job in a pet store and an apartment he could afford. He talked about drugs, a topic that scared me. It was the question of control. "And you?" he finally said. I talked about growing up in Macomb and hardly ever going to the city, and how when I graduated from high school I went against my parents and didn't enroll at Western Illinois. The first brave thing I ever did in my life was to take the bus to Peoria, then on toward Chicago. My parents had talked so often of my striking out on my own, I thought that was what they really and truly wanted of me. The conflict made me sick for days. As ever, I stored up the tension like a battery. But I ended up in Aurora as a weather girl at a tiny TV station, and then immersed myself in the city. "That's great," Cody said, and then laughed. "You ought to be a hippie, too. You've got the spirit of freedom in you." No, I didn't, but I didn't say my doubts aloud. "It's late," I said, looking at my watch. "My lunch hour's gone. I've got to go back to the office." "Meet me after work," said Cody. "Please?" I stared at him. I'd never met anyone at all like this. After work, in the mob of rush hour, I found him. The next morning, which was Saturday, I met him again, and we went out to the Museum of Science and Industry and toured the coal mine. That night I accompanied him back to his apartment and lost my virginity. And 2 decades later, I wish I were back in Chicago, in a different bed than where I lie now. 2 weeks later, I moved into Cody's apartment. My original apartment had been larger, but I was too shy to let him move there. I kept going back to my old apartment for a month to pick up my mail. Finally, Cody convinced me to tell my parents I'd moved to a nicer place. I got a post office box and hoped my folks wouldn't come visit Chicago. I told them I would come home for Christmas. I quit my job. I wore the same kind of clothing Cody did. I let my hair grow long and straight. I started learning guitar. I used the same drugs he did. I sold the same things he did. We finished each other's sentences. We got along all right. Cody took real delight in being special, different. It was his name, his clothes, everything. But we were both alike in so many ways now. He noticed it, too. "It's so freaking weird," he said one night. "You and I. It's almost like looking in a mirror, except that a mirror image is reversed." "You're me, darlin'." He shook his head. I couldn't contradict him. Only a portion of it was wanting to be what he wished me to be. Part of it, too, was being him. I didn't know what it meant, just that it had always been so, and it worked both inside and out. Cody had an ulcer, I had an ulcer. "I don't want you to be me," he said. "Don't you?" He shook his head again. "We're all free," Cody said. "It's the time of liberation." I just stared at him. He looked back at me and finally kissed me long and hard. The gaze from his blue eyes fixed me. "I like what I see," said Cody. But a week later he died. I never was sure what all he took. The hardest thing I've ever done was to avoid following Cody into the abyss. It wasn't easy, but I tried to absorb the compulsion within myself. I still had the clothing I'd brought to Chicago. I resumed my colorless, invisible presence. No more beads, no more fringe. The ulcer went away. My name is Dory Mackenzie, and I'm older than that now. There are songs I can almost remember,
images I can nearly recall. The portrait of Jim on my dresser at home swims into focus. But it isn't Jim. It's something I look at in my mind and then discard. Whatever it is, it can't be him. He is a pleasant, attractive man. And this thing on the dresser is... I don't know. It could be anything. It reminds me of the skinned head of a rabbit. I throw the image away. I will not think of it. The dresser and the picture on it evaporate. Our house in Kansas City dissolves into fragments and then to blackness. I see nothing. But I can listen. What I hear sounds like a man stripping away a stubborn Velcro panel. Probably I think of that because of Jim. There is an inflatable leg-setting sleeve with Velcro seams in his bag. He's a doctor, a GP, and he even still makes occasional house calls, takes his bag wherever he goes, even on vacation. Vacation. See the wild beasts. Don't think about it. Red beasts, scarlet, dripping scarlet, shining, wet. I can feel the high-pressure area all through me. My skull wants to explode. Energy flows, deepens, prepares to flood. I have so little control anymore. Storm warning. It was wet, raining heavily when I met Jim. He never realized the melodramatic circumstances of how it happened. All he knew was that he happened upon a bedraggled woman trudging toward the midway point of a highway bridge over the Chicago River in the middle of a driving rainstorm. He thought I must have had automobile trouble, so he stopped to see if he could help. What he did was save my life, since I'd been planning to jump from the center of the span into the muddy current. I never let him know that. I would have turned down his offer of a ride, except for his eyes. They were kind eyes, a deep liquid brown, and intelligent. I got in his car. That was the beginning. I forgot about the attraction of the abyss, of the fatal temptation that had continued to haunt me after Cody's death. It was love, or something similar. At least it was the need, the necessity that always tugged me toward others. It's not that I'm a chameleon. I'm not. Transference and transformation, those are the key words. What they mean is less important than what I feel. In truth, I adapt to my environment. It's the way I survive. Jim and I lived in Chicago for another 2 years, then went to Cleveland when he was offered a good clinic position. It didn't work out as well as he'd have liked, so then it was back to Chicago. Finally, we came to Kansas City, where some of Jim's medical school friends had set up a partnership and invited him in. It was peaceful. For years, the only real conflict was my having to convince Jim that I really couldn't have children. I didn't want to tell him the truth, that I didn't want to. That was our only difference, and I think I only had the will to carry it out because he secretly, in his heart of hearts, didn't want to share his life with anyone else. At any rate, my 44th birthday would be in just 1 more week, on the 7th. Procreation was getting to be ever less of a real possibility. For all those years, Jim urged me to be myself. It was only partially successful. I've stored up so much. The forecast? Storms, earthquake, tidal wave, apocalypse? I don't really know. All I do know is that my head hurts, as though the skull wants to come apart at the cranial fissures. Jim? Touch me, stroke me, tell me things are all right. If I could just see you again. But I would have to open my eyes. Something I learned to notice with both Cody and Jim, it wasn't just that I came to resemble them in so many important aspects. To whatever degree, to be them as I was defined by each. There was always something a little extra, a lagniappe. As they perceived me, they had what they wanted, and a little bit more. Simple physical proximity was enough to trigger the process. Closeness of bodies and souls carried it through. I discovered that sex speeded it. Sharing served as an accelerator. And trauma. Because Jim knew many people through his work, we socialized quite a lot, and our friends sometimes remarked that we looked so much like each other. Jim would allow his easy Midwestern chuckle and make a joke about the psychological studies of how so many human beings and their pets come to resemble each other. Transference. And who was who, he'd say. Everyone would laugh. The storm is breaking. And here we are at the Sleepaway Motel in Bishop, California. I will open my eyes. I will. Here we are in a forsaken desert town I've never seen before, and hope I never will again. Jim, Dory, and the new man in my life. I sound so flip, only because it keeps the hysteria at bay. I had enough to try to scream through the gag. The heat lightning had flashed over the mountains as we checked in. One more long day to San Diego. Our first vacation in years. The wild animal park on my birthday. That was Jim's promise. We checked into the motel. That damned motel. That motel of the damned. And then— Shut up, Dory. There is nothing left to do. Only one thing left undone. The knock. Must be the manager, Jim had said. Probably didn't get a clear impression on the credit card or something. When he unlatched the door— Don't scream, Dory, don't. It burst open. Jim flung aside, the nameless man with the gun, the pistol, the metal dark and shining, the threat and the darkness. It is our vacation. My birthday is in only a few days. These things don't happen to people, not to normal people, good people. Oh, but they do, Dory, the man said. I know your name. Your husband. Jim? Said it before I took care of his tongue. Did you appreciate my giving him the Demerol before I worked on his face? Not to normal people, they don't. I'm not normal. Oh, said the man, you look normal enough to me, as normal as any other woman tied to the bed with her husband's 2 neckties, an ace bandage, and a roll of gauze. Taste in ties a little conservative, eh? I figure you'll act normal enough when I get around to you. That's it. Keep your eyes open. I am bound tightly, my shoulders hard against the headboard, my limbs stretched apart, my body open and vulnerable. I have no choice but to face Jim. He is roped upright into the wooden chair at the foot of the bed. The weather, Dory. My voice now is solely in my head. The storm is breaking. The smooth contour swirls. The rain and the wind will come. If only they would rush in and cleanse. Oh, yes, Dory, says the man. I'm glad your husband was a doctor. Handy he brought his bag along, saved me no end of trouble. He holds up the disposable scalpel in one hand, the mask that Jim wore in the other. No, no, Dory, it's not a mask at all. The hemostats, the glittering clamps, are set out on the bedspread. The fabric's pattern is designed to hide anything, but I can see the instruments. I look away from Jim to the Waldo, the long, curved forceps. Beside it are the incision clips, stylized clothespins with teeth. All told, there are 3 of us in the room. But in every real way, I am now alone. I begin to know with final sureness what will happen. And yet I know I am not the person I was for all my early years. I know that somewhere inside I do have a core that will not be bent, cannot be warped, and maybe, just perhaps, I can draw upon it. But the forecast is bleak. What I feel is like the pulling back of a nail from the quick of a finger. No, Dory, I tell myself,
That is too soft, too gentle. It is more like the wrench of my heart being taken away, torn from me. Jim's kiss was always gentle. This man's will be rough. Jim's embrace, his touch was kind. The man's will be brutal. When Jim entered me, it was joyfully. This man, I cannot imagine his touch, not yet. It will tear, burn, like the lightning, only not clean. The crimson, the sheen, the mask, the blood. I will say goodbye to Jim and my soul and look ahead, the man with the gun and the scalpel. I have read of killers like him and his fellows, though I didn't think people like us ever encountered them. It was always another depressing story on the news just before the weather. Some people win lotteries. Jim and I. Forget that, Dory. I look forward again. Storm fronts, equalizing potentials. The man stares down at me. And is that a gentle smile? It is a smile. He holds Jim's mask in his free hand. I think I am ready to give it up. He will possess me here on this soaked bed in the Sleepaway Motel in Bishop, California, before he pulls the trigger or pushes the blade. His lips, shiny, part. I'll want you to wear the mask, he says, for you and me. Just for us, Dory. He leans down toward me. That is when I decide. What a surprise for him. He will comprehend the trauma of my transformation. Frankly, even I do not know the extent of the power, the energy released by storm fronts colliding. I wonder what he will encounter beyond the mask. Something with horns, fangs, scales, fur. Something as bestial as only he can imagine. Or just himself enhanced. Whatever the sum, it will only be the result of his terrifying addition. Goodbye, Jim. Farewell, love. This nameless man in the motel, regardless of how I am transformed, will get no less than he deserves. And probably more. Edward Bryant's short stories have been appearing since 1970 in a wide variety of magazines and anthologies. Two of these stories, Stone, 1978, and Giants, 1979, won the Nebula Award, the science fiction field's highest honor. His collections include Cinnabar, Among the Dead, Wyoming Sun, and Particle Theory, the most recent. He is presently at work on a novel. Pain, by Whitley Strieber. When I encountered Janet O'Reilly, I was doing research by networking into the community of prostitutes. This is more difficult than it might seem. To connect with a prostitute for business purposes isn't hard. To question her about the nature of her trade and her experience is practically impossible. My research was for a novel. In the early 80s, I was just beginning to see the novel as a form of political art. Previously, I had viewed it as entertainment, and what political content my work had was no more than fortuitous. I have always felt the need to do a great deal of research for my books. The Dark required me to track wolves in Canada and Minnesota. For Red Moon, I studied 5 or 6 historical eras with care. For my new book, to be called Pain, I wanted to know not only about prostitution, but also about the various perversions that attach themselves to it. There are sexual desires so exploitative that people will not gratify them without being paid, even in our exploitative society. These have to do, for the most part, with pain and death. For death is connected to sexuality. Witness the spider. Who hasn't wondered what the male spider feels, submitting at the same time to the ecstasy of coitus and the agony of death? For almost all of human history, it has been believed that there is something to be gained by human sacrifice.
There are lurid tales of it in ancient times, when it was practiced formally. In The Golden Bough, Fraser comments that worship of the feminine principle was everywhere and in all times associated with human sacrifice. This is naturally an outrageous misstatement of fact. All early religion was associated with sexuality, and so with death. Human sacrifice was an integral part of much ritual. There has forever been the notion that something higher than men had to be fed on human souls. Janet has taught me both the truth and the error in this concept. She has taught me with my own life's blood. Because of the belief that the importance of the victim matters, the sacrifice of kings is an ancient Western tradition. It persisted in organized form into the Roman Empire. The emperors were not assassinated for political reasons, as is normally supposed, but in a secret religious ritual that formed the center of the Roman state cult. Only a few emperors escaped this fate, Hadrian by letting the Vestals drown his beloved catamite in the Nile, Trajan by suffering such a terrible illness that they decided his torment was more satisfactory to the gods than would be his death. All of this is chronicled in the recently discovered books of Gramius Metarch, whose deposit lay undisturbed in the Vatican Library until February of 1985. The slow torment and abnegation involved in the great rituals of sacrifice, where a haughty lord was humiliated and tortured before his former subjects, derived from the conclusion that death was not the only thing wanted. Suffering was also wanted. We make an error by trying to interpret the motives of higher beings. To learn from them, we must first accept their presence, and then their primacy over us. Western culture, with its dependence on empiricism and its exaltation of the individual, equips us for neither of these things. It takes the fire of great agony to burn away these confused notions. That is the reason for the suffering associated with sacrifice. Suffering leads people to understand themselves. This is perhaps why there is a tremendous and subtle mechanism of destruction in human life. We are not here for the wine, but for the stones. What might spread the boundaries of Camelot is destroyed by those who love us the most. It has been whispered that President Kennedy was killed in an alchemical ritual entitled The Death of the White King, the purpose of which was to open the door to new suffering in the world, perhaps to bring about the long and complicated series of events that would end in nuclear war. Even a small nuclear war might touch off atmospheric changes that would lead to cooling, short of nuclear winter, but intense enough to cause the one fatal summer of snow that could lead to a new ice age. After Kennedy's death, a famous Scottish prophet saw the snows spreading down from Ben Bulben to cover the whole world. Other prophets have also seen snows. Even if we save ourselves from war, the environment is turning against us. There is increasing volcanic activity throughout the world, almost as if the planet itself were beginning to do battle on behalf of suffering. The eruption of El Chicon in 1983 spread ash into Texas, 600 miles to the north. The Mexican government closed off the area of the volcano. It remains closed. It is known that El Chicon ejected more debris into the atmosphere than 6,000 hydrogen bombs. We are still feeling the effects. The El Niño that took place in the Pacific in 1984–85 and led to the vast Borneo conflagration which burned an area of the rainforest the size of New England was a direct result of El Chicon. And the world is getting colder because of El Chicon and numerous other volcanoes. Right now, Buffalo is struggling under a deeper snow cover than ever before in recorded history. If there comes a year when the snows do not melt across Canada and the northern United States, the glacier will come back. This will be an abrupt thing. The snow will reflect so much heat and light that the next winter will be more intense, the next summer colder. Then the glacier will begin to move.
Human sacrifice has also been thought of as a form of appeasement of the gods. The Nazi destruction of the Jews was a particularly vicious exception to this rule. Hitler killed the Jews to consolidate his power. They owned too much of the German economy, and nothing he did would ever make them trust him. They formed a certain reservoir of opposition, and so had to be destroyed. Weren't they sacrificed for the sake of Nazism? At the beginning of my studies with Janet O'Reilly, I would have contended that there was something which accepted their sacrifice and in return destroyed Nazism. The Jews thus gave their lives to destroy Hitler. They did indeed, but not for the reason I thought. We do not give our sacrifices, we receive them. The greatest sacrifice produces the greatest learning. The most blessed are those who suffer the most. That is the prime aesthetic of death, at once the horror of it and the miracle. Thus Hitler's victims are among the greatest of all heroes. But we only mourn them. We do not celebrate their valor, because we do not understand what they really did. The one thing that became clear to me from my association with Janet is that there is something that feeds on human suffering. It is not a principle or some nebulous spiritual presence, but a real civilization, albeit with higher goals, motives, and understanding than our own. Except on rare occasions, it does not act directly in our world, but rather affects it indirectly. The farmer does not live in the pigsty. He conceived it, created it, and manages it from afar. Day to day it remains the possession of the pigs. This is an example of its indirect action. Back in 1926 and 1927, my uncle lived in Munich. Hitler was there, and so was one Karl Haushofer, the leader of a group called the Vril Society. In 1961, I found in an old desk a picture of this uncle lying in a coffin in what seemed to be a North African background. He took it from me and furiously tore it up. After his death 12 years later, my father told me that this had been a photograph of his initiation into Haushofer's Vril Society. There has long been a rumor that this group raised up a demon in the body of one of its less exalted members, Adolf Hitler. Of course, they did not raise a demon. There are no demons. But Hitler believed they had, and if, as he had, you discard empiricism, belief is also a reality. The final goal of the Vril Society was the ritual known as the Death of the White King. In the weeks before the Kennedy assassination, my uncle became morose and irritable. A few days before, he narrowly escaped death when his car exploded due to a faulty gas line. The day before, he had a terrible heart attack on a plane he had chartered in an effort to leave the United States. Afterward, he died a lingering death due to congestive heart failure. Over those 12 years, I do not think he spoke 1,000 words. He grew thinner and thinner, became a haunted shadow, and died. At first I assumed that I met Janet O'Reilly by accident, but this is obviously not true. To explore the reason that the meeting was contrived, I must digress broadly once more into the largely bunkum world of ufology. There is evidence all around us of the presence of the hidden world. We reject it, though, as silliness and foolery. Because it knows that this hidden civilization feeds on us, the government does everything possible to hide reality. It does not want us to know that our lives, our culture, our very history, has been designed for the purpose of causing us suffering, and that there is nothing whatsoever that any of us can do to relieve ourselves of this burden. 10 years ago, in the course of another research effort, I met a man, since dead, who claimed that the National Security Agency had a document 130 pages long which told the truth about UFOs, making an almost irrefutable case for the fantastic notion that they are the artifacts of an intelligent civilization so far in advance of our own that we literally cannot see its manifestations, except on rare occasions when they probe into our temporal space, much as the farmer enters the pigsty to check the health of his animals. The underlying thesis of the paper is that this higher species is native to Earth, and that, by their own lights, they use us just as we use the pigs. I know that this is true because Janet has shown me that it is true. For reasons that will become clear, I was earmarked for special suffering. As my understanding has increased, I have come to love my tormentors and share with them their own sorrow. I was astonished to see in 1983 that NSA had been approached by CAUS, Citizens Against UFO Secrecy, under the Freedom of Information Act, to divulge what it knows about UFOs. Officially, the government has made a massive effort to debunk the whole notion of flying saucers, claiming that they are all either hoaxes or misperceptions. However, when it was time for it to give up certain information about UFOs, it took a very different stance. The Justice Department fought furiously on behalf of NSA to retain exactly one document, which is the core truth of the matter. Its length is 130 pages. If what I was told was truly the content of this paper, then the obvious conclusion is that they use us for their own reasons, gaining something we do not understand from our suffering and our slaughter. Gaining strength, perhaps, or pleasure, or maybe even the fundamental energy of their civilization. As the burning of oil fuels human civilization, moving planes and cars, providing electricity and heat, so also the carnage of human beings might provide this invisible higher civilization with its prime energy source. Perhaps there is a burst of very fine energy as the soul explodes from the body, an energy which can be used for the most subtle and powerful purposes. Or perhaps the soul is simply food for finer bellies. Our suffering does not benefit them directly, but rather the growth our suffering brings us. To wreak mayhem in the world is not the responsibility of demons, but of angels. It is their greatest and most painful duty, the one they hate for the agony they must cause, but love for the riches of understanding it brings. This is a slaughterhouse, but we, the victims, are not offered the blessing of a quick club to the head or the slitting of the throat. The greater our learning, the happier the angels. Why must we suffer to learn? Because pain breaks down the barriers of ego, of personality, of false self. It separates us from ourselves and allows us to see deep. Witness the book of Job, which in the secret texts Janet uses is called the Book of Man. The best death would be an ecstatic mixture of loving acceptance and deepest despair. I met Janet O'Reilly at the Terminal Diner, at the corner of 12th and West Streets in Greenwich Village. I was there because of my research. The Hellfire Club is nearby, a haunt of New York's sadomasochistic community. I particularly wanted to connect with some of the people who went there to make money. I wasn't interested in the compulsive participants, but rather in the men and women who preyed on them. It was 3 o'clock in the morning, and the diner was nearly empty. In the week I had been going there, I had drawn 3 interesting specimens into my net, and learned a great deal from them. When she sat down in my booth, I assumed that Janet had heard about me from one of them. My standing offer was $25 for 15 minutes of talk. "I've been doing pain for about 2 years," she said, without so much as an introduction. SM is to some degree a matter of costume and makeup. The people involved in it are fantasists at heart, and they enjoy elaborate regalia and ritual. A good part of torture is contained in the drama and the waiting that accompanies lengthy preliminaries and preparations, the strapping of cuffs, arrangement of tools, application of leather appliances, and so forth. Janet revealed no hint of the exotic in her dress. She wore a fresh-looking blue frock. Her hair was golden brown and conventionally waved. Her face was soft, the face of a girl with inviting, delicate lips, a straight nose, and eyes softly rimmed by big lashes, framed by arching brows. It was a completely winning face, as pure a face as I have ever seen. Her eyes were light green, and were the only thing in her face that suggested anything more than sock-hops and torrid back seats. It was not that they were dazed or shadowed or cruel, not at all. They were the eyes of a surpassingly intelligent person, bright and quick and full of life. More than that, they were kind eyes. Looking into them, one sensed a true place of rest. I smiled at her. "You heard about my deal?" "What deal?" Her voice was fluid and soft. She was not at all like the other people I had met in her profession. I ought to say that I found them hard or exotic or slitheringly dangerous, but I didn't. Their chief distinguishing characteristic was that they were just ordinary people. To one degree or another, all of them dressed up, but scratch the studded surface and you revealed Flatbush. "I have a deal. People tell me about their trade, and I give them $25. It isn't much money, but I'm a safe ear, and people like to talk." "I don't know anything about it." "Why did you sit down here, then?" She looked at me dubiously, as if she couldn't believe that I would ask such an obvious question. She folded her arms. I wasn't going to get an answer. "I would like to hear about what it is you do." She reached across the table and touched my cheek. Her fingers were cool and firm. Her hand did not shake like it would have if she'd been on drugs. Many of the women who get into pain do it because the money is good, and the Johns usually don't demand youth or beauty. Many even want a degree of ugliness and dirt. Pain is the last refuge of the demolished whore. "Like I said, I do pain." Again her eyes found mine. "I do it the way it was meant to be done, and I do it for the right reason." It was an invitation. "You've drawn the wrong conclusion about me. I'm not a John." "Every man is a John." "If you mean an exploiter of women, in that sense, every man is a John, and every man wants what I have to give. When I want a John, I just hit the next guy I see. I never miss." At that moment, my life was ruined. I did not discover a masochist within myself and become addicted to the whip. What happened to me is more terrible than that. Indeed, I have seen so much of the unusual in life that I tend to think that all perversions are mild, no more than slightly startling variations on the theme of relationship that dominates human experience. In fact, the adoration of the submissive for the dominant in a moment of high sexual drama is a beautiful thing to witness. Like all real love, it is innocent, and is only intensified by the studied indifference of the skilled sadist. "I don't want to break your record," I said. She smiled, color coming into her cheeks. "They never do. What's your fantasy?" I thought at once of my wife. I have been married for 18 years. I have 3 children. My eldest daughter could not be much younger than this woman, whom I still knew as Lauren Stone. Not until I became a part of her inner circle did she tell me her real name. Even now, when I think of that first meeting, I think not of Janet, but of Lauren Stone. She is, of course, an excellent actress. Lauren Stone was not an assumed name. It was a character. Janet is also a character. No doubt she has many others, as many as she wants, potentially one for each person she meets. I don't have a fantasy, I told you. I'm not into this. It isn't my— Don't say bag. You can explain yourself more cogently than that. It isn't my way. I'm afraid that I have normal sex with my normal wife, and that's all. I told you I do pain. Pain and sex are not the same thing. They aren't even similar. In many minds, they're bound up together.
A lot of people can't have pleasure without intermingling pain. They don't interest me. You can't want to suffer if you're really going to. If you seek it out, it becomes a variant of pleasure. I don't give pleasure. I give pain. And in return you get a gift. I'm listening. The gift is, I lift the burden of self from your shoulders. You can see clearly then. You can see the truth of the world, when you are no longer encumbered by will. That's why nobody ever turns me down, once they understand what that truly means. She was glowing. There is no other word to describe how ineffably beautiful she was at that moment. That the human form could express such loveliness still amazes me. I want so badly to see her again. One day I know that I will see her. The thought makes me colder than the wind that is howling around my cabin. At the present moment I am in a tiny log cabin in the woods west of Ellenville, New York. The north wind roars down from the mountains, a cataract in the night. Across the room my wife snores softly. Downstairs my children sleep in silence, each one under a down comforter, snuggled with a cat, or, in the case of my son, his dog. When I go to her and submit myself, a part of my suffering will be the certain knowledge that all of their lives will be damaged by my act. My pain will be infinitely greater for understanding that it will lead to theirs. To know that you will cause grief to those you love is a very hard thing. That first night I made my fatal mistake. I allowed her to take me to her apartment, a miserable, filthy cellar on 13th Street. In the diner, a sort of coldness overcame me, a shuddering of the heart that left me breathless, but also in some peculiar way in her power. As I walked along beside her, I visualized an elegant den, perhaps the top half of a brownstone or an enormous loft space. I was not prepared for the 2 dark rooms and the roaches scuttling away as she turned on the light. In the first room there was an old iron bed and a tiny Victorian servant's tub, the sort that you crouch in. A 2-burner gas ring stood on a small counter near a clear plastic dish full of withered salad greens and a plate of deteriorating tofu. Beside the bed was a low shelf containing a few books. I saw Swan's Way, Castle to Castle, and The Best of P.G. Wodehouse. Marking a place in the woodhouse was a small black pincers. "I stay here when I'm working with somebody," she said. She smiled up at me, a bright, heartbreakingly lovely smile. "I hope you like it." There was no sensible reply. I just shook my head. The rooms were quite cold, clammy. There was an unpleasant smell, the odor of rancid sweat. Her turning on the light in the first room darkened the doorway into the second. From this darkness came a soft, pleading moan. She ignored it, tossing her car coat on the bed and sitting down. "Sorry I don't have any chairs." She touched a cushion on the floor with her toe. It beat standing, but only just. She seemed to be trying to win me in a feckless, almost adolescent manner. When I sat down on the cushion, I found myself at her feet. Something in me recoiled. I did not wish to be in such a position before this girl. In fact, I would have been uncomfortable crouching at the feet of the Tsar. And yet I did not get up. She touched my knee with her toe. "The cushion's only for show. You don't have to use it if you don't want to." "What choice do I have?" "A lot of them prefer the floor. It establishes a correct relationship from the beginning." "Prefer the floor? I hope I don't seem stupid. What are you getting at?" She tossed a ringlet of hair out of her eyes. "Prefer to kneel on the floor. But the cushion's fine, I don't mind." There came again that clear, direct look, the hint of amusement around the mouth, the coldness deep in the eyes. "Don't be scared," she said quickly. "Nothing's going to happen that you don't want to happen. Everything at your speed." Protests filed through my mind. I controlled them, speaking smoothly.
I told you before I'm not into an S&M trip. Fine, neither am I. I thought we'd agreed on that. I don't understand. She kicked me in the chest, not hard, but in such a way that I felt a thrill of pain right up to my heart. It is hard even now to understand how that gesture began the process of my death, but it did. As I caught my breath, she spoke, and her voice had a harsh edge to it. You certainly do understand. Personality won't admit to itself what essence knows very well. You didn't run when I sat down at your table, did you? I started off by telling you exactly what I do and what I am. Unlike you, I didn't lie about myself. Now you're here, and you're still having difficulty submitting. She tossed her head. Look, my name is Janet O'Reilly. Janet Claire O'Reilly. I'm in the phone book, and if I move, you can always call information. You need some time alone with this. When you're ready to see me again, call me. She stood up. I was shocked and confused. I demurred, but she was resolute. A few moments later, I found myself standing on her dark cellar stair, listening to her lock click behind me. I was about to turn and go, when I heard what at first I thought was another woman in the apartment, speaking in a low voice. How dare you make a noise like that when I bring in an outsider? You could have frightened him away. Then he would have lost his chance. You need to learn the importance of responsibility, I think. We're going to do a little heat. Light flickered under the door. In a moment there came a wail. It was so real and so raw with agony and despair that I recoiled. Yet the sound fascinated me as well. I did not leave, not at once. New York is a big, strange city, and in its corners one can certainly find the odd and the dark. Who knew what I had encountered here? No matter how attractive this person was, how inoffensive and even innocent she appeared, she must be terribly dangerous. The cries went on and on, rising, it seemed, forever in intensity. Sometimes the light flickered, and sometimes it glowed deep red, and at length there came an acrid odor from the apartment, like the smell of hot wax. When the cries stopped, I left, striding off down the street, and found that I was shaking so badly I could barely control myself when I stopped at a crossing. My stomach turned. Unexpectedly, I vomited into the street. When at last I arrived home, the sky was gray with impending dawn. I moved through our warm, quiet living room, was greeted in the hall by Seymour, our most active cat. He rubbed up against me with a friendly meow. I knelt down and picked him up. Never have I been so grateful for the touch of the familiar. He oozed and stretched in my hands. Cats seem to have been created for touching. I went into my bedroom, kicked off my shoes, and stripped. I was going to get straight into that lovely warm bed with Sally when I noticed perfume around me. Some of Janet O'Reilly's scent was clinging to my hair. When I showered, the steam seemed to intensify the scent. I washed my hair and used body shampoo as well. Free at last of the slightest residue of the night, I slipped between the sheets. My wife moaned and drew close. She was warm, and I was grateful. I was too sleepy to react to the fact that I could still smell that perfume. It must have gotten into my clothes. I was swept at once into a dreamscape. Many of my dreams take place in a shadowy land that is partly the neighborhood where I grew up, and partly a dark country of my own imagining. Journeys there are accompanied by a strange and delicious poignance. It is always night in those dreams, and always autumn. On this night I found myself in a terrible situation. I was to be executed. My tormentors were not unkind. In fact, they were sweet and friendly. She was there. She came to me and supported me, while one of the others loaded a high-powered rifle. I was slack with terror. The bullets clattered into the magazine, and one of them clicked into the breech. She held me under my arms, keeping me erect so that the bullet would pierce my chest in the right place. As the ritual moved slowly along, she spoke kind words to me.
Is there anything we can do to help you?
Somebody could hug me.
Oh, okay. I can do that. As we remained there together, something quite unexpected happened to me. My will, the core of my identification as a separate self, ebbed slowly away. The ebbing of will was like black water parting to reveal a drowned cathedral. To be free of oneself is to escape a great blindness. A palace universe spread around me, and I found that my tormentor was an angel who, in her abiding kindness, was willing to suffer with me the very real torture of tearing down the stones of my personality in order to allow my true, essential self to join the hidden dance for which it was made and intended. My whole will was in her hands. I was so free of myself that I even lost the wish to beg her for my life. She spoke softly and insistently. I realized quite clearly that she was giving the executioners their orders. Then the door of the bedroom flew open, and I was assaulted by a cheerful parade of kids. It was Sunday morning, and here came Alex Jr. and Patty and Ginger, along with assorted cats and dogs and stuffed toys. Sally moaned and laughed as our bed filled with children and animals. My happiness surrounded me. The love, the joy, the warmth banished all my brooding dreams. The dreary landscape receded. I remembered only that wonderful face, and the delicious moment when I realized just how much a relief it is to surrender oneself to a higher will. Although the perfume lingered for days, a poignant harbinger of my own death, I found that my ordinary life quickly reasserted itself. I did not forget about Janet exactly, but I discovered that my mind was turning away from the book I have called Pain and toward stronger, richer subjects. 3 months later, I was well into the book that became The Night Man, and no longer troubling my mind with the odd and repellent world of sadomasochism. We were here in this house when I had the dream that made me remember her. It wasn't really a dream, but a sort of possession, an agony of the soul that came upon me in late afternoon. The family was out riding. I had taken a swim and spent 10 minutes in the hot tub, listening to the birds sing out by Sally's suet feeder. I'd gone into the house in my long, cowled robe and opened a beer. The next thing I knew, I was in a tiny, droning airplane with Janet. At first I didn't recognize her. Then I saw that she was flying the plane, watching me out of the corner of one eye. She spoke in a language I could not quite understand. I saw the whole world as a single coherent entity, an enormous living organism. It is hard to express the impact of this sense of wholeness. There was tremendous detail, a man gently breathing his last, his hand in his child's hand, babies wriggling, the inner stones of the earth radiant with teaching heat, a young woman singing in a sunny backyard. The vision went on until I saw the world as a tiny dot of light, a bright arc, forever voyaging. Then I saw the missile silos and the atomic warheads and the images of the powerful, the president leaning against a doorway with a glass of orange juice in his hand, 3 Russians speaking intently in a room, and in one of their faces the same expression that she had, the same fatal kindness. Over it all there was a soft and gentle song. They love us. They do. We are their grass, their trees, their rooting piglets. They have grown immense on us, sapping us, whipping us with war and famine and pestilence, designing brain and body for more and more breeding until the world is choked with billions upon billions of shining, brilliant human souls ready for the slaughter, ready also for growth. The point of a sacrifice is that it satisfies the need of a higher being. This need is not for suffering, though, or death. It is for the enrichment of the soul. Janet was striving mightily that I would learn my own truth. Only then would I be of real value to her. The concept of sacrifice as appeasement is merely wishful thinking. The angels will never be appeased.
not by anything except the expansion of true wisdom in our world. While I swooned on my couch with beer foaming down my robe to the floor, she remained close to me, nursing me with the hands of death, speaking in her light voice, encouraging and explaining. I awoke to the long evening sun, the whinny of horses, and the voices of my returning family. I was so exhausted that I could not raise myself from the couch. Later that week, my doctor told me that it was not my first heart attack, and that I needed to revise my life. Exercise, a healthy diet, less stress. Early heart attacks are dangerous because they are so often silent. A period of fatigue, a slight tightening of the chest. Summer waned and autumn came. We returned to another city winter. The kids went back to school. Sally and I settled back into the satisfactory routine of our marriage. Hardly a day passed, though, that I did not think of Janet O'Reilly. Her face, so grave and gentle, so very beautiful, had been fired on the center of my consciousness. Again and again my mind returned to the moments I had spent in her apartment. The cushion, the gentle, hurtful push, the subtle confirmation of my place. I wished that I had done things differently. She had wanted me to submit to her in some way. I was still unsure about the details. If only I had humbled myself on the bare wood, had given myself to her will, might I not have somehow escaped? What was she? An angel? A demon? Some being from the world beyond the barnyard fence? Or my anima? The feminine principle that Carl Jung believed resides at the center of every male. Whatever she was, I was uneasy with the growing urgency of my hunger to submit myself to her. My third heart attack was a stunning cataclysm of pain. I was in my room writing when the color seemed to drain from the leaves outside my window. I sat helplessly watching the world become dark and gray. Then the pain came clubbing up from the center of my chest. Moloch's flaming jaws gaped where my heart had been. Sally found me lying on my side on the floor, and I was taken to the hospital in an ambulance. I could hardly breathe, and even the oxygen didn't seem to help. Sally's silence, her tears, hurt me to my quick. Her hand never left mine. A week passed in the hospital bed. Then the machines told the doctor something I was glad to hear. It was time for me to go home. Janet came to me one afternoon when Sally was out shopping, and the kids were at school. She appeared in my bedroom. My eyes were closed. At first, when I smelt her perfume, I assumed that I was dreaming. She had come on such silent feet. "Hello, Alex. Would you like to take a walk with me?" "You? Where did you come from?" She looked at me with kindly condescension. "Alex, I like your invincible adherence to the expected. I'm going to take you for a walk now. We're going to my apartment." "My God, I can't possibly. Look at me, Janet. I can't get out of bed." But I did get out of bed. When she got me up, I simply could not resist. She took me into the bathroom. She shaved me and washed me up. "Now, how do you feel?" "Better." "I thought so. It's a sunny day. You need some sun." I dressed, and by the time I was wearing fresh clothes again, I really did want to walk. Seeing her dreary brownstone in the light of afternoon, though, almost made me turn back. "No," she said, and drew me on. I forced myself to continue. When we got to the house, I forced myself to descend the stairs. Then I heard her voice behind me, melodious with laughter. "What are you doing?" She was standing on the stoop of the main entrance. The light fell on her. Despite my familiarity with her, I was not prepared for the purity of this vision of beauty. Looking up, gaping, I almost tottered backward. She laughed aloud. "You look like a surprised ostrich. Come on up. We're just in time for coffee." With shaking steps, I ascended the stairs. Inside, the upper floors of the brownstone were beautiful, a perfect federal restoration. I've not much of an eye for furniture, but I do know good antiques when I see them. Contrasted to my memory of the basement, these palatial surroundings were all the more remarkable. She walked ahead of me, casually swaying her hips in her jeans. We went into a sunroom full of orchids, a truly magnificent and intimate space. It smelled of sweet tropical flowers and rich coffee. "Mom and Dad, I'd like you to meet a student of mine." Her words flashed through my mind like a whip of lightning. I realized that it was true. I was indeed the student of this remarkable being. I was grateful for it, but I was also embarrassed. Before two of my peers in age, I felt mawkish. They seemed indifferent to my discomfiture. As if prepared for a formal portrait, they sat together on a love-seat. They were more than handsome. They were regal. The man was tall, with a mane of blonde hair and ash-gray eyes. His wife was a serene version of her daughter. It occurred to me that Janet was also a student. By working with innocence, she was learning patience. Did they know what their daughter did in the basement? What a question. Of course they did. This was their home. I realized that there was hidden in their faces an expression of suppressed glee. They were triumphant. Their Janet was a hunter, home with a shattered stag. They had sifted the leaves of men and chosen me. I had been caught in a net of careful intention. Janet glanced at me. "I take 2 sugars, a little half and half." In a kind of red daze of panic and disbelief, I poured her coffee. Such was the extremity of my emotion that the world around me had receded into dreamy unreality. I began to wonder if I was not in some sort of dream state even yet. But I was here. There was no doubt about that. I sipped my own coffee. Janet was watching me carefully, but also with that merry gleam in her eyes. She seemed to follow my thoughts. "I'm so proud of you," she said. "It took courage to come back." My heart hammered. I could feel their eyes searching into me. I had never felt so naked, so revealed. Her small compliment flushed me to my toes. With embarrassed pride, I couldn't help it. I felt my face grow hot. I could not look up from the black steaming cup. I was a praised dog. "Thank you," I managed to mumble. My words seemed to have been spoken by another person, or rather a machine that I only controlled from a distance. Why I would react so strongly to this family was clear to me. Seeing them in their serene presence told me something I would have preferred to deny. I had to face how glorious they were, and so to see my own inadequacy. Janet took my cup and put it on the saucer. Her hand entered mine, guided me to my feet and toward a door at the far side of the room. "It's going to be difficult for him," she said over her shoulder. "I never listen," her mother said quickly. "I don't think he'll be noisy." She laughed softly, in which sound I detected a small but deeply unsettling measure of contempt. "He's too proud." She drew me along. "I think he might try to leave." Her hand tightened. "Do you think that, Alex?" "No, I won't do that. I've made my decision." Her hand was extremely powerful, and she was hurting me. "No matter what you think, you haven't made a decision. I made the decision." We went together down a dark stairway into that other world. We were in the back room, the one I had not seen. It was as dreary a little chamber as I have ever entered. Against one wall was a small steel closet. There was a bare metal bed frame under the low barred window that looked out into the back garden. The view from this window was the only nice thing about the room, and it was very nice indeed. Observed from these surroundings, the sight of the garden, with its careful borders, its climbing vines and floral shrubs, was heartbreaking. It hit me with the shocking force of unexpected insight.
that this room was not devoted to the decadent amusements of the people I had been studying for pain, but for another purpose. This was the place of death. Her arm slipped around my waist. She did not come up to my shoulder, but still I leaned my weight against her. In a soft voice, speaking quickly, she explained the purpose of the steel closet. It's called the standing room. You can't stand up, not quite, and you can't sit down. It is what I've chosen for you. There are many other ways, but they tend to be more intimate and less prolonged. You need conditions that will force you to face yourself. You have a lot still to see, and I know the effect that small places have on you. When I was a child, I'd been stuck in a telephone booth. The thing was awful and black and stifling, and I hadn't been able to get out for what seemed like hours. All of my life I've had a nightmare about being buried alive, where I wake up and I am in a coffin, and I feel horribly alone, and I start to suffocate. Would you like to try it? I stepped back, my eyes searching for the stairs. I felt sick, about to retch, dizzy with terror. My heart was weighted with the deepest sorrow. I thought of my family, of our precious happiness. Again she took my hand. Firmly she drew me toward the box. It might be fatal, I babbled. My condition— It won't be fatal, not this time. I can't. I know you want me to, and that makes me want to, but I just can't. You should have left me alone. You have it in you, I know you do. It's true, then? You understand the purpose of the sacrifice. You have always understood it. You are born for it, raised and educated for it. You have eaten your fruit in the sun. Now it is time for you to pay. I wanted to protest, but truth in her words could not be denied. Undress, Alex. Go in the box. Ashamed, I turned away from her. I forced my hands to stop shaking. It won't be fatal, she had said. I did as I was bidden, removing the familiar blue sweater that Sally gave me for my birthday 10 years ago, taking off my shirt and undershirt, my shoes and trousers, my socks, my shorts. Standing behind me, she took me by the arms and pushed me toward the miserable little closet. What a stupid thing! Why was I doing this? Why was I here? Before me danced visions of the demons of war, pestilence and upheaval. In their eyes there gleamed the same flicker of genius that so drew me to this young woman. Your death will not stop the harvest, she murmured. That's just your imagination. You aren't that important. None of you are. Her words caught my attention. I blinked, started to speak. Instantly she pushed me in and shut the door. The clang resounded in my ears, sparked in my brain. She'd given no thought to my position. I was contorted, my head thrown back, my face pressing against the ceiling of the thing. One arm was behind my back, the other twisted between my left hip and the back wall. Please, I'm all twisted. Silence. Please. She laughed. It was a merry noise. Then there was silence again. I tried to turn myself, could not. What had been a discomfort soon became the utmost torment. All the while I could hear her outside. She made more coffee for herself in the other room. She played the radio for a time. I could hear pages turning occasionally. She was reading. Then she went out. She went out! I jerked, gasped in a claustrophobic panic. My heart thudded like a thing of paper. Finally, exhausted, I wept. She was gone for hours and hours and hours. There was no way to lessen the torment. My neck felt like a column of red-hot wire. My left arm was tingling. Both of my legs were numb. My feet were throbbing with agonizing pins and needles, and I was nauseated. I would fall down a well of unconsciousness, only to be dragged back by my agony. I would call out into the thick, suffocating silence, but she was never there. I lost track of time. I was frantic to get back to Sally and the kids. They would miss me by now. They would be terrified. Nobody would find me back here in this basement. Nobody, not ever. Then I heard her. My heart leaped up. Tears of relief stung my eyes. My mouth was so dry that I could barely make a sound. I moaned. It was all I could do. A short silence followed, then voices. She had somebody with her? Her parents? No, a man. A friend. She had brought some demented friend to enjoy my suffering with her. But the voice was so gentle, so firm and decent, so full of awe and love. It could have been my own voice a year ago. My blood went cold. This was a repeat of that situation, an exact repeat. Only now I was the victim moaning in the dark. I remembered the flickering light, the red glow that had followed my last departure from this place. Pray God she hadn't heard my own careless moan. I tried to be as quiet as humanly possible. I barely breathed. I prayed. Long and hard I prayed. The door opened and closed. The guest left. Immediately there were footsteps. Rat-tat-tat, right up to the wall of my prison. How dare you moan like that when I'm working with somebody? That was a potential student, you stupid fool. What if you scared him away? Think how much he will lose. Think of it. I saw the other man, saw inside his mind, as Janet must see inside minds. There was a fuzzy, confused jumble of ideas and thoughts, a great gabble of voices. There was no wisdom at all, nothing more than the empty fear of an animal. To be truly human there must be clarity. We must know the body and understand its relationship to the soul. If he did not return here, he would lose his precious chance to understand. I might have denied it to him. I'm going to have to explain obedience to you. I will not do it in words, but in the body's language. There was a crackle, then a pop, followed by a sustained hiss. You will have to take some heat, Alex. Her voice was not mean, not even hard. It was simply, absolutely, final. I have never known such suffering as I knew over the period of time she applied the torch to the outside of the steel box. She did not burn me, but rather baked me slowly. I sweated, tickled, itched. The box became a humid hell. I screamed helplessly, totally given over to my pain. I cannot fully describe in words what I felt in those hours, but I can say that my spirit separated from my body, yet remained very intimately a part of it. The lesson I learned was of incalculable value. I understood the limits of my body and its tragedy. It has done my real suffering in life. It must do the real dying. As the cup is not the wine, Alex is not me. Understanding this, I began to know myself a little. To learn this lesson was the reason she had brought me here and submitted me to such suffering. The whole torment of a lifetime had been concentrated into a few hours. I was now at the threshold. She had taught me what is essentially needed to be well prepared for death. The heat stopped. Can you speak? I tried, but nothing came out. I wanted to speak, though, and she knew it. Try harder, Alex. Finally, my voice cracked to life. Thank you. Well said. You've understood. Say it again. Thank you. Thank you. When that door opened, it was as if I had been delivered to the threshold of heaven. A rush of holy air caressed me, and strong hands pried me loose from my confinement. With powerful ease she carried me to the bed frame. There she affixed cuffs to my wrists and ankles, and stretched me mercilessly.
unknotting muscles without regard for the sensation she caused. I thought she was tearing me to pieces. At last, though, I lay spread-eagled on the bed, every muscle in place, neither tingling nor numb. I ached, of course, but I was otherwise undamaged. Let me bring some strength back into your limbs. She touched me, and I went from a state of aching exhaustion to one of increasing strength. I have never been massaged by such delicate or knowledgeable fingers. I have never felt such light, clear energy flowing through me. Inside of half an hour I was a new man. She smiled when I sprang up before her. "You'll see me soon." I was still arrogant enough to assume that it was a question. "Of course," I replied as I dressed. Inwardly I jeered. What a lie! I'd never come near this poor mad creature again. In my weakened condition I was lucky to have survived. "The next time we'll go the whole way." "Certainly. I'm looking forward to it." "Yes, you are. At last you really are." I have never been so glad to get home in my life. I wept in Sally's lap. I told her as much of the story as I dared, saying that I'd been abducted by some of the lunatics I'd met when I was researching for pain. She was furious. She wanted to call the police. The thought made my blood stop in my veins. I could do nothing that might bring harm to my precious Janet. Too much depended on her. The same man who had left her house an hour before with the firm intention never to return already saw her again as a shining angel, to be loved and protected. Frantically, I explained to Sally that a call to the police might embarrass me. A few days later, I was alone in my office working. Janet's hands had rejuvenated me to an amazing degree. I had entered the final stages of recovery from my heart attack with a speed that delighted my doctor. Sally was off watching a school play. I was not really surprised when Janet walked through my office door, having gotten past the doorman and into the locked apartment with no difficulty at all. The shock gave way almost at once to a strange, awful feeling, more a sensation. My body seemed to want to drop to its knees. It was silly. I was embarrassed at myself. "Why resist?" she said lightly. I did it, and was rewarded with the understanding that what stood before my crouching form was no young woman. My feeling of worshipfulness changed to awe. I could not move, let alone look up. I thought I might not be able to bear what I would see. Then a hand came down and raised my head. Surprise. She was the same as ever. She took my chair, began bustling through my personal papers. I saw her take my tax returns, my accountant's reports, my net worth statement, copies of leases and contracts, everything of any financial significance. "You've earned the knowledge that your end is coming," she said. "Don't ignore your obligation to prepare." A week later she returned and reviewed my will with me. Her knowledge was expert, and we made revisions together. When we were finished, she laid her hand on mine. I could feel her watching me. "Do I have to come with you now?" "Do you want to?" My impulse was to say no, to scream it, to howl it out. But I had grown cunning at this game. "I might as well get it over with." "You'll wait a little longer. The next time we meet, I will call, and you will come." It was a small triumph, or so it seemed at the time. I had no idea that years would pass. Day after day I have waited for Janet. I have lived in a grim ecstasy of suspense. I hear her footstep behind me, see her pushing through a crowd. Once she was standing silently in the door of my office, but she turned and left without a word. My family has grown closer, more full of love, happier. My work has prospered as never before. My reviews are excellent. There's talk of awards. Most painful of all, Sally and I have reached a new level of closeness, both sexually and spiritually. Sensing what awaits it, my whole being is clinging to life. I am a tower of sexual urgency. An old marriage has become new again, full of delight and play and fun. Night after night I go to her side of the bed, and she meets me with open arms. She sings all the time. We have gone together into undreamed universes of love. The wind shakes the cabin. Somewhere out there I know that Janet waits in the cold. One day she will come for me. When she does, she will tear my heart from my chest like the priests once did to their anointed victims on the altars of the Aztecs. This time there will be no reprieve. She has graduated me from her school. I will watch her squeeze out the pumping life, and my soul will be caught in her hungry jaws. Once this frightened me, but no more. I thought that I was alone, among a select few victims of the sacrifice. But this is not true. Every human being is sacrificed. All death has value. Janet is nothing more to me now than the progress of the clock. The horror of the sacrifice is an illusion, for the end beyond, the soul absorbed into the breast of these mighty beings, is rapture as well as oblivion. I do not hate Janet, because she has given me a glimpse of what beyond the walls of life is true. I can only love her. I wait as she comes scything down the rows of autumn. Although her call will mark the last stroke of my life, it will also say that my suffering is not particular, and in that there is a kindness. She comes not only for me, but also for those yet unborn, for the old upon their final beds, and the millions from the harvest of war. She comes for me, but also for you, as in the end, for us all. Whitley Strieber is the author of The Wolfen, The Hunger, Black Magic, The Night Church, War Day, written with James Konetka, the award-winning Wolf of Shadows, and the upcoming Communion. Pain is the last thing he wrote while he was still unconscious of the events recounted in Communion. End of Cutting Edge, edited by Dennis Etchison. All of the characters in this book are fictitious, and any resemblance to actual persons, living or dead, is purely coincidental. Blue Rose, copyright 1985 by Peter Straub, originally published in a limited edition by Underwood Miller, by permission of the author and the author's agent, Kirby McCauley. The Monster, copyright 1986 by Joe Haldeman. Lacunae, copyright 1986 by Carl Edward Wagner. Pale Trembling Youth, copyright 1986 by W. H. Pugmire and Jessica Amanda Salmonson. Muzak for Torso Murders, copyright 1986 by Mark Laidlaw. Goodbye Dark Love, copyright 1986 by Roberta Lannis. Out There, copyright 1986 by Charles L. Grant. Little Cruelties, copyright 1986 by Steve Rasnick-Tem. The Man with the Hoe, copyright 1986 by George Clayton Johnson. Excerpts from The Man with the Hoe, copyright 1899 by Edwin Markham. They're Coming for You, copyright 1986 by Les Daniels. Vampire, copyright 1986 by Richard Christian Matheson. Lapses, copyright 1986 by Chelsea Quinn Yarbro. The Final Stone, copyright 1986 by William F. Nolan. Irrelativity, copyright 1986 by Nicholas Royle. The Hands, copyright 1986 by Ramsey Campbell. The Bell, copyright 1986 by Ray Russell. Lost Souls, copyright 1985 by Clive Barker, originally published in Time Out, by permission of the author and the author's agent, June Hall. Reaper, copyright 1986 by Robert Bloch. The Transfer, Copyright 1985 by Edward Bryant. Originally published in The Muse, by permission of the author. Pain. Copyright 1986 by Wilson and Neff, Incorporated. Narrated by David Palmer, in the studios of the American Printing House for the Blind, Louisville, Kentucky, for the Library of Congress, July 1987. For special distribution as authorized by Act of Congress under Public Law 89-522, with the permission of the copyright holder and the publisher, Doubleday and Company, Incorporated, Garden City, New York.
End of book.